Happy Thursday, everyone. Happy Thursday. Highly favored. You're always the first to be here. God, and God will bless you. Whether you like him or not, you are indeed highly favored and blessed. Thank you so much for joining me. How's everybody doing? Happy Thursday to you. Absolutely, you're highly favored. Aluta continua indeed. We move. Oh, our mandate must be restored. Hey, a lot has been happening, oh, my people. A lot has been happening. Did you guys see the amount of evidence? Blurry evidence that your INEC people brought to court. Who does that, my people? Who does that? Did you guys see the amount, the weighty evidence? E be like say Peter Obi ready for this thing o before we even know wetin dey happen. The man don already prepare. Una hear about the mathematician when he bring come today? Omo, my day was busy, but I was I was glued to violence space on Twitter. Oh my goodness. I follow dem do all the hours today. Peter Obi brought a mathematician, somebody that they already hired, I think, right? Based on the statements. They already hired this person prior. Hey, God. Ah, when they talk about preparedness, when they talk about excellence, like strategy, people need to go and be learning from Peter Obi. I beg. That man need to get class. You need to get class to teach people how to organize yourself. My goodness, I was baffled. A mathematician, that this person, they hired him prior. Hey, oh, hey, god damn. Angel, welcome. Oh, Victory all the way. Welcome. Good to have you guys. This guy came ready. He was prepared. You know, I'm beginning to think Peter Obi was more prepared about this time. He already knew, he already calculated, he already knew how it was all going to pan out. I'm telling you, nothing can convince me otherwise. The calmness of that man, oh my, this man knew. He was more prepared about, he was more prepared in this fight than the election itself. Because the kind of evidence that they have, there's no way that tribunal, unless they drink ogogoro on top of kind. For me, Peter Obi has already won that tribunal. Even the people, the justices, or even a judge that they call them, they cannot, there's nothing they can do. Their hands are tied right now. Their hands are literally tied. They cannot do anything. The amount of evidence is overwhelming. A mathematician. Hey, man, I doff my cap for Peter Obi. Honestly, that man needs to have a master class in strategy. Hey, no. I go like to listen to him. I'm telling you, that man has a lot to teach people. I've never seen a human being like that in my life, not even in history. I'm sorry. This guy is one in a million. He is one, a person that stands out of all, name all the heroes. He stands out on his own. He leave people, they're not seeing dust. And then welcome. This one you dey speak Igbo for me. You have to interpret o. Kedu Chabu Omo. What does that mean? You used this word last time. I don't know what it means. So, and then abeg help me interpret. Any Igbo speakers in the house, because Mona help me interpret. And then they wan use Igbo take I go like to learn. Oh, me, I like languages, so that one no be that one no be omo, my belle dey sweet me. This election, this no. I've never been this convinced about us win. I'm telling you, una know my take. I don dey drag my leg since. Say una sure about this thing, omo, my people, I don sure, I don dey sure well. my hope has risen. Hey, no, 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 no. I mean, mm, nobody can tell me anything. This guy, there's nothing you can tell me. This man was prepared. He came prepared. Ah, no, no, no. He came prepared. Chai, can you imagine, my people? See, we have a lot of work to do in Nigeria. Oh. We have a lot of work to do as Nigerians. There's a lot of cleaning up to do. Let me start. Let me start with let me start with let me start with this video. Bear with me, guys. How's everyone doing? I hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday. And I'm sorry, I'm ahead this Saturday, Thursday. You're having you're winding down for Friday. I hope so na day not too busy today. Oh. I hope everything dey okay, everything dey wella. Pepper rest, everything dey flow, everything dey flow into each other. Yeah. I've never been so sure about this me like I am right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. I want to play this video. And this one I want take ginger. Hey, more. I've never been this sure. I don't know. Hey, my people.
For politicians to play. This document is not available for Yakubu to interpret that day. It is there for him to follow. The English is very clear. These are fundamental provisions of the Constitution. They come already interpreted. You cannot take a gun, shoot somebody, and then ask the family to go and get interpretation that you only fired your weapon and then it killed him. No. This Constitution is more than abundantly clear. It says and. Shehu, you know the meaning of and. We know the meaning of and. There is no justice beyond what is simplicity. Simplicity is justice, simplicity is wisdom, simplicity is knowledge.
All right. So that is an interpretation which you are giving.
Listen.
No, because there are other people who have argued.
There is a universal.
There are other people who have argued differently.
Go ahead.
And when Bola Tinubu was declared, he has his supporters. A lot of people were happy that he won the election. There were 38% of the votes cast were given to him. And those people are Nigerians
By INEC. I told you to be qualifying what you said, please. By INEC.
But that is what has been presented officially, except otherwise
now
disputed.
you have now you have
otherwise
qualified
disputed.
it. Go ahead.
If it's otherwise disputed, because that
go ahead.
is what is fact that we know now.
You have qualified it. Go
so
ahead.
that is your interpretation of this provision, because some other people argue differently.
Those who have argued differently ended up helping our case, because they say that there is a certain ruling which says the FCT is a state. Good. FCT is a state. Where is the each of 25% for FCT? It is not there. That constitutional requirement has not been met. That certificate of return is null and void and cannot be sworn in as president. And let me tell you, the way they are going, disregarding the calls of the people, violating the Constitution, let them even go ahead, even if they swear in Tinubu Shetima on 29th of May. They are swearing in an unconstitutional government. Nothing will change it. I am not a careless, reckless speaker. I am working with the Constitution there, that document, right, you just read. I'm following it. And I dare to tell you that swearing in Tinubu and Shetima is as good as swearing in the Nigerian army on 29th of May. If you swear in people that have not satisfied the requirement, you have, by so doing, ended democracy. The crisis I'm telling you now is that this, our democracy, is going to end by the way we are going. This democracy is going to end on the 29th of May 2023. Please write it.
Those are extreme,
you know my
those
name.
are extreme thoughts.
I am very, very happy to say it.
No,
you know my name. You introduced me.
Yeah.
Listen, don't stop.
No. I will, because those are extreme thoughts. You know why? Because there are allowable language to be used on television, especially as it relates to our nation and the unity of this country.
Put your question and let me answer you. Put your question. I know what I'm saying.
If there is an official,
if you breach the Constitution,
well, is it not left to the court to decide otherwise?
This is already decided by the courts.
But the authority in charge of the election gave a declaration.
If you are afraid for some things, don't ask for them.
I am not afraid. I will, as a citizen of the country, by the ethics and the guidelines of my profession, live by it.
Yes.
What is lawful? And I hope that you're a lawful citizen of the country.
Very, very
and so whatever the stipulation of the law guides, if you are aggrieved about something, you go to the court to seek redress, isn't it?
This document is a product of the legal system. It has been signed into law by the President, Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I believe in this document. That is why I'm so lawful. That is why I'm so confident. And that is why however extreme it is, Sheung, I am saying it on national TV. I don't like to take risks. I'm not taking any risks. Swearing in a ticket that has not met the constitutional requirements of the Constitution, okay, is ending democracy. Quote me on it.
That's your interpretation.
That is my interpretation, and that is indeed a correct interpretation. You cannot swear people who have not met the constitutional requirement. You can't do that. If you did it, you have done something unlawful, something unconstitutional. And I'm repeating it. Whoever does not meet the constitutional requirement must never be sworn in. You said my name. If you like, I can say it again. I'm Dr. Baba Ahmed. I'm not taking risks with my safety and with my life. But I'm repeating, swear in anybody who does not meet the constitutional requirements of our country, you are engaging in an unconstitutional act. Mr. President, do not hold that inauguration. CJ and your lordship, do not partake in unconstitutionality. I am taking these risks for the sake of my country. Yes, it is extreme, and I'm saying it. It was more extreme for Yakubu to issue that certificate. It was reckless. He's putting all our lives in danger. All of us. We're already at risk. So what is there again in me taking risks again? What have they not done against Nigeria? What have they not abused in Nigeria? Now they'll take the Constitution where it is clear, it says, and get 24. After that, and FCT. They fail to get it. They are going to swear this man in, and I should be afraid? I will not be. I'm telling you that on the 29th of May, 2023, swear in Tinubu as this result is, you have ended democracy, whoever you are.
You say you're a lawful citizen.
I am.
So
that's all I wanted you guys to hear. That's it. That was the message. For starters, you guys heard everything he said, right? So let's quickly go over what happened in court today, because I want to be focusing more on the courts right now. My people, are you guys sharing my videos? I know they ever remember to talk. I know they ever remember to ask. I just come here, I have so much I want to talk about. I want to share. I just go right in. I beg, Mona, help me share this video so that it can get to the right people. Every voice matters now. Not everybody has time, to listen to the news or anything like that. So please, the more this can go far, the better, so that people can, because let me tell you, every Nigerian needs to be involved in this. There's no excuse. You cannot sit on the sideline and say, oh, well, that's how Nigeria is. Well, what can we do? No, that's why you were created. If you've been wondering, why am I here? What am I made for? This is it. So that you can protect your societies. You can keep the peace. You can fight when there's wrong. You can fight for those who don't have a voice. This is the reason. part of you, for those who go to church and the and mosque and whatever religion you believe in, this is part of your religion. If you don't know, it's part of being a part of your community, ensuring that there's peace where you are, ensuring that there is good on your land. So please, everybody needs to be involved, every Nigerian. So abeg, make una share this video, make una subscribe, like, share. Una no dey give me super chat, even if I do 6 hours, I don't know. That's the only support that I get. YouTube doesn't, you know how many videos I've done that YouTube has silenced? Nothing. I don't get anything. But because of the love for country, but the only way you guys can support is by sharing, liking, subscribing, asking people to subscribe, so we can keep growing, so people can be a part of this. It can't be one voice. I know there are many voices and we're growing, but we need to grow some more. A lot of people need to know and understand what's going on, so we can all come here and do camaraderie together and talk about the issue, so that we can be more aware. We've been sleeping, we've been docile. That's why Nigeria is where it is today. I beg una. So please, I don't even need to more na support, more na share, more na like. I beg una. Eh? Let me share this really quickly. Yes, this Miss Pills, kudos to her on Twitter. She gives the lowdown every single time. Every single time. I'm not on Twitter, but I go on her page if I want to go get an update of what's going on. So here it says today at PEPT, two subpoenaed witnesses were examined in chief, adopting their various witness statements on oath. The first is a mathematician, that was the one I mentioned, who told the court over 18,000 blood results were published on IREF by INEC. Can you believe that, people? And then the second witness is a staff of Arise TV who provided a USB stick. Okay. Let me go to Miss Pell's. Hers is more detailed. Let me go here. Okay, brief summary. There we go. Let me go through. So, brief summary of today's hearing, right? Today is the 15th. So, it's still the 15th my time. I should say they go do enter 16 their own time. Proceedings began at 9:40 a.m. LP brought a massive collection of evidence and two HD TVs to play videos. Peter Obi represented the petitioners. LP's counsel appearance was led by Dr. Levi Ozoku San. LP's proceedings was led by Onyechi Piazu, first witness, and was Pin Ikweto San, that's second witness. And then first witness for today, star witness and fourth so far, is Professor of Math from Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Professor Eric Ofoedu. Respondents objected, stating that they were just served the witness statement that morning, right? Court decided he would be examined in chief, but cross-examined tomorrow by 9 a.m. So he's going to be cross-examined tomorrow by 9 a.m. So that's something to look out for. Witness examination in chief was done, but respondents objected to the adoption of witness statements. LP attempted to make corrections on the witness statement under oath, but was objected by respondents, stating that they should be withdrawn, amended, and retendered. However, court admitted. Back down, I love that. 3 reports from the witness was presented under examination, objected by respondents, admitted by court, and tagged respectfully. Over 18,000 blood polling unit results were tendered, opposed by respondents, but admitted by courts. Good. Letter of engagement and subpoena from second petitioner to witness was tendered. First, second, and third respondents objected the letter, but not the subpoena. So they objected the letter, but they did not object the subpoena. Woo! Fourth respondent did not object the letter, but objected the subpoena. Court admitted both the letter and subpoena, tagged them with an exhibit number, and stated that he will be cross-examined tomorrow. A second witness, Lumi Idevie, second witness for today and fifth so far, a staff of Arise TV was called up. There was no objections on the subpoena and court admitted. His ID card was presented, no objections from respondents, admitted and tagged by court. A written statement on oath filed by the witness to be adopted as evidence was objected by respondents but admitted by court. Flash drive brought by witness contained video evidence was objected by respondent but admitted by court. Respondents didn't object to the video being played. The 10 minutes video was of INEC chairman Mahmood Ojoro Yakubu man speaking at Chatham House about elections and beavers. I'm sure you guys remember that video. Witness to be cross-examined tomorrow. Proceedings ended at about 12:49 p.m. and adjourned till tomorrow, Friday, 2023. Can you imagine? They start at 9:30 a.m. Only 2 hours. Ha! Oga o. Anyway, what can I say? So that is the status of today's hearing today. I'm sure some of you must have seen it already, but I just wanted to bring it here so we can re-echo it. Hey, Juliet, welcome. Oh, welcome, welcome. Yeah. Oh, really? You became a professor at the age of 30. Those are the type of professors with integrity na we need, not be the ones when anywhere belle face. Eh? We can't afford to miss it. Oh. Welcome, Heart Desire. You know, welcome, welcome. You never finish. I hear say more evidence dey come, and so far it's fifth witness so far overall. How many witnesses they get? You know, reach how many Labour Party be get? Not be 80 witnesses, abi? Somebody should correct me. Oh, somebody should correct me. I'm not. E be like say na 8 witnesses, right? Na im dey say they get. Man, dis pls the girl dey finish work oh. I'm telling you, dis girl dey finish work every single time. She's always on point. I always come to her platform to come out, and then people pick it up and they translate it into Yoruba, translate it into Hausa. I don't know, I've not seen any of the other languages. I wish that people who other tribes are able to translate to their language so that people can see, honestly. Eh? And post it. Please, if you're on tweet, if you're on Instagram or whatever social media platform you have, please, you guys need to up your game in sharing this information out there. Please. This is very, very important. This is important for people to know, because sometimes people don't really know what's going on and they're just going with what this fraudulent news station we have in Nigeria has to offer. They don't give the right news. They always lie, and also lie knife full everywhere for their mouth. Let me see. Distinguished field marshal, she has an audio. Let me see. Let me see if she has an audio. uh, She has an audio update that she gives sometimes. Let me see if I can find her audio. Let me see. Bear with me here. This one, distinguished field marshal, almost salute. Oh, she's really distinguished. I kid you not. Women are the forefront. Hey, the kind of position where women take for this movement, you gotta give it to them. Hats off. Women have been doing a lot. Kai, I'm amazed. Dis na the Chatham House where dis baba go take lie. I'm trying to find out her audio. She usually will post the audio. I don't know if it's here. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess I'll rest for now on that one. Um but at least we've been updated. That's the most important. Hey, BB of life, welcome, sis. Good to have you. I hope you're doing great today. Kene, oh, my village brother, welcome, oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. I know some of now. At least you guys will now go know. Una don already get the update, so I know say some of una dey Twitter, so make I leave am there. e get may I see, e get I wan play this oh, Nigeria my country, we must collect that country, there's no way around it. Hey, we must oh, we must. um hey, we must collect that country, I'm telling you, because it's not for them oh, it's for us. um it's for us, abeg. Make we collect our property, make we know as we wan take move forward with our lives. These people have, they brought down that country completely. So
Joining us now is Ojinika
oh
Ojiope
my
with
God.
stories trending around the world. Hello,
Good morning,
Jinix.
Dr. Patty. How are you today?
Did you guys exchange memos?
It's called telepathy, isn't it?
It is. Great
How are
time.
you? Perfect. Good morning, Rufai. How are you this morning?
Oh, yesterday was, oh my God.
It was lovely. It was our digital
was-
editor, Demola Ojo's birthday. So we had a good time. Happy birthday to him. But you know, I haven't been around for 2 days now. So it's it's a lot of stories that are trending and we have very little time.
Let's
So
get to it, my
let's
dear.
see what we can do with the little time that we have. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending. Adamu Bukachua, the senator representing Bauchi North, on Monday set social media abuzz after stating during a valedictory session of the Ninth Senate that he often influenced his wife, Zainab Bukachua, a former president of the Court of Appeal's decisions while she was in office. Zainab is the first female to hold the position of president of the Nigerian Court of Appeal. In 2019, she was the chairman of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, but later recused herself from participating in adjudicating petitions filed by Atiku Abubakar, challenging the re-election of President Muhammadu Buhari. Well, ahead of the 10th House, her husband, Adamu, revealed that his wife used her position as a judge to favor his colleagues in the Senate. Let's take a listen before we come back for a discussion.
At my age, I don't think I will lobby anybody under the sun. I would do the right thing, and I always do the right thing, and sincerely and honestly too. So, I know, I look at faces in this chamber whom have come to me and sought for my help when my wife was the president of the Court of Appeal. And I'm sure
the single senator, Adam Ahmed Bulgacho, I think I will advise that you just round up and take your seat.
name any names. We know ourselves. I must say that, okay, to round up, since that's what you want me to do.
Let me play this video first for you guys. I need us to watch this video. This one is the cocoa. Because now the court case really, now one we focus on. Then we'll come back to that one. So bear with me, guys. I'm sorry about that.
Good evening, my ogbonge listeners. How una dey? Una know say I don promise una say I go dey bring update of wetin wey dey share inside the tribunal. Una see how Peter Obi don dey bring documents upon documents of evidence inside tribunal. Peter Obi no fit carry last for dis matter o. Okay, make I hammer una the tori as the thing carry happen today, wey be 14th day of June 2023. Documents can be seen making its way into the court, many amongst which are data analysis reports of the presidential election of 25th February 2023. It's 9:51 a.m. and my lords are here. The court will now sit in the matter of P2B and ANO versus INEC and us with petition number CA/PEPC/03/2023. Okay, here we go. Justice Ada welcomes everyone to the proceedings of today and thanks everyone for their cooperation so far. And from me, King Lotume, I say thank you for your active participation to the court proceedings. Parties, Peter Obi represents himself and the Labour Party as the petitioners. Saturday, Monsiga represents the fourth respondent. And now to the appearances. Petitioners Legal Team LP. Lead Dr. Livy Uzuku SAN. Awakalo SAN. Onyechi Ikpeazu SAN. Pin Ikweator SAN. Ben Anishebe SAN. Ikechukwu Okechukwu SAN. Peter Afoba SAN. Audu Anuga SAN. First respondent legal team. Lead AB Mahmoud SAN. Ma SAN. Stephen SAN. TM Inua SAN. Olawale Ibrahim SAN. Nasala Auta Esquire. Wendy Kuku Esquire. Second respondent and third respondent's legal team. Lead Wale Olanipekun SAN. Aki Orijimi SAN. Yusuf Ali SAN. Okala SAN. Taiwo SAN. Abiodun SAN. Olatunji Busari SAN. A. Mustafa SAN. Fourth respondent legal team. Lead Latif Fagbemi SAN. Abiodu Owonikoko SAN. Kunle Adegoke SAN. Yan Mba SAN. Mumani Hanafi SAN. Tajuddin Oladoja SAN. Syed Sanusi SAN. Okay, let us continue. Let the legal battle begin. Onyechi Ikpeazu SAN for the first time will kickstart the proceedings for the petitioners. For those of una wey dey look for Onyechi Ikpeazu SAN, him dey court today o. Okay, make we carry on dey go. The fourth witness of the petitioner, PW4, a subpoena witness is now being called by Ikpeazu SAN. Eric Owadiegwu will now take the oath of truth. Tell your name. Eric A.O. Where do you live? Awka, Anambra State. What is your occupation? I am a professor of mathematics at the Nnamdi Azikiwe University. There is an objection by A.B. Mahmoud SAN. He notifies the court that he is just served this morning with the witness statement on oath in court. He claims that he and his team are handicapped as to how to proceed this morning since he does not have any documents prior to now. He noted that if the petitioners wish to continue with the witness, they should step him down and allow them time to look at the documents. Those are his humble prayers to the court. Wahala don come o. Wale Olanipekun SAN. He also noted that they were just served with the WSO this morning. He appreciates the comments of the first respondent council as today being handicapped, and they pray the court to stand down the matter for a few minutes as suggested by A.B. Mahmoud SAN. At this point, A.B. Mahmoud interjects that he didn't request for few minutes, that the rules are clear, that they require 48 hours notice with documents. The court asked him which rules make a requirement of 48 hours. A.B. Mahmoud responds that the pre-hearing report as issued by the court and the Federal High Court rules. They are trying to make recourse to the basis of this point. The justices are exchanging words between themselves. Wale SAN finally notes that in the alternative, they, the petitioners, can take the witness while they, the respondents, will do their cross-examination later in time. He so submits. L.O. Fagbemi SAN. He also notes that he was served the WSO a few minutes before the court sat. However, he will align himself with the submission of Wale SAN.
Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Singing.
Subject to the convenience to the court, the witness can adopt his statement, but he will be cross-examined later. Dr. Ibazo SAN, he notes that he is fine with the witness adopting his statement while cross-examination can be deferred to a later time. A.B. Mahmoud SAN now notes that he won't have any objections to the witness adopting his statement now if cross-examination will be deferred. Ibazo SAN, he notifies the court that they got the subpoena late and the reasons they couldn't file yesterday. He apologizes and noted that if it is within the court's convenience, they can stand down the cross-examination for an hour or two instead of leaving it till another day. We will wait for 2 hours rather than another day. Abego. The court rules. Having had all the counsels, it will serve the best interest of justice for the witness take today and the cross-examination for tomorrow. As the court praises, you were served a subpoena to testify. Correct. Yes. On 14th June 2023, you made a witness statement at the registry of this court. Correct. Yes. How can you identify the witness statement? If I go through it, I will identify it with my signature. Wale SAN now objects to the witness statement again and they adopt their previous arguments. A.B. Mahmoud SAN also objects to the witness statement and reprise on previous arguments and urge the court not to allow it. L.O. Fagbemi SAN also objects and for the same reasons earlier canvassed. They urge the courts to uphold their objections. Back to Dr. Ibazo SAN. He adopts the petitioner's previous response and adds the provision of Order 3, Rule 3, Sub 3 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules, which is categorically that a witness under subpoena be given Form 1A and is mandated to provide a witness statement. The court will reserve its ruling at the time of final judgment. As the court praises, do you adopt the WSO as your evidence to the court? Can I cite it? He is given the documents and he requests to make clarifications from the document. The court notes that he can only adopt it and not to make clarifications to the WSO. Dr. Ibazo notes that since he has not adopted it, he can make clarification. The court obliged. The witness corrects a paragraph in the WSO. Instead of see Table 3 of Rivers State Score documents, it will be replaced with see Table 2 of Benue State Score documents. The court notes that this is not a clarification but an amendment, and this is supposed to be done at the registry where the witness statement on oath was taken. Ibazo SAN is trying to convince the court that it is just a correction to the line in the document. The court asks for the view of the respondents. AB Mahmoud SAN, INEC. He argues that the right thing to do is to withdraw the statement on oath and reswear it at the registry. All the respondents, however, leaves the decision to allow or not to allow the clarifications at the direction of the court. The court rules that the petitioners should proceed. LP should do better now. Haba. We don't have time and we can't afford to jeopardize any second of our time. Henceforth, all hands must vehemently continue to be on deck and, of course, tidy all ends ahead of section. Do you now adopt your witness statement as evidence in chief? Yes. At paragraph 9, I, at page 7 of your witness statement, you mentioned 3 reports. 1. Report of data analysis of election, ILEF scores investigation. The witness have identified these documents and copies of the documents are being made available to all the respondents before we take their objections. The court asks if he is a star/expert witness, but Ibazo SAN notifies the court that he is on subpoena. Ibazo SAN notifies the court that in the spirit of kindness, they made copies for the respondents, but the court asked him not to introduce new spirits in court. Objections. First respondent, they object to the documents and shall advance reasons at the time of final address. Second and third respondents, they object to the admissibility of the documents and shall advance reasons at the address stage. Fourth respondent, they also object to the admissibility of the documents and will advance reasons at the address stage. The clerks are now taking the copies from Labour Party and P2B's lawyers to distribute to all respondents. Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen an encyclopedic dictionary? Put 10 of it on top each other. That is how the document for this witness is. What kind of wickedness is this? The judges are all laughing. INEC lawyers are looking with surprise and shock. Labour Party, what is this? At this point, the whole court is laughing. When do you expect them to finish reading this document? SAN Ibazo, my lord, we are kind enough to make them copies so they won't stress themselves. SAN Ibazo is not nice. What is this? Justice Tisamani, I can see how nice you are. You are very nice with these loads of documents. The whole courtroom is laughing. INEC, my lord, we object to these loads of documents. Tinubu's lawyers, my lord, when I saw these buckets this morning, I thought Ibazo's daughter is doing wedding and he is sharing Ashwebi for the wedding. We object to all these documents. It cannot even contain their buckets.
Okay. So at least you guys have an idea of how it all played out, right? You see the mountain of evidence that was provided, mountains upon mountains. I'm telling you, Kenny. Let them start reading. Is that not why they are see me see trouble? I never see where lawyers they complain about materials. Oh. Quick, you supposed to be fast reader, fast thinker is part of the process. Fast thinker, you go dey read am. In fact, you don't need to, you don't already get idea, so you just skim through. Okay, you don already take down the salient points wey you wan take down. Dem dey cry lazy people. It's part of the problem. It's part of the no excellence in the work they do. No excellence. How can lawyers be complaining about weight of evidence? They suppose get people when go they quickly they pick those documents, they rip them apart. As in they write am, you go get people when they work, they go they as they get the evidence, that they separate and they organize and they hey omo Peter Obi na man you be. This man he did not just come, he really meant it when he said he's not desperate to be president. He don dey somehow it's making some sense to me. He say he always I used to wonder why would this man say he's not desperate to be. I mean it's good he says it because of course we don't want someone who's desperate, right? But this man don plan ahead. He don already strategize. He don already look all the loopholes wey dem go take come. He ready for them. Omo hey na dis one dem dey call Tuale Baba o. You know as dem take dey greet all those area boys for Lagos, the way dem take dey na so dem suppose. Dat man na who deserve dat kind greeting be dat? I'm telling you, dis man came loaded. Look at evidence na. How tribunal wan take say no, turn their when the weight of evidence is overwhelming? How do you get out of this? How? My people, make we lis ten small before I end this thing, move to the next one.
SAN Ibazo, it is your colleague that is doing wedding now. APC lawyer SAN Fabemi stood up with a no smiling face and ended all the jokes immediately. We object to this and we would give our reasons in full at the final address. LP, no be small thing, no. I wish I can take a picture of the documents so that you all can see it. When would the respondents be done going through it? Is that how much INEC stole the election? The evidence from the witness, the court rules, the copies of 3 reports mentioned in paragraph 9 are hereby admitted into evidence and marked as exhibits PCD1 3 accordingly as the court praises. The witness from Arise TV at the PEPT today has now been asked to adopt his statement. All respondents objected to the adoption of his statement. LP, do you adopt this statement as yours? Witness, yes, I do. LP, you mentioned a flash drive in your paragraph 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of your statement. Witness, yes, I did. LP, do you have the flash drive? Witness, yes, I do. The clerk has now collected the flash drive. Ladies and gentlemen, it is as if we will watch film today in court. INEC, APC, Tinubu, and Shetima's lawyers have all objected to the flash drive rendered by the Arise TV witness. Justice T. Samani has now admitted the flash drive into evidence and tagged as exhibits. LP, my lord, we would seek for the video to be played in the open court. It's just about 3 minutes. It's not long. Justice T. Samani, any objection? INEC, my lord, we have no objection. We want to watch the film. Tinubu lawyer, My Lord, we have no objection. There is already a standing precedence. APC, no objection to the video being played, my Lord. The video is now being played at the PEPT. Justice T. Samani, you have brought local stations to the courts. When will you bring international ones like CNN and BBC? LP, my Lord, Arise TV is our local CNN. Justice T. Samani, we would continue tomorrow. Time is far spent. LP, my Lord, we still have one more video. Justice T. Samani, we will continue tomorrow. Let the witness come back tomorrow. The case is hereby adjourned to tomorrow, 16th June 2023, by 9 a.m. Tinubu, Shetima, APC, INEC never see anything. Then go hear them. They never see anything. Then don't they beg make Labour Party no bring evidence again because evidence don't pass them. Make we see wetin tribunal go do at the end because miracle no fit tire Oga Jesus. Okay, make I allow una, make una watch the video.
IVET has been deployed in the recent CBR. And as I said, we have 93.4 million registered voters, of which 37 million, that's 39.5%, are young people, young Nigerians between the ages of 18 and 34. And then they are closely followed by 33.4 million or 35.75% middle-aged voters between the ages of 35 and 49. Put together, these two categories constitute 75.39% of registered voters in Nigeria. So actually the 2023 election is the election of the young people because they have the numbers. Even the majority of the PVCs collected actually are collected by young people. So out of the 93.4 million, 70.4 million registered voters are between the ages of 18 and 49. Already their PVCs, as I said, are available and are being collected, and the collection of the cards will end on the 29th of January. We have to end it because before the election, we'll publish the number of PVCs collected on polling unit by polling.
Thunder when you go fire this man. See as he stand for there. He don already plan the evil, deceive over 200 million people, deceive them. Guys, please share. I hope you guys are liking because more na like, more na share, more na support una host with mango juice. So it's hot season right now. Bikonu, abeg. All the hours that I've been spending here, my people, YouTube now so that they demonetize everything because last YouTube has become very sensitive, but we must move. We have to continue to move forward because you see this Nigerian assignment, we must finish am. Our complacency, docility, concern me, my family, it's not affected, so everything else can crash and throw away on the side. Now it carry us which way we dey so. It has to change. There's so many things that we need to change about ourselves, the way we think, the way we do things. I know say not be everybody, I know that. But the sensitization, English, sensitization. Oh my God, I won't bite my tongue. We need to carry the mat. We need to tell people make dem dey increase their knowledge, make dem know wetin dey ground. You see this fight, no be fight wey we go just fight and finish enter inside house. Even when Peter Obi enter, bumper to bumper, because guess what, my people, that obedience, people who are standing for the truth and justice are the real opposition in Nigeria now, not PDP, not the other kwekwe parties when they don enter inside bush. It is you and I. We are the opposition right now. So you see say the work still dey. E get one, don't forget who talk this thing. They say in democracy you must not sleep. You have to be vigilant to maintain democracy. Now the thing come dey make sense for inside my ear. That time I just think say na English dem dey speak. I'm telling you. You see this one, not only did we sleep, and I'm generalizing again, I know it's not everybody. Not only did we sleep, we come dey snore. You know that cartoon movie when you see the all those cartoon characters when they go dey snore, they go dey snore, loud snoring, na we snore as Nigerians. I'm telling you, na im make us dey where we dey today. E no concern me, no be my family member. As far as say I chop, chop make I chop, chop make you chop make I chop. We go when e reach my turn, me sef go chop. That is what has caused the chaos. On top of that one, religion don suck, put straw, heavy straw for people brain, drag out all the common sense for inside, so nobody knows their right from their wrong. There are people right now that are saying that this is the will of God. This evil that has taken over our land is the will of God. That's what some people are saying. Then some people dey wey be say dem fit be obedient to when this whole thing start. Now they say let's leave him now. You see he's working, no see am, he don dey work, he don dey do student loan. By the way, that student loan nobody should sign it o. If you know any of your siblings or relatives back home, warn them not to sign it. It is a trap. They should not take any student loan. If they need to be working to go to school, that's what it needs to be. That student loan is a trap. They want to use it to enrich themselves. They have strategized their people there to chop money. Okay? There is nothing on ground to support giving students a loan in Nigeria. We have not reached there. So that loan idea, it should, as they come up now, so the thing suppose peme. E no even suppose cross enter anywhere. But here we are. Anyway. Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Esheoluwa, fiction. If you take that student loan, you're on your own. They go scrape your head. They wan use am take sign for money. If you are a young person looking to go to school, do not be trapped. Nigeria has not reached that point where it is okay for students to be taking loan. They did not use loan to go to school. Now government pay for their school. Most of them had free education. If you are hearing my voice, this is why I say people, please share this video, abeg. Please share the video, subscribe, tell people to subscribe. Let them not sign loan. No, they are not going to hear this on national news in Nigeria. Nobody is going to tell them. Do not sign the loan. It is a trap. There is nothing on ground. If you finish, those that have finished school, do they have jobs? Do they have jobs? Lecturers that they are owing, have they finished paying them? How many manufacturing companies do we have in Nigeria? How certain? When you leave school, some people have left school last year, they're still looking for work. The ones that they don't leave 5 years, 10 years ago, they still look for work. Don't fall for the trap. Don't let the ones that have corn in their pocket, let them go and be collecting the loan, because of course we know they will use those ones to step down. So let them be taking it. But you do not, because you hear after 2 years, if you're not able to pay, guess what? They will throw you in jail. That's what it is saying. Who not get work after school? I want to pay. That means the jail is for sure. So what they want to do is to build, they want to throw people in jail so that they can have people that they can use free labor for free for their nonsense. And they tell now, anybody when they hear my voice, if you get sister, relative, tell them to run far from student loan in Nigeria. E no make sense at all. Now for them to thief, then they fine. Na the mouth when I get, I take talk. They never sort the one wey dey ground. No plan, No structure, no strategy. They just want to give loan. Not collect, not follow, not fall for their trap. So we can continue our video. Let me start again from here.
Of President Muhammadu Buhari. Well, ahead of the 10th House, her husband, Adamu, revealed that his wife used her position as a judge to favor his colleagues in the Senate. Let's take a listen before we come back for a discussion.
At my age, I don't think I will lobby anybody under the sun. I would do the right thing, and I always do the right thing, and sincerely and honestly too. So I know, I look at faces in this chamber whom have come to me and sought for my help when my wife was the president of the Court of Appeal. And I'm sure I'm...
The Single Senator Adam Ahmed Bulkacho, I think I would advise that you just round up and take your seat.
Name any names. We know ourselves. I must say that, okay, to round up, since that's what you want me to do, I will do that. And I must thank particularly my wife, whose freedom and independence I encroached upon while she was in office. And she has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues.
Distinguished, please, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea.
It's a good idea.
Cracking up.
It's a good idea.
Hold on, let us take more reactions to this
It's
story.
a very good idea. God catch them.
God catch them. Well, a former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Olisa Agbakuba, has faulted the senator's comment, stating that the comment was a monumental disgrace for the judiciary institutions, and that he deserves to be taken up immediately by the authorities, and that he has lost 3 cases presided over by Bukachua. And so the senator's comment seems to suggest why, calling it a blight on his confidence. Let me take a reaction. This one is from Chidi. He wrote, Adamu Bukachua so loved his wife that he had to take to the floor of the Senate to announce that she was a corrupt judge. Well, all right. In the same vein, a senator representing Imo West, Rochas Okorocha, during the valedictory session, said that the return of former Senate President Ahmad Lawan to the upper legislative chamber remains a mystery. In a video that has now gone viral, Rochas asked Lawan to teach him how he returned to the Senate after losing the presidential ticket of the All Progressives Congress. Let's take a look.
Now, the secret behind any great burger, of course, is in the colour, making sure.
Again, we shall all stand to say Nigeria is a great country. And to those of you, our colleagues, including you, Mr. Senate President, you know you're a very smart politician. How you came back is yet another political book to discuss.
Sorry?
How you came back is another chapter in our political history.
How I came back from where?
How you return to the Senate as a senator will open another chapter of great discussion in our political book. Because I was there in the field with you running for president. I never knew how you were able to meander and return and leaving some of us. Next time, you must teach me how to do that.
It was a treacherous journey because we had to go through the courts. I didn't even appeal.
All right, confession for confession. What can we do here? I'll start with Bukachua about his wife. What do you make of that story, really?
Oji, I'm very happy this is happening. What a great time to be alive.
Yes.
God is a Nigerian.
Yes.
You can see what's happening underneath.
Yeah.
Sort of a very damning cover. If we're a sane country that truly wants to fight corruption, by now the authority should be calling him to expatiate more on those colleagues that were helped. He can do it to get away with it, but what about others that their wives are not judges? Must we all go and marry judges now because we want to get something? And I'm happy Rochas Okorocha also raised that case of the Senate. Even the incumbent Senate president, didn't the case go to court? Didn't the incumbent Senate president run for presidency? And we know how the case went through courts. You see, Nigeria has become a theater of the absurd. Overnight, when some people love you, you have done no wrong. But the moment you are at loggerheads with them, they would use everything to fight you. All of a sudden, Nigerians act like we don't see what happens. We don't see what happened in the process. All of a sudden, we are forgotten. But you see, like Rochas Okorocha said, that would be another political booklet to be opened. It will be on record the role our courts played. And we keep seeing all of that. But you see, I keep saying something, Oji. It is righteousness that will exalt a nation. And we are seeing them confess their sins out.
Absolutely.
Until we build in Nigeria, currently, like they say on social media, they play. They play.
Olisa Ogbakova described it as a monumental disgrace. He wants the senator to be arrested. Dr. Abati.
Okay, what is my response to this? Senator Adamu Bukachua is 83 years old.
Who cares?
So I don't know what happens when people get to that age. May we all reach that age and even go beyond. Otherwise, I don't understand why a man will publicly throw his wife under the bus like that. So, but he's 83 years old. Some other people will give his conduct some other interpretations. That's number one. Number two, I think he's on his own, except what he has said is corroborated. I think the excitement, the objection is because he's the husband of, Justice Bukachua. Well, it's a medieval concept under the doctrine of the unity of spouse, that you cannot separate a man from his wife. So if a man says, well, I was influencing my wife, then, people will say, he must have done it, okay? But he has to be taken to account to prove it.
Yes.
To corroborate his own evidence. I don't know if he's a monogamist, okay, it may be a serious matter. You may say, husband and wife, they are one. But if he's a polygamist, the concept of the doctrine of unity of spouse will not apply in a polygamous setting. So if Justice Bukachua is not his only wife, there's no unity where you have 2 wives, 3 wives, 4 wives. You cannot say you are of the same mind. The woman may be doing her own thing contractually and all of that. So I think, in other words, I'm saying that Justice Senator Bukachua's submission should be, taken with a pinch of salt.
Are you kidding?
And there is
Mr.
a correlation.
This guy,
Number 3, apart from saying it was an...
This guy, is he for real? Pinch of salt. This is the problem. This is the problem in Nigeria. I'm telling you, you gotta be your own journalist in Nigeria. You see, every Nigerian needs to be on this table. Imagine what this man is saying, a journalist for that matter. We should take what this Baba is saying with a pinch of salt. Somebody whose conscience is already disturbing him. Somebody whose conscience is already attacking him to come out and say what he has done. You are saying it was the same thing you said during El Rufai. It was the same thing. You see how these people cover rubbish in Nigeria? I understand that as a journalist in Nigeria, you don't have freedom of speech. Don't be a journalist. It's not by force. We don't need you on TV. The Rufai that is not saying the truth and Ayo, they don't get 2 heads. Don't be a journalist. You are even too old to be on TV. Leave it for the young people. Young and dynamic people. We are tired of seeing white-haired men, white-haired women that are afraid. The closer they get to the grave, the more they are. I never see that kind of thing before. Look at what this look at this, what this man is. I have to fast forward. I can't listen to what he has to say. This man is a joker. Are you serious? Take it with a pinch of salt. Really? This guy is high, yo. He's high on some cheap ogogoro. Sorry, Mr. Isholuwa, you wanted to say something.
About his catch and kill. What he's just doing, that is, before that, I greet you, my sister. You've been doing a great work. I greet everybody, viewers all over the world, and I can see that Abati, this is who Abati is. He's just exposing himself, He's really, really exposing himself. You see that Rufai doesn't, if Rufai want to make a reference, he doesn't say Abati anymore,
Exactly.
He
They
say
have stopped
Oji
it.
or, the other lady, So you see that Abati, I think he realized that Abati is like somehow selling him out. So he has to
Yes.
tell himself and
Yes. But he cannot be trusted. I'm glad he's doing that, because this man, he cannot be trusted.
no,
He's
no,
like
no, no, no.
a double-sided man. This kind
We
of people
have
are
to call him
dangerous.
out. We have to. This Arise TV has to. They have to sack this man. They have to
I'm telling
dismiss
you,
him.
they need to flush him out, because
They have to fire him. If
he's
not,
reducing their
we will
rating.
stop watching the Arise TV.
Yes.
What kind of? Although, well, there is time for everything. By the time the new Nigeria, we realize the new Nigeria, he will be among the people that we will host a hall of shame on. He will be among those people now. He will be in the front line. What he's just doing is to catch and kill. Catch it and kill it.
God.
This is very, very, very unfortunate. That this time that Nigeria is bleeding, somebody is still standing to destroy, to put it to the lowest level. I can't imagine this. And according to you,
corrupt. There's no way.
Yes,
The guy is corrupt. He has corn in his
no.
pocket. He has been
He's so corrupt. No, honestly, this is the real Abati. He has been hiding behind, behind the. Now this is the real Abati. He's just playing a politician. He's not a journalist. This is the pure politician. They just station him there to defend the establishment. That is just what he's just doing. Nothing else. He's just fighting the people. Well, he still has children. He still has a wife. I don't know how with the children. What are the children doing? What are these people doing? They are looking at their parents, disgracing themselves on the national TV. And nobody is saying anything.
No, they're not. Because what would they say? They are eating from the corruption now. Somebody that is eating from the corruption, what are they going to say?
And the student loan that you were talking about, when I reviewed it, first of all, the household has to make 500,000, and below. Okay,
Can you imagine? How many people make 500,000 in Nigeria, please? How many people? Hey.
So let's assume now somebody is making 50,000, a month. That is 600,000. So he's above 500,000. So he cannot take that loan. Let's just assume everything being equal. So you are telling me that what is 50,000? In this present Nigeria today, what is 50,000 going to do for a household? Nothing. So that is to tell you that these people has no foundation. They are just trying to float on our principal manifesto, but they don't know the implementation. That is the problem. They are just trying to flow with the manifesto, but they don't have the implementation. All the thing Bala Blue is just doing now is all fiction, because there is no backend, there is no background, there is no foundation. That will stand. ASU, okay, let's start with ASU. ASU has been asking for 1.2 billion, right? And according to what the report, they said Jonathan only succeeded giving them, I think, 200 billion then. That 200 million. So now you are talking about giving loan. You have not even settled ASU, and there is no school. There is no schools. The standard of the school in Nigeria is zero. And another
Exactly.
thing, you are talking about student loan. Okay, what of if these people, you give these people loan, they finish school, how will they pay back?
Thank you.
No job, no creation of there are. You should lay the foundation that look at what they said, that first of all, the family has to make 500,000 and below. One. Two, they have to provide two level, I think level 14, I believe level 12 in the civil service. Two, and they have to provide a lawyer. So, okay, the family that is earning below this amount, where would they have money to find a lawyer? Where would they see? What if somebody does not have, somebody in that level? You see that you see why Nigeria system is they are still operating in analog. In United States, yeah, they want to give you financial aid or anything. You don't need, once they run your credit, you qualify, you have they don't tell you go and bring your ancestral inheritance.
I'm telling you,
These people will tell you
14
to bring your
guarantors
grandpapa, your grandmother
and
from the grave.
2 level 14 guarantors, a lawyer. Please, make una tell me, the way Nigeria is, how many people they fit afford? How many people get work for Nigeria? How many people? How many people get work when they pay them even 100K? Ah,
You see how cartel, you see how they operate. These people, they operate like they are smarter than everybody. But you see, the bad news here is that the Nigerian youth today, they are equals as FBI. We can dig into anything. There is nowhere they will pass through. All these things the Balablu is just doing is fiction. He's just trying to, so people will say, oh, we are looking for better Nigeria and nice. He's not doing nothing. I have been fighting with my grown-up my childhood friends. They said, yes, now we've been praying for better Nigeria. Now somebody, I said, doing what? What are they doing? So let's move on where? Move on, go where? We know they go anywhere. Move on a wrong foundation. Who in the first place? This guy stole a mandate that does not belong to him. So whatever, even if he changed Nigeria to Dubai, it does not matter because from the beginning, he is standing on a faulty foundation. First of all. So we can't move on. We will be here. We will be here until these people move away. Go where? Where will they go? We not go nowhere.
We not go nowhere.
We stay
We
here.
will renew our strength. We renew our strength. We stand here until we get back what is ours. We are not giving it up. Bumper to bumper. Hey, bumper. We are giving it to them back to back.
They have never seen opposition before. They have never seen opposition before. Now they will see the greatest opposition that have never been experienced in the world. They will see it. These people will be sleeping and they will be dreaming bad dreams. They will not rest. They will not rest. Let's see what this judiciary will, after all this trailer of evidence. Let's see what they will do. They will say throw it away. It don't go happen now. It not go happen.
Throw waiting away. Forget waiting. Anybody when won't come out for obedient movement, no problem. I not quarrel with you. I understand. Not be everybody when start the race go finish. And me, I know that one. Life has already taught me that one, and I'm sure a lot of us already understand that. Not be everybody when start with you go finish with you. Not be everybody get stamina for the race. Along the way, people go fall by the wayside. People go tire. People go give up. Right? That's not the human factor. But for as many that believe that Nigeria has to change, that the evil that is currently taking over our society, because only good can overcome evil. And I'm not even trying to be religious, I'm not trying to be spiritual. It is just what it is. So if you that you believe in the truth, you are a person of integrity, you stand for justice, you cannot afford to fold your hand, close your eyes, and pretend like you don't see what's going on. You can't, because if you do not do anything, the evil will consume everybody. Then when it comes, because Aisha will always say something, it's turn by turn. Nigeria is turn by turn. Turn by turn Nigeria Limited. The evil you don't fight today will consume people tomorrow. It's just that simple. You might say it's far, it's not far from me. You go where you are, you don't know. The earth speaks, the air speaks, the sun speaks, everything speaks. They will testify against you. People think that this is, see this fight, na to the finish. Everything it takes. Nigeria is the only country you have. They're not born you put for another land. There's a reason why you were born in Nigeria. If you give up on it, who is going to fight? Do you want strangers? Strangers already lording over it. You lording over you. You go to Nigeria now, foreigners now they get more rights than you. More rights with all the bills that they signed in Lagos. Do you see that they affected anybody that's a foreigner? Indians come now, then they give you work. Indians don't buy your land finish. Lebanese don't buy your land. In fact, now Lebanese people they teach your government, as we now know, how to impose suffering on you. Are you okay with that? In a land that is your father's land, your mother's land. Banu. You see this fight? Now to the end. We are here. We are our own journalists. We are our own FBI agent. We are our own CIA, whatever group you belong to. We are all hands on deck. You cannot say, oh, my religion does not allow me. You better show. This is part of religion if you don't know. This is part of religion. Where you live, do you have peace where you are? It is part of your religion, part of your spirituality, to ensure that the community you're in, there's peace. Abi, you not know. Abi, you never read that one for all the holy books when you don't read. You see this battle with Todi. If Peter Obi not dey give up, me not I dey always talk that thing. Na Peter Obi I dey look. That man was even more prepared for the fight than the election. Talk about strategy, my people. That is the real McCoy right there. I yield. Sister Bibi, go ahead. I say you don't.
Oh my hell, body. Okay, sure, I dey salute to abeg. Make una excuse my voice.
Yeah, I agree to my sister.
I dey laugh. People for comment section. No, my brother Kene, I salute to. Abeg, see, this court case now. How we for take on now? Now part 1, part 2, part 3. You know the end. I don't tell anybody we care to listen. Say if you're a movie producer, this is a fantastic script. Please don't lose this opportunity. Make it look. This movie will win Oscar, Grammy, any film award you take it to showcase. It will win so much awards. Um, I'm sorry I'm laughing because everything is funny to me. The man in blue that can be seen from outer space that decided to sing like a canary in when they were talking. I don't know how to say his name, so I just call him Beach Chihuahua because that's what's his name. There's a B in his name and there's Chihuahua in his name, so it's Beach Chihuahua. That has decided to expose what his wife does. By the way, if I was that man's wife, as he's leaving that court, he's signing the divorce case. I would just say, yeah, this is the end of the marriage. Since you decided to throw me under the bus, we are done here. As you live here, you go your own, I go my own. You fool. Since you don't know how to cover up your wife in public, or what to ashiri me so that the whole world will hear my matter. I think it's so laughable, and I don't know if you guys have heard this. The man also has, I think it is a daughter-in-law. I heard he has that is that is either a justice or in the justice department. So in family, if they don't plan and so if the wife no finish the work, the member of the family will continue the work. But you see, my interest today, I didn't really look at the topic on my end, so I don't really know what we are talking about.
What we are talking about, I say INEC una do this one over
Ah,
18K blood results.
my sister,
Now the
that one,
court
eh?
case, so
Oh my goodness. Look, if there was anything that they could do now to, if they feel blow powder, make everybody for disappear, therefore don't try and since. But they don't blow tire, the thing no great work. These people are such. What Bola Tinubu is going to do next is to legalize marijuana in Nigeria. That's the next thing, because he has to do everything to make people happy. He has to make people, to make everybody happy. If it is possible for him to approve 10,000 naira for every married woman that has been abused by their husbands, he will do it so that everybody is going to be on board with him. So he's looking for credibility where he did not put credibility. So in looking at this, apart from the INEC being so stupid and exposing themselves, the dirty Mahmoud Yakubu, I was hearing the back and forth in violence space where APC and what's the name, and Shetima have been Bola Tinubu people. They don't agree. This one go say I agree to the letter, but I do not agree to the subpoena. The other one go say I agree to the subpoena, but I do not agree to the letter.
I
I
did
mean,
tell you, my sister. Hey,
just
everybody.
confusing. That is it. They don't even know what angle to go anymore. And the person that I heard this from, she said this is what happened when they were having the court case for the when they were having court case for the Sorosoke. What was that thing that happened that they deleted a lot of the beautiful young ones at the bridge? Hey, not me, oh, to your Lord.
Answers.
When the answers happened, she said this is exactly what happened in the court case. That APC, the people were fighting against themselves and say what, that it got to a point when they will all come to court, they won't sit down next to each other because they were all feuding. That is how confused. That is how confused they are. So this man that went to sing like a canary, I mean, I can imagine the amount of bad eyes that will be looking at him. But what interested me was alone, and I'm a big fan of it because I love education, anything to educate people. And in looking at it, oh my goodness, when you say something is a sham, that is from broad daylight, from wherever you are, you can just see the sham writing. And I've been taking a look at it. So first and foremost, it says to tell you how they will empower themselves. It says there shall be in something 7, page 7, because I printed it out. There shall be a bank of there shall be for the bank a governing body. Who is going to establish this governing body? We are yet to know. This governing body shall have a chairman that shall be a professor and a retired vice chancellor. This governing body shall consist of a managing director, the secretary, the minister of education, the chairman, National Universities of Commission. They list. So opportunity for more people to make money. All the money they've been paying them since, they want to go and collect more
Opportunity
money.
to rob with a bullion van.
Yes, all the money when they don't collect, you know go do. Now, the one that really is interesting to me, it says applicants must provide at least 2 guarantors. Listen to these guarantors. Each of the guarantors must be a civil servant of not less than 12 years of level of 12 years in the service, or a lawyer with at least 10 years post call experience, or a justice of the peace and a judicial officer. These are the guarantors that they are looking for. Tell me, the ordinary woman selling puff puff on the road, trying to feed her family, that has been fortunate enough to have the eldest child grown enough to now want to enter university, we no get anybody for family, we will now be hopping on the road to either look for justice of peace or lawyer.
These people no one give
or look for person where they civil service. Tell me now how you want to, you never get the money yet, oh, but this is the waka you have to do. Then as if that one wasn't enough, the student, a student is disqualified from accessing the loan. That is from even applying if A, he is proven to have defaulted in respect of any previous loan guaranteed by any organization, B, he is found guilty of exam malpractice by any of the school authority. I think Tinubu should answer that question because they should first of all ask him, bros, where are all your paper? How will you take notes so you know feel exam? Are you yourself in a good position to give such instructions when the means in which you even got to that office as a president is not even credible? How dare you talk about credibility when you don't even understand what the word, you don't even know how it is spelled, let alone know the meaning of credibility. Then he went on further to say the student can also be qualified if he's a disqualified if he's a convicted, if he's convicted of felony or any other offense involving dishonesty. And then if any of the parents has defaulted in respect of student's loan or any loan to him or her. In this part of the world, and I don't know if you're aware of this, when the kids get into middle school, no, is it middle school? Yeah. No, high school. A lot of people always wonder why the kids start going to work. Well, they start going to work because in high school, they already start preparing them. You're going to need loans when you get into university. And so some of them start making small curriculum money because a lot of them might not be able to afford to go to the big university. So they start with community colleges. And the community colleges, based on what you want to study, you pay per unit for each class. So assuming a class that you want to take in your first semester or the class you're going to take in your first and second semester is 10 units. That means 5 units for first semester, 5 units for second semester. Now, each unit, depending on the class, might be as cheap as maybe $20 a unit, or it might be as much as $100 a unit, depending on the community college or whatever you want to study. So a student that say you want to study, maybe your classes you're taking for first and second semester is 10 units, and each of those units is $30. That means 30 times 5 for that class alone. This is not for the course. If you are doing 5 courses, and each of those 5 courses for that first semester is 5 units, that is 5 times 25 units. And assuming each of those 25 units is $30, that is 25 times 30 is what you're going to pay for just that semester. This is just maybe for one class alone. Second semester, you're going to repeat it. That's just an example. So they start educating these kids in high school what it entails to borrow money, how much it is going to cost. For those that can't afford it, they start going to school. We wonder why they have cars and why they are working. They have to start saving money. They have to get student loan. Now, you don't just start getting that. You have to show that you are credible, that your credibility can carry you to do certain things, or you get somebody to stand for you so that if you default on whatever or whoever is sponsoring you, there'll be somebody to stand on you. But this education starts in high school, 9th grade. The pikin still gets 4 years to educate himself every day before he will start the university or whatever community college. But they start them from 9th grade. How old are 9th grade kids? 14, 15 years old. You start educating them that this is what it entails, this is what it will cost. So the person that wants to go to university, the person already starts knowing what it entails. They start mentally preparing themselves. They ask questions. In fact, a lot of the schools, the universities, they go to the various high schools and educate the kids and tell them this is what it is, this is how it is, this is what you will need. So that those kids are sensitive. They know, is this something I want to do? So in some cases, you have some kids that by the time they finish high school, they've saved enough money to do first and second year without borrowing money from the bank, and they can go ahead and do that. Then by the time they're getting into their second year, they now start applying for various kinds of scholarships to be able to make them aware, like help them out, The scholarship could just be for feeding, it could just be for tuition, it could just be for accommodation, but they encourage them to. And in all of this, they have educated them still in those different high schools what it is involved. So the child knows what they are engaging in. Their parents are aware. Is this something we can do or not? But in our country, what are we doing? Adedeji láàárọ̀ kùtùkùtù. Ó yá o, a fẹ́ fún yín ní loan, ẹ wá gbà o. Gbàgàn. This is the qualification. Seriously? What? We've had times without number where banks were filled. My mother, my late beautiful mother, when the cooperative dirty nonsense bank came in, all of them put money. Now one crazy man wake up for money. One day, cooperative bank, Jakarta, he just fail. Till today, money they no get. The person who start the bank, they no see. Everybody waka. Some people passed away. Some people got deleted because of that thing. Because they threw in the cooperative society money when they threw inside. He plenty, then lose them. And now, you no fit afford to do them to the papa. You want to start little babies to start signing. As far as I'm concerned, this thing is a death warrant. I don't care what anybody says, it is a death warrant. On top of the say, the plenty yama where they don't type. You can't tell them, say again, say, if after 2 years, when you come out for school, if you not get enough money to pay back the gbese where you go, where they give it a go school, you go jail. Now, for which country then they send people when not pay back students' loan? Say make them go jail.
Now, Lotto, you get.
I never hear them before. I never. Emitimojo be gone just students' loan. I never go and one. I never hear them before. You are telling them that if they don't finish paying in 2 years, when people come out of university and stay 10 years plus more law school, then nobody tell them say, bros, you won't come apply here. Nobody they do the mistake to ask them. Then you go see somewhere, then go waka, the shoe go chop. The tie, if it was blue before, you go turn to brown from all the dust. The neck of the shirt go tear finish. The trouser leg, he go pafuka, he dey jump bus. 10 years plus, he never see work do. You can't talk saying, if person come out for school after 2 years, if you don't pay the money, you go jail. Go jail. Who does that? That is a recipe for not just failure but disaster. Because you're already giving them anxiety even before they finish. As the person they write the final exam, they say, hey God, I beg you go give me work. Oh. Why? He never even finished his school. Oh. Meanwhile, for the 2 years, he go do NYC. You go to give them tertiary money. Today, and they hear say 40,000. I mean, they say 40,000 are big money. 40,000 not even feed family. Person will get 3 children. He gets wife. He gets motor. 40,000 not even do for months. But you want the person to collect 40,000 and to come and pay back loan. And then you have the audacity to tell them that if they cannot pay it back, then they are going to be suffering. They will go to jail. I mean, I don't know. At this point, as far as I'm concerned, Tinubu is his signature happy. You know how something they sweetie for Bele? I know be no sir I will be president. I don't reach. Please bring me. Even if not chicken, I write the thing. You know, understand? Let me just sign. Make I just put my name. The mere looking Bola Tinubu, president of Nigeria. He is shaka for body. He wants to write and sign anything he can sign, so that his name will be in lights. It is beyond shameful. It is beyond pathetic. It is beyond. Look. When I read, when I first of all saw this thing yesterday, I was in a space and I was listening to it. Oh my, my hot flash was times 1,000. I dey sweat, I dey talk, I dey vex the talk. Because I was just imagining the chaos these kids are going through, the chaos the families are going through. Then you add this. Because when Pepper Seller, Yalata, ìyá tó ń ta buns, ìyá tó ń ta ẹ̀kọ́, Mama Risi tó ń ta pọ̀nmọ́ lọ́nà, and the one wey dey sell ugu for market. When I hear say, president don't give una money, make una go school, shebi e go happy. The person will be very happy, not knowing that what they have set down for them is a death warrant, as far as I'm concerned. It's a death warrant. You see people and you just take advantage of them without thinking, how is this going to affect them? You haven't even started the economy. You're already digging the grave for it. Because by the time these people come out and they cannot fulfill the obligation of paying back, that is the downfall of the economy. It's going down. Whatever
plus, don't even forget, plus they're throwing them in jail 2 years. When we are graduates, 5 years, 10 years, some of them even longer.
God bless you. Why are you and I here? Why are we out of the country? No be for food we come out for. No be waiting the drive person come up for loud. Waiting the drive person come up for house. No be to go find food. If everything was working, I mean, those that have the means that are doing well, they don't want to come here. They only come here for vacation and they go back home. If things were that repetitive and fantastic, who won't come here, come sit down? And then look at what you do. You have created a very nice path to impoverish people.
Okay, look at another thing again. Another point I just thought, as you were speaking, I just thought, what this sham, this robbery, this evil of a loan is going to cause. People will now be reading courses that they don't have the brain for, because they can take the loan for it. So imagine schools now it will now be financial. So let's say to study medicine, they go say now 1 million. Okay? People go say, okay, now loan now. So you go and collect 1 million. So universities will now be making concessions. Instead of looking for people who have the right subjects, chemistry, biology, physics.
It's not going to be based on competence anymore.
It will now be based on competence. You see where this is going? It will now be based on who can take the loan.
Exactly.
That's
and
what
at the end of the day, Omoye, you have not improved the quality of the teaching. You have not improved the quality of the teaching, because today when I hear some people that they say they are graduates, and I hear them speak, and I ask myself, what school did they go to? It definitely was not in Nigeria, because they are not even learning. And then is this in a place where in a school calendar year of 9 months, 6 months they're at home, yet they will pay back loan? Because now that time has to go, remember, say we go strike well. We go strike well. Apart from the fact that school fees will increase times 10. Now, let's even forget about the school fees. The greedy landlords that will take advantage of this, they're going to increase rents. How many schools they give children, people hostel? No be individuals, they go build houses around the school, cashing on it.
God go bless you.
So
no free accommodation,
because go, yes, say,
schools can only accommodate that many students.
God bless
you. A lot
you.
of students stay outside of.
They stay outside the school. So the landlords will take opportunity and say, should they give them school loan? Oh yeah, jack the price up. Transportation, this one where they not come out subsidy. You go first of all use all the money, pay transport to go school, because wherever you are going to stay, the nearer it is to the school, the more expensive it is. So you look for where to go and stay in the bush. Stay very far away so you can get a cheap accommodation. You go still pay money. You never talk of feeding, no. You never talk of life, because you don't go sit down for school. Now when many hostels, they provide electricity. You go pay the money, you go pay water. I mean, nobody sat down to look at all these things, and yet you approve a loan. As far as I'm concerned right now, that man's brain, he is stepping, he in feet. So when he stands up, he steps on the brain, hence the brain is not working. Because I don't know who gave him this idea. This is a complete show of I thief the answer. I know Sabi, I know Nazan take work. Maybe this. He do exam thief answer. He copy.
He don't know as he don't know
He don't know the work. He copy so they copy the person name.
He
He
don't
copy the
know the
person name.
formula. He just
He
put
just a
that.
copy they go. When they ask and say, "I come and show the work," he say, "What work is it not correct? Is that not the answer? Hey, how did you get here?" Only late, alibi. Now be this. Because I mean, any person reading this, first of all, the first thing that you ask is, who wrote this? My little daughter can sit down and draft a better contract. Because this is a contract. This is a contract. And in a country where so many people do not read, just reading for fun, they do not read. You put your signature on this, you have no clue what you've done to yourself. Even me as I sit down, so now until I reach this country, where then go say sign here, I go once and my husband go say, did you read it? I say, well, did you read it? Read it well before you sign it. Because once you put your signature there, you can't say you did not sign it. You know what I say that nobody force you. Nobody force you. In a country where people don't read, is it the Yalata? Maybe one in Yalata, the one woman where they sell buns. The husband don't die. She get 3 children to feed. They no get uncle way make sense. Then he will bring paper. Say, mommy, see waiting and say, make. He say, I read that now. You read that and finish. You know everything I talk. I know. Yeah, sign now. Okay, you sign. Oroton. You don't know the details. There's nobody to proofread anything. There's nobody to look at any mistakes you must have done. And that's it. You enter the school, you dey flenjo. School finish. Oh yeah, I was so busy. I better see so it get see. Now so the matter could be. I don't know what is wrong with this man. And I am sure how many of us, there are 57 of us watching, and you people have refused to like. If any Agbado person is here, please come and collect the vex within my body.
They should drop their super chat too.
Yeah? Any Agbado wey sit down, where dey this place where we dey talk, so where they hear this thing. I beg, go back and tell Bola Ahmed Tinubu that his brain needs refactoring. He needs factory resetting, because right now it is on overdrive. It's not working at all. I'm not even saying it is working. It's not even working at all. It needs proper factory resetting. That is Okpolo eyes that look like Mr. Snuffleupagus for inside Sesame Street. Someone should go back and tell him that he should reround that his eye or change his glasses before he signs the next thing. Because at this point, he will soon sign Nigeria away. Very soon, we go here say and not share Nigeria between Shagore, where they Lebanon, and the Indian brothers, we get this thing for Lagos.
Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ o. Now we no go let that one happen, no, because God forbid.
Because the man
our
is
ancestral
only God knows what else he's going to sign.
That's why we fight. That's why we're here. That's why we're fighting. No way. It's not going to happen.
So, Agbado people, if you are listening to me and if you listen to me on playback, go back and tell that man. So go to toilet and poo very well so he can pull the nonsense out of him and do proper. This is crazy sham. In Peking, 22-year-old gets house for New York. Was it this kind of loan that she got to go to school? She's not even working. But you want to come and give this to the ordinary man. I was listening to somebody yesterday, and I was really trying to understand the sense she was making. That she said the reason why people don't like Tinubu is because Tinubu favored the people that are not educated. That Tinubu finished people did not support educated people in Lagos did not support Tinubu because he favored the Agberus. He favored people that did not go to school. He wants to make them better. And in my mind, I'm thinking, you are in a country that is civilized. You benefited from the educated. Why would you now support somebody that wants to use the likes of MC Oluomo as the person ruling Lagos? When he does not, somebody that is a bigot in large capital letters. I mean, because that's what this guy is doing. That is what this guy is doing. I'm okay with you helping people, but help people that are sensible. Help people that have common sense. Because right now, from him to everybody around him, there's no common sense.
Bibi, thank you
There
very
is
much.
no
I think
common
Mr.
sense.
Isholuwa wanted to get a word in. Mr. Isholuwa, you wanted to say something. You say you
Please go
was
ahead, my brother.
Man, the way you the verse, man, me here at the verse like say tomorrow not day. Honestly, this man and everybody around him, I don't know if they have one iota of knowledge in them. These people think that ruling a country is just as easy as just like that. Only for them to test it and they know they are seeing they are seeing the real deal. It's not easy. And this person, this is to tell everybody that this man has nothing to offer. Fela sang, he said, I never see this kind government before. This is how Nigeria, they don't know what they have, what they don't jam. They have never seen what they have used their eye, their hand. Although, well, it's not Nigeria's fault because I'm not going to blame Nigeria because they did their best.
because
It is
most Nigerians voted for the right person. Yeah,
it
you're
is
right.
the
Yeah.
Mumu
Mhm.
Yakubu, and that man is going to pay dearly for it. He is going to pay dearly. So everybody should. This is the time that everybody should be annoyed. Like if your annoyance is not gotten to that point. This is the time for everybody to be really, really annoyed because these people got nothing to offer. They have nothing at all. Nothing. These people just want the ordinary man to just suffer for nothing. For doing nothing. They just want people to just suffer for doing nothing. I can't just imagine a country like Nigeria. If other countries, let me not call them small, if other country that is not as big as Nigeria in land side, let me put it this way. If other countries can take care of their citizens, why will Nigeria year in, year out, government in, government out, every time government comes in, it's like it's becoming worse. It's becoming worse. Like people have started missing boo-boo. This is you boo-boo. People have started missing boo-boo already. Man, everybody should be annoyed. And everybody should. This is the time for everybody should stand up, stand their feet, stand very, very, very tall, and let us put our eyes on the judiciary. They must. This is not a matter of. They must do the right thing because if not, I don't know what is going to happen. If not, because we can't afford to go through even 6 months is too much for this torture. This is a torture. Even 6 months is too much for this torture. We can't even afford to. No. Well, the judiciary, they are still in this, they are still in this mess. So if they like, they do the right thing. They don't like, everybody we still, we still share the part of the bargain. Because last, everybody go collect this breakfast.
They
Everybody
go
go chop
chop
am.
hot pap and akara.
Everybody go chop am.
My
Last,
sister,
last,
I
last.
bet put buns inside. He go
And
share, he
puff
go
puff.
share round. He go round well
Because
well.
yes, now because the wetin make me now, wetin make me relax be say them self go still chop am because their own go even wetin they do or not get na small. Wetin they do or not get. These people should by now these people should have learned that this man has nothing for them. Because Onoge own is small. Because what this man will do them if they make the mistake. If they just sleep and make this mistake, just forget it. This man go pocket them for handpit. He go excuse them because this man nakaba now. This man na cartel. When you talk about cartel, you talk about it, this is their game. They make you believe that they are helping you, but they are drawing you with straw. They draw your brain. They draw you like when they draw this liquid, you go just draw them, your mouth go just enter inside your two you go just enter they draw people, they draw them, and they think the people will be thinking that these people are helping them. No, these guys they have nothing to offer. From the first day I've been saying they have nothing to offer at all because
Me,
they
I
did
want
not
us to
prepare.
talk. Sorry, Mr. Isholuwa. You see that Bukachawa, isn't that Bukawawa, Chihuahua?
Now be just make it easy for yourself. Now be Chihuahua.
Abu
Be
Chihuahua. That
Chihuahua.
man, we need to focus as we are focusing on this student. We need to focus. They should have called DSS to come and arrest that man.
Who go call DSS?
My sister,
now?
as he's leaving that place, he should be living with handcuffs.
Exactly,
In a
and his
proper
wife
country,
and his
It's like
entire
people don't
family.
understand. This
Hmm.
man said that
Not just
among
that.
all of them, he
My
said that look, I can see faces here. Even the so-called Lawa, he must have benefited
Benefited, of
from the
course.
thing now.
But didn't you hear the way he was trying to calm him down? That this is not the place. This
We
is
are
not
talking
you.
about the people that have left. What of Akpabio now? You see how Akpabio came in. People they contested for presidency. How come they now got the ticket? How come they now came back? Although where they have this question to answer. By the time we regain our mandate, all of them go lose their seat. Because the process in which they came in we have to review the process. First of all, make we collect the mandate first. They need to answer. They need to answer a lot of questions.
Thank you very much, my brother Isholuwa. I really appreciate. And my HO in the house. Make you contribute your own before I come to our video. Because I don't think video.
Hey, lunch don land oh.
Mama HO, why you dey laugh? I don't understand. Which lunch?
We never digest breakfast. They don't give us lunch.
I beg Mama HO laugh, Jerry. That's how I follow laugh.
Mama HO, I greet you.
Agbado give us breakfast. We never digest. I don't give us lunch. Hey, Nigeria. All the people wey rig election for Uto. Abeg, this original package student loan, shey the one they do for APC rigger, e dey different.
That's a good point too. That's true.
Separate. They are different. I want to know.
They're not going to pay. The ones who vote for ABC, they're not going to pay. Mona, let us know.
They are all packaged different. Hey, Nigeria. All of una wey rig election. All of una wey carry ballot paper. Abeg, una package is different. Ẹ̀yin sọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ. Ẹ̀yin wèrè. Ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni. Una just start. How many weeks in don be placeholder wey? Agbado chief. How many weeks you don't be placeholder when you just roll breakfast, roll lunch? I bet you for do your people all package different, but you're not gonna do a difference. Oh my show. It's good. Make una not verse obedience. Why not go verse? Make una dey see, make una just una not supposed to dey handle over this at all. Una for live am for im children, make dem dey chop. Make we focus on wetin we get for court. Now they hear? When we tell them, they not hear. Now they come, they cry. They do fuel subsidies. Everybody they holla. Now they don't do. I don't know where they get this loan, this modality. I took loan to go to school. Here, I use loan do second degree. I use loan do my master degree. I not go bring my papa for village. Come here, come give me document. They not bring. I not bring any level 10 or level 14. Now only my signature go to sign. Oh,
You not bring 14 guarantors.
I not bring any guarantee.
You know, bring the ancestors. Now ancestors now they go to those people they bring.
I don't bring any guarantee. Not be guarantor, not guarantee.
Mama Angel, you sure say that that the proper loan they give you, as you don't bring guarantors.
They give me federal loan. No, I don't bring any. And when
Mama Angel, they don't serve you break. They don't serve you a wagon for inside.
They don't give. When I start on the pay, when I get some financial challenge, I just write and say, I get financial challenge. They pause out for me. They don't. Now they tell Nigeria, then they go carry basic to carry every paper. Shame. Now if you help her put that together. If I want
criminals now.
If I want study the way that they give loan, una not send una people to schools. I do una people not go school for year. You know see how they arrange her. Now federal government they pay some of the interest. So una they just begin to write rubbish. Anyway, I blame you. As you not sit down do your manifesto by yourself. You they steal this one manifesto, steal that one manifesto, steal this one manifesto. You can't they take a package out for you. The people ain't do the manifesto original. They took time to do study and have a plan. But you, nothing. I blame you. Oh, ni primary 6. Oh, lossy school. Cocaine when you push come make you look like say, and in Nigeria. I bet Yoruba people may not permit me to make this statement. Oh, as una get professory for Yoruba land, una not see any person package. If Yoruba must rule, now this non-entity, now na carry give us. Eko orire o. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ APC ẹgbẹ́ kẹgbẹ́, please enjoy the lunch because I will soon ask you to bring supper before dinner. Oh yeah, right now because this one I laugh, I just they laugh on backstage.
I dey see am. Make I continue my video.
Because this your mother now only laugh. Even I let her do serious, more than laugh over her. This not be matter of stressing yourself. Make I just say laugh.
So thank you, ma. Thank you, Mama Echo. Let's finish our video. I get one more to play.
All right, my next story, you did have CEO of Air Peace Airlines, Alan Onyema, just now. So I'll breeze through this story, Ayo, and then you make a quick comment before we take our final story. Several allegations made by the former Minister of Aviation, Hadi Sirika, on Sunday, while responding to the controversy surrounding Nigeria Air, have generated reactions from a cross-section of Nigerians. Sirika made the allegations on This Day Live. One out of the allegations was that the chairman of the House Committee on Aviation, Nolim Naji, asked for 5% shares of Nigeria Air to be given to him in an attempt to discredit Naji's earlier assertion that Nigeria Air is a fraud. Sirika stated that he had rejected Naji's request because the bidding process for Nigeria Air at the time was over, but that the 5% held by the federal government will eventually go to the market and that he could present his bid at the time.
I think I need to respond to my friend who said it was a fraud. Right Honorable Nalim, the former chairman of House Committee on Aviation. What I said to him in private, I will say it now. He asked me, just to give him some comfort, he asked me to please indulge him and give him 5% of the airline. That 5%, what I told him in private is that it belongs to the owners. And I believe they'll still be willing to offer him if you have the money. So it is not me giving it. I didn't get involved. It was bidding process. And I'm very sure that they will have reserved 5% for him and his people according to him. So he should approach them to get his 5% that he needed.
The chairman of the House Committee on Aviation has debunked the claim made by the former minister. On a statement released on Sunday, Naji stated that Sirika is a drowning man, struggling to grab anything on his way to survive the barrage of attacks he has been receiving since the controversial unveiling ceremony of the so-called Nigeria Air. Nolim added that it is not strange that Sirika came up with the scrupulous allegations against him because he had remained consistent in demanding that the minister followed due process. Well, let me take a tweet. This is from Joseph. He wrote, "This is the trite culture of corruption in Nigeria. Throw counter accusation at your accuser. I think an independent investigation needs to be carried out on the Nigeria Air project. Was the Association of Airline Owners of Nigeria, who opposed the project, also seeking 5%? Well, you know, the minister has come under fire for admitting during the interview that the aircraft brought into Nigeria was a chartered Ethiopian aircraft, when in actual fact, he previously claimed during a report with Channels TV that 3 aircrafts were purchased by Nigeria Air and that 1 out of the 3 purchased would arrive the country ahead of the said unveiling ceremony."
Friday, in 2 days, the Nigeria airplane will land in Nigeria, part of the processes to commence the operation. We will on that day unveil this aircraft with delivery and everything in Nigeria's colors, belong to Nigeria Air, and we will proceed to go and do the retrofit and bring back those airplanes.
All right, you hear him say that the airline was belonging to Nigeria Air. This was on Friday that he made that comment. I mean, I think 2 days before May 26th, the unveiling ceremony. And previously he had claimed that, you know, it was going to be Nigerian aircraft that would arrive Nigeria. So what really happened here?
Well, you know, OJ, a number of questions after the interview with Mr. Alan Onyema. By the way, I would encourage you to watch it because it raised so many things that are quite disheartening, some of them quite shocking, or maybe not too surprising because we understand the way these things play out. But another question I want to ask is that what part of the interview with Senator Hadi Sirika was true? Because first of all, we found out that the aircraft, he had promised that it was going to Nigeria Air, and he said, no, it was just an unveiling. You know, we took it out of context. Second, Honorable Nolly has come out to say that he didn't ask for the 5% right of reply. Today, Mr. Alan Onyema debunked a number of claims that he had made. But one of the things I'll just highlight from that interview is this, and that is the fact that why would the Minister of Aviation set out to discredit an industry that he was supposed to be protecting and investing in? Why are our chief marketers not looking forward to bringing out the best out of the aviation industry and seeing the potential? It seemed like an attack on not just Air Peace and his person, but on the local aviation industry. You are the Minister of Aviation. Your job, your task is to ensure that the industry works and you grow the industry. But unfortunately, what has happened again and again with the former aviation minister is that he discredits our industry. I do think, as has been recommended, that an independent investigation is carried out. And perhaps there should be a suspension on Nigeria.
I mean, also, there are some people that have called for the investigation. I believe Code also called for the investigation. I think the real question here is, who are these shareholders? Who are these people that Hadi Sirika has said had invested in this Nigeria airline? I wish we had a little time. I wanted to announce Hilda Bachi's Guinness World Record win, but I hope we can discuss that tomorrow. Well, thank you all for a great analysis, as always, on What's Trending. Well,
Nigeria, my country, my beloved country. You see this, we day here. We take back what is ours. Now lie. This evil will not continue. Where? God forbid. Not on my word.
for joining us tonight on the program. Professor Julia Adide is here, still here with me. Thank you so much, Prof. And I'm being joined by another professor, this time around, a lawyer, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, former chair of the National Human Rights Commission, who joins us virtually from London. Thank you so much, and it's good to see you again, Prof.
Thanks a lot.
A few days ago, you heard at the valedictory session of the Nigerian Senate, Senator Bukka Chua, what he said about his colleagues and the pressure they put on him to put pressure on his wife. But let me remind you of what was said.
I must thank particularly my wife, whose freedom and independence I encroached upon while she was in office. And she has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues.
Distinguished, please, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, please.
That was perhaps not the only thing that was said. When Senator Rochas Okorocha also stood up, this time around he was making reference to how the Senate President Ahmed Lawan got into office. But let me allow you to hear from Senator Rochas Okorocha.
We shall all stand to say Nigeria is a great country. And to those of you, our colleagues, including you, Mr. Senate President, you know you're a very smart politician. How you came back is yet another political book to discuss.
Sorry?
I say how you came back is another chapter in our political history.
How I came back from where?
Mr. President, how you returned to the Senate as a senator will open another chapter of great discussion in our political book. Because I was there in the field with you running for president. I never knew how you were able to meander and return and leaving some of us. Next time you must teach me how to do that.
It was easy. It was easy. I was there with you in the field, but after our defeat, my constituents thought they needed me again.
Well, that gets our attention. Let me bring in first Professor Chidi Odinkalu. The NBA has reacted to these, asking for the prosecution based on the statement that are being made. What is your own view about this issue, politics and the pressure on our judiciary?
Well, thank you very much for having me, Michelle. I don't know what aspect of that you want my views on.
Let's begin with Senator Bukka Chua's statement.
Yeah, I thought Senator Bukka Chua spoke with tremendous clarity. His diction is sensational.
Exactly.
Nobody can accuse him of having been inebriated, except with tremendous love for his wife. And when you love your wife so much, you have to call her corrupt judge on the floor of the Senate. I mean, that's the height of love, because that's precisely what he did. And now, whether the corruption was exercised in favor of his partners in crime in the Senate, or in favor of others not on the floor of the Senate, is immaterial. Now, I find it quite informative that in law there is something called spousal privilege, which is that one partner to a marriage would be precluded from testifying against the other partner to the marriage based on the assumption that 1 + 1 in marriage is 1. So in this, there is spousal privilege and there is parliamentary privilege. And Senator Bukka Chua was in the rather special situation of being able to exercise both privileges at the same time. But he decided in this case to override spousal privilege with parliamentary privilege. And the question now must be how to treat this. Now, what he said on the floor of the Senate is one thing. What actually happened or transpired is another thing. A lot of reaction has been raised, obviously, about what he said on the floor of the Senate. But the real issue is what actually transpired. Because if what he said actually did happen, it is beyond a scandal. And now, the National Judicial Council met yesterday in its 122nd statutory meeting and somehow managed to wimp out on that particular episode, managing to say nothing about it. And the president of the Nigerian Bar Association then issued this scandalous statement, in my view, in which he purported to speak on behalf of the National Judicial Council, which he does not have the capacity to do, not being the presiding officer, nor the spokesperson of the National Judicial Council. And he's giving us reported speech claiming that the National Judicial Council condemned what Senator Bulkachuwa did. But it is not clear what Senator Bulkachuwa did, whether it is what they are condemning. In any case, the National Judicial Council, being a deliberative body, cannot condemn what it has not investigated. And I find it very significant that neither the National Judicial Council institutionally nor the Office of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, as the chair of the National Judicial Council, are willing to stand up and say what they will do about this. It is not up to the president of the NBA to speak for the National Judicial Council. So his statement, in my view, was tragically an attempt at a cover-up of what is, without a shadow of doubt, the most significant blot on record of judicial integrity and independence in Nigeria as we speak.
So, I mean, what are the implications on the judiciary if these kind of statements are coming out? Perhaps the kind of pressure that Senator Bulkachuwa is pleading on the encroachment, that, I mean, this is coming to light now based on the statement or what you will say. I mean, I'm not sure this is an admission. This is somewhat a confession, I mean, if in some way. But what do you make of the impact on the judiciary?
Do you want me to be honest, or do you want me to play public relations?
No, please, go ahead, be honest.
I like this man.
Because if you want me to be honest, anybody who knows the judicial system will tell you that all of us know that this is what has been happening.
Yep.
The only difference here is that a man who has been actively involved in procuring these unseemly outcomes in the system has, under whatever influence, certainly not of alcohol, if I may, nor of psychotropic substances, it seems evident. Those are the only two influences I would exclude from this particular situation. But having been involved in this, he's chosen to come clean. Now, this man who presided over that particular session, Senator Ahmed Lawan, came back to the Senate on the basis of one of the most scandalous judgments the Supreme Court has ever rendered. And not even the justices of the Supreme Court who sat on the panel that gave that decision can rationalize what they decided. The only way that anyone can explain the decision that returned Ahmed Lawan to the Senate has to be that it was procured by the kind of influence that Senator Bulkachuwa was talking about. He has been succeeded by another senator, my good brother, Godswill Akpabio, who did not run for the role of a senator. So he was defeated. The person who won the role was former DIG Ipodum, and he was robbed by judicial process. The man who led the campaign for Godswill Akpabio, the immediate past Ebonyi State governor, again ran for president. He is in the Senate. And all of this has been procured by scandalous, utterly scandalous, inexplicable judicial decisions from the Supreme Court, or in any case, from appellate courts. And now we are getting to hear from the insiders how they procure these criminal judgments, bringing a judicial system into disrepute. And because they are complicit in this, the judges who sit in the NJC will be unwilling and unable to factually investigate this because they'll be investigating themselves.
Okay, so quickly, before I bring back Professor Gideon for Adibe, there's been an arrest and the suspension of Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the suspension and investigation of Mr. Bauer. In the eye of the law, what do you make of these circumstances?
Look, I have no sympathy for Godwin Emefiele. I will not say much more beyond that. I'm already on record. I've written up my views on his tenure as CBN governor. I quite genuinely and honestly believe that quite a good bit of what transpired under his tenure as CBN governor was criminal. Whatever fate befalls him within the legal process, I will not shed a tear for him. And I'm not even sure that he would want any of us to shed a tear for himself, because I'll be scandalized if he did not realize that a good deal of what he did was beyond the realm of criminality. This is my view, mind you. Now, with the EFCC, I am at the moment, you see, I've got a problem here. Every EFCC chair, bar none, has come to grief. And so the question one has got to ask is it the job or is it the politics? But something is wrong. It cannot be that every chair of the EFCC since Nuhu Ribadu gets fired, and all we are focused on is the musical chairs and not the idea that something is fundamentally wrong. And so why would anyone want the job if you're guaranteed to be fired? If the country does not want to fight corruption properly or at all, or does not want anyone to do it, then let's scrap the position and scrap the institution. But the idea that whenever a new president comes in, they've got to fire or humiliate or terminate or exterminate the incumbent in the office of the chairperson of the EFCC is offensive in my view. There is something to me that just does not sit right about that. So in many ways, my perspective on Emefiele is quite different from my perspective on Bauer. I'm not convinced that we are treating the position of the chair of the EFCC as it should be treated.
I'll come back to you just in a moment, because I'd like to get your legal opinion on those who believe that the DSS does not have any business investigating issues relating to money laundering or financial crimes and all of that. It can investigate issues relating to national security. Those are, I mean, that's a school of thought, but I'll come back to you just in a moment. And that's your write up on Godwin Emefiele's overdue dessert. I'd like you to touch on it one before we go on the program. But Prof. Adibe, give us a sense of what is happening. It does look like there is some kind of tsunami, and we may have not seen the end to these removals, these suspensions, and these uprooting of some people at the helm of affairs, especially within the security and investigation agencies. What do you make of this generally?
Well, I generally, first of all, most governments that will come into power will make fighting corruption one of the planks of their governance. And when you go after perceived big people, somehow it satisfies a section of the population that are, looking for people who take down on their perceived social class or ethnic enemy.
Who is this person, Bikono? I don't know who this person is. Can somebody educate me? Who is he? And do we need to listen to him? Because I don't want to waste my time. Anybody know this man when they talk?
I don't even know. I don't really know him, honestly.
Because it be like saying when they talk from the side of his mouth. I don't want to waste time with people when they know they talk.
Then let the just fast forward the man. If it's not.
Okay, may we hear first.
Enemies. But the way I see it is that it often creates more problems than it solves, because there is the politics that is involved, managing the politics of every removal. I give you an example. When he removed Emefiele, which I believe he really committed a number of infractions, most annoyingly trying to run for APC primaries while clinging to his job. But then as soon as you do it, people will start raising questions. One, oh, why? What is the metric criteria for picking on Emefiele and leaving A, B, C, D, E? And you did it because you wanted somebody from your own ethnic group who is actually a mechanical engineer to be the CBN. And that goes on each time you start with this sacking. I would have preferred a situation where, given the fact that he came in with a narrow legitimacy base, at least the first 6 months, try to consolidate on what you're trying to do. And before you start this sack, because it's going to continue. And each time when
so there's likely to be more, isn't
it? When you hear, because the pressure will be there, when you hear people say corruption fighting back, what they are trying to tell you is that they are not able to manage the politics. I'll give you an example. Shortly after Lawal, the invasion of the judges at midnight, I think it was around 2018 or thereabout. It coincided with a time I was to give a lecture there. And one thing I told them was, look, I disagree with what you people did. Of course, you could, you're there and you could put me behind the border, but they got the politics right. The politics was that they made sure that they went together. They identify a number of them from different ethnic and religious groups, so nobody could accuse them of ethnic or religious bias. So getting the politics right is one thing. So if you don't get the politics right, now, for example, people are already imputing several motives and compiling names, say, if you don't go after this man, then this is vendetta. And often, without knowing it, you respond to those pressures. And by so doing, you leave the art of governance. How many people that were investigated? What came out of several investigations? So I think I am not really a fan of people starting with trying to undo their predecessors. And before you know it, you are getting closer. Some of the things that Emefiele, was said to have done, and he did quite a couple of things wrong. For example, literally taking over the functions, what should be the functions of ministries of agriculture and water resources in a bid to ingratiate himself to some power brokers. Before you know it, you are getting closer. If it is, as people have suspected or alleged, that it's because of Naira redesign, then Buhari had come up and said, look, I approved it. So you are now very, very close to getting to people pointing you, why are you not going to Buhari? And in another breath, people were mentioning Dangote. Are you going to go after these people?
All right. Let me get Professor Odinkalu's final thought. Godwin Emefiele, the article you wrote about the list of the infractions that you raised allegedly, but again, is the legality of what the DSSE is doing. Are you also of that school of thought?
Legality of what? Now, look, the SSS is set up by Section 1 of the National Security Agencies Act of 1986. And I listened to the conversation that preceded this and all of the stuff about whether or not the president will designate or not designate National Security Advisor. No, he can. The Coordinator of National Security is created under Section 4 of the National Security Agencies Act, which is entrenched by Section 318 of the 1999 Constitution. The president cannot redesignate that because entrenchment under Section 318 means that you can only amend the National Security Agencies Act by the procedure for amending the Constitution. So let's get out of that stuff. He can appoint as many advisors as he wants. The Constitution allows him to do that, but he cannot redesignate Coordinator of National Security. Now, the question as to what the SSS can do. The SSS has powers, and I call it SSS, not DSS, because the entity created by the National Security Agencies Act is SSS, not DSS. You cannot amend the name of the entity as a matter of law. So when I say SSS, it's the same thing you're talking about. The SSS cannot be, the powers are there under the law. Number one, crimes of internal security. Number two, crimes related to classified, non-military classified matters or other issues that the president may assign to them to do. I don't know what the president has assigned them to do. So I am not able to, but in any case, instrument number 1 of 1999 enables the SSS with the same powers as the police. So in respect of issues in relation to which they have substantive powers of investigation, they have police powers. And police powers include investigation and prosecution. Now, don't ask me whether I like this. That is what the law is. Full stop.
All right. Professor Chidi Odinkalu, it's good to see you. Thank you for being honest, although in a troublemaking manner, because there are a lot of people that won't be happy about it. But if it's the truth, who cares? Thank you so much, Professor Chidi Odinkalu. For
you have a lot to learn from him, Oga Seun. We know that you are in Nigeria, but you have a lot to learn from him. At least in the talk to. I beg, make we listen to. I want to watch this interview. I know. 1 second. I don't know say this thing dey play. Can you imagine? We watch this interview together.
The management of Air Peace has described as false some of the claims made about its operations by the immediate past aviation minister, Hadi Sirika, during his interview on Arise TV on Sunday. During the interview, the former minister spoke about the unveiling of Nigeria's national carrier, Nigeria Air, which Sirika launched less than 3 days before exiting office. He also explained why the government settled for Ethiopian Airline after it emerged as the highest bidder for the national carrier. Sirika claimed that Air Peace leased 2 Boeing 777 aircraft on a monthly lease fee of $250,000, parked the aircraft for several months, and incurred losses of $19 million.
An Air Peace at the time, he came to us and asked that he wanted us to permit him to be going to America, China, London, everywhere. We all gave him the permits to go. And he brought in 2 777s. He was paying leases of about maybe $250,000 per one. So which is $500,000 he was paying per month for the 2 aircraft. And he kept them for 18 months. And that is $9 million and didn't go anywhere. And by the time he was ready to start, his landing gear was due, his engine was due. Depending on what it is that was due, if you put together another maybe $10 million. So he was starting that business with minus $19 million. Who does that?
However, Air Peace boss Allen Oyema is faulting Sirika's comments, and he joins us now for a right of reply. Good morning, Mr. Oyema, and welcome to the morning show.
Good morning.
Chairman, please, thank you very much for joining us. So this is basically a right of reply conversation. This is Tony Olajide, your Chief Operating Officer at Air Peace, already issued a statement stating spurious claims, as she puts it, by Senator Hadi Sirika in the conversation we had with him on this channel on Sunday. Maybe you want to go back to those spurious claims, as those claims affect Air Peace and the aviation industry generally, where you are a shareholder, with regard to Nigeria Air.
Well, it's quite very unfortunate that it ever happened. I'm not here to fight a battle with the ex-minister. It is not in my DNA to pick fights. But I must say that it's very shameful for an ex-minister of government, somebody who has been in, like he said, 20 years ago he was in House of Representatives, he was a senator, and in the last 8 years he has been a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, being paid from my tax paying. He supervised my ministry. You expected him to be our chief marketer, so to say. But that hasn't happened in the last 8 years. What you see, I'm not going to sit down here to expose a lot of things for the sake of and love of nation, but I must point out certain things. For an ex-minister of aviation to come out to say
indirectly or directly that his airline or an airline he supervised is so incompetent. Leased 2 aircraft, paying $500,000 monthly for 18 months, incurring $19 million. And he was saying it, he was peddling falsehood barefacedly. He never blinked. He was speaking as a matter of fact that happened. Imagine the damage this minister had done to the image and reputation of Airpeace with what he has done as an incompetent entity. Meanwhile, he was peddling pure falsehood. How do we now believe every other thing he has said on that day? How do we believe that? So to start with, Airpeace doesn't have 2 777s. Airpeace has 3. And those 3 are outrightly purchased. 2 of those planes are in fact ex-Emirates. One is ex-Singapore Airlines. With everything you can think of inside those planes, they were outrightly purchased by Airpeace.
Good night, sweetie.
Therefore, we never paid lease rental to anybody. We never incurred, in the first place, you can't even use $250,000 to rent a 777. How much do you pay for a single aisle aircraft? No talk of a 777. So this is a minister trying to fool the entire nation in his desperate bid to fool everybody, to hoodwink the nation. He was peddling falsehood on Airpeace. So how do we as a nation believe every other thing he was saying out there? The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority is there. You can contact Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. They're the regulators. He was in charge. He signed the import permit of that aircraft, or those aircraft. He signed the import permit. You cannot import any aircraft into the country without the Minister of Aviation approving. He signed the import. If it was going to be a lease, it's stated in the letter of application to bring in an aircraft. No aircraft comes into the country without the Minister of Aviation approving. He must be the one to sign the importation permit before you bring them in. So he did all that. And he knew quite well that those planes were not leased. They were not rented. They were fully paid for. And he told the entire world that we leased those planes and just to make us look bad. And at the same time, praising Ethiopia, his partners.
So now you've come out to debunk what the former Minister of Aviation has said. The first question is, was Airpeace, your organization, or perhaps any local operator, interested in partnering with the Nigerian government for Nigeria Air at any point? Were there any moves made? And what was the outcome? If there was any resistance, why? Why didn't they want to work with local operators despite what he said on air? That was because they lacked capacity. What's the real reason then?
I'll give you the history of this whole struggle. Contrary to what the minister have been saying about Nigerian Air and the importance of having a national carrier, national carrier is a moribund idea worldwide. Countries don't go that route anymore. It's a drain on any country. Those who are in it are running out of it. National carrier, the phrase national carrier means government ownership. What countries do these days are flag carriers. British Airways is a flag carrier. It's owned by the IAG group. Just very few countries that are still into the national carrier thing, like South Africa. And you look at South African Airways is bleeding the treasury of South Africa. Several times they tried to close it. Unions will come fighting. The government is tired. INEC was out there for sale for over 10 years. Nobody tried to touch it because of the baggage. But recently, Tata bought it over. So they've divested. Countries don't go that route. Why should Nigeria in 2023 be going backwards instead of moving forwards? All they needed to do is to strengthening the ease of doing business so that people of means, private concerns of means will come and invest in the aviation industry. We are not fighting for ourselves. They told, oh, we are afraid of competition. The airlines of Nigeria are afraid of competition. Nobody is afraid of this national carrier because it will fall and fell like a pack of cards. It's already there. What we are saying, AON, is this. Improve the ease of doing business in Nigeria. Remove those challenges that are stunting the growth of airlines in Nigeria. And these airlines will blossom. Do that, they didn't do it. Okay, when they wanted to do the national carrier, we gave our comments. Most people stood against it. When we saw that they were going to do it, we knew the whole thing was shrouded in secrecy. Our members told APs, okay, apply. When you went to that website, you'll be blocked. You never got anywhere. We did. We did. Forget what they say out there. We did. The bidding. Let them see. What else do you need to know? SACOL is part of this group. He named SACOL as part of this group. I'm not going to say on television certain things because I don't like heating up the politics.
Please say it. Please say it. Say it for the sake of the healing of this country.
SACOL has said it all on the floor of the National Assembly. On the day he announced this national carrier thing, the minister told us sovereign wealth was part of it, 5%. NSIA. SACOL and MRS, 46%. Ethiopia, 49%. Within hours, NSIA told him to withdraw that statement. So what else are we talking about in this country? What else do you need to know? If you could come on television to announce these are the successful bids, they must have presented a bid and they said, we are not part of it. And the letter came and they said it was a mistake. Now SACOL came on the floor of the National Assembly and said, they don't know what you're talking about. And they used the worst language I've ever heard. They described the entire activities as whitewash. The video is there. We're all there at the National Assembly. SACOL. And someone like Taiwo Afolabi should be thanked by Nigerians. SACOL should be thanked by Nigerians. If not for SACOL, a lot would have happened. It's SACOL's refusal to put their signature on something that will shortchange the economy of this country that saved this nation, nothing more. And those of us in AON, the AON that went to court, and we knew fully well that they might penetrate AON and destroy our ranks. 5 airlines came out and stood up and put their names on that suit. So that in case you destroy AON, the other ones, they have locus in law to do this. And those airlines are Max Air, Asman, Airpeace, Tobras, and United Nigeria. On Sunday, when you ask the question, why Airpeace? Because he must have mentioned Airpeace up to 15 times. I don't know what Airpeace has done to him. He said, okay, not only Airpeace, and again, Obiora Okonkwo of United Nigeria. And he deliberately forgot to mention the other ones. Are we trying to play the ethnic cards? Thank God the leadership of Dr. Abdulmunab Yunus Sarina has given AON a tip to bite. That man is a nationalist. Dahir Manga is from Katsina State. He owns Max Air. Dr. Abdulmunaf Yunus Sarina is from Kano State. He owns Asman. Both of them, myself, Airpeace, Top Brass, owned by Roland Iyayi, and Obiora Okonkwo of United Nigeria, went to court. And those people are still in court. So it's not an ethnic thing, it's a Nigerian thing. Okay. And today, I have to use this opportunity to congratulate our brother, Alhaji Dahir Manga. He's launching his first 777 today, yet we don't have capacity.
Okay, so one of the things says that you don't have capacity, but I see that you are having partnership with the government of Antigua. Other countries are calling you to come and help set up their national flag carrier, but they say you don't have capacity. I want you to respond to that. And also, you don't have capacity, but during COVID-19, you went to everywhere Nigerians were to bring them back home when COVID-19 was raging on and all of that. And you've also helped with evacuation. But the conversation about you not having capacity, I mean, what would you like to say as regards all of that? And why I kept on saying say it is because the things we live on say destroy our country.
Exactly.
Say the absolute truth.
Say it all.
How do you feel being treated this way, with the Minister of Aviation? And also the certification. Did Nigeria Air pass that certification, the AOC certification and all of that? Please, I want you to tell the absolute truth about how you've been treated this way and other airlines so that Nigerians will know the truth. We keep saying we don't want to talk, we don't want to talk. This country keeps getting destroyed every day.
Exactly.
We want to be the voice of the people. Let the people know.
Rufai, the truth is, I'm a student of nonviolence education. So sometimes there are things we manage in order not to heat up the polity somehow. But the truth is this.
It's time to heat up the polity. If there's any time at all to heat up the polity, this is the time. Let everything crash come ground. Nigeria is built on lies upon lies upon lies upon lies. My goodness. When are we not going to heat up the polity? Don't heat up the polity. Let carry us with here. Where we see people have been maligned, done all kinds of things because you don't want to hit up the polity. Where are we today? Into your law, where are we?
We have to speak up. That's why we went to court in the first place. Now, he said we don't have capacity. All those falsehoods were meant to demean the local operators, the indigenous Nigerian airlines, in favor of this charade they've put up with Ethiopia.
Wow.
That's all. To be allowed, even at the fake meetings. How many times, even the former president, Muhammad Buhari, shut down this national air project at a time. One man is just hoodwinking the country into believing that this is needed. All they need to do is to set up a strong fly carrier. If you if you provide the enabling environment for people to operate, more people will invest in the system. Now about capacity. He told the world that we are low in capacity. He told the world on television that Airpeace was given Dubai to fly, to conduct flight operations into Dubai. Are they flying now? Airpeace is no longer flying to Dubai because they are low in capacity.
Wow.
I say, whoever advised Senator Hadi Sirika to come on television to defend the indefensible has not done him any good. The whole world knows. We started operations into Dubai July 5th, 2019. We never stopped until COVID. Everybody stopped. When COVID stopped, we started.
How to kill all mosquitoes in the area in 90 seconds. This simple but brilliant trick you can do tonight.
UAE decided, for whatever reason, to complete ban on issuance of visas to Nigeria. Airpeace stopped going to Dubai. Emirates stopped coming to Nigeria. Neither Airpeace nor Emirates is flying this route now. None of them. So why should the Minister of Government barefacedly come on television that have this kind of outreach to the world to spoof falsehood because you want to paint the indigenous operators black and blue? Now, he said Airpeace doesn't have capacity. The same Airpeace, when the entire world shut down during the lockdown in 2020 because of COVID-19, Airpeace went to China on 3 occasions, bringing back Nigerians. That is a 14, 15 hours non-stop flight, deploying our 777s to go to bring Nigerians back to their homeland proudly 3 times. Yet Airpeace doesn't have capacity. Airpeace went to India 12 times, bringing Nigerians. Most Nigerians that went to India didn't have money to even pay Ethiopia to bring them back. I deployed my jets. Airpeace deployed our jets. We went there, and those we brought back, later put it in a newspaper to thank us. We brought them back to their country free of charge. We 12 sorties to India. Yet, EPIS doesn't have a capacity. EPIS went to Thailand, brought Nigerians back. EPIS doesn't have capacity. EPIS went to Malaysia, brought Nigerians back. EPIS doesn't have capacity. EPIS went to Indonesia, brought Nigerians back. They don't have capacity. In Malaysia, Indonesia, Nigerians went to the embassy, almost attacked everybody because they were stranded. EPIS deployed, went there and brought them back. EPIS went to South Africa during COVID, brought Nigerians back. EPIS also went to England, to the UK, brought Nigerians back, went on a second one. The UK authorities said, oh no, you don't come again. They cancelled whatever they gave us, the permit they gave us. I paid for Nigerians, I hired an a European carrier to bring them back. The federal government of Nigeria praised EPIS for doing that, for love of country. We did others. We don't have capacity. During the xenophobic attacks, Nigerians were being killed. Nigerian shops were being raided. Nigerians were being dehumanized in South Africa. I felt bad. He had told some people that, it was a public stunt. Which kind of public stunt? This is how I've been. I have to be proud of myself, if not said in this country. Without Allen Onyema, maybe Boko Haram would have been a child's play. What happened in Niger Delta? I brought up myself. I initiated the program with my own funds, brought the entire University of Rhode Island Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies, paying hundreds of millions, bringing the entire faculty here to train and transform militants with my own money. I was doing it for several years, from 2005 to 2008. Until Yaradua came and asked me, who is this Allen Onyema? I have a security report that this guy is decimating militancy. And they brought me. The rest is history today. I've always contributed to the well-being of this country. And all I get from some government officials as this kind of thing, they do all sorts of things, fight you from different angles. And this is what is happening. Yet we don't have capacity. EPIS doesn't have capacity. We deployed our 777s, went to South Africa, rescued Nigerians during the xenophobic attacks. On 2 occasions, Nigerians walked tall during that period. Nigeria as a nation was respected worldwide for what EPIS did on their behalf. Nigerians felt proud. You needed to see. Why did I break down inside the plane when they arrived? Yes, you saw me crying inside the aircraft. It was because I saw another woman carrying a child, and the woman was praying for me and saying, see, it was an Igbo guy that was carrying, she lost a child in South Africa, that if you didn't come, maybe I would have died, and that, see, an Igbo guy was helping her to carry the other baby all the way from South Africa. They were all clinging to each other. They were singing national anthem. Nigeria became one. This is what we are using EPIS to do in the country. It's not about money. When you come to EPIS, it's mini Nigeria. We don't discriminate. I've trained Northerners, Southerners, Southwest, Southeast, giving them a meaningful employment, not just the minimum wage in EPIS is about 50,000 for cleaners. And we are in support of this present government of Ahmed Bola Tinubu. We address our staff. We told them, support this removal of subsidy. We are going to support you. And beginning this month, we are going to dish out palliatives to our staff in support of the government. This is what we've been doing. And the Minister of Government came out there and said, we don't have capacity. And we did all this. And recently, we deployed to Sudan. We deployed to Sudan to bring back Nigerians free of charge. Yet we don't have capacity. Where was Ethiopia? Did Ethiopia do that? I'm going to come to Ethiopia. Ethiopia wanted what they are doing now with the national carrier. They wanted to do it with me for love of country. I turned it down. April 10, 2019, in a letter. They came to me. They wanted EPIS to collaborate with them. They took us to Addis Ababa. We signed MOU. And they said in the MOU, we need to push out Gulf carriers. I said, no problem. Mind you, I'm very proud of what Ethiopia has achieved as an airline. They're the pride of Africa. I like what they've achieved, no doubt. So we tried to collaborate. Then when we got to the nitty-gritty of the meeting, what they wanted was to come into this place, do local flying, then use EPIS consign to fly the whole world, about 150 Basa, while paying me royalties, paying EPIS royalties. I said, where does I would have be getting millions of dollars. And one of them joked, Alan, you don't need to be buying planes again, nothing. I said, where does this leave my country? In the letter I wrote to them, I said, where does this leave my nation, Nigeria? You will destroy the jobs in Nigeria. You kill the other airlines. No, sir, please. You kill the other airlines in Nigeria, and Airpeace will be growing. Airline and Airpeace will be swimming in millions of dollars. So we rejected it in a letter. It's documented and it's in court today. So for people saying that we are afraid of competition, if I was afraid of competition, I had them on a platter of gold. I would have taken it, that offer, and I'll sit down.
Okay. Mr. Emma, we have just about 3 minutes. But there are two issues I would like you to listen. The first is the status of the matter in court. Justice Olotu granted an ex parte application. AON took that. Justice Alagoa granted an injunction. But I've seen an opinion in which Alexis Zion, is saying, look, that matter had already been challenged in court, and therefore, Nigeria Air, the unveiling that was done on May 29, could go ahead. What's the status of that matter in court? You are a lawyer. And then secondly, quickly, BASA, Bilateral Air Services Agreement, is one of the things that the association, the Airline Organization of Nigeria has been complaining about. Is it the case, as AON is alleged, that Sirika, as Minister of Aviation, did not help any airline with regard to BASA? Quickly, because we have just a few minutes.
If I knew you were going to give me 5 minutes, he was giving about 20 or 40 or 60 or 1 hour to talk. I wouldn't have come in the first place because I need time to debunk so many of the things he said. If I knew I was going to spend 5 minutes and go, I wouldn't have come here in the first place.
At all.
That is the truth. About the case in court, I'm surprised the learned senior advocate was saying that because I don't know what he was saying, that the case was the court orders have never been vacated. That is the truth. The court orders are subsisting. They've never been vacated. What they did on May 26 was contemptuous of Nigeria's law. And inviting a foreign airline to come and disregard disrespect our judiciary is very unbecoming of a government official. Alexion cannot go to court tomorrow and tell them that the case has been vacated. It has never been vacated. You don't vacate it by word of mouth. Senator Sirika said that, there's an application to vacate it. Application to vacate is not vacation. It could go either way. They could vacate it or they may not vacate it. So that the court order, the orders of the court are still subsisting. And about BASA, one thing is you apply, I want to go to Lagos, I want to go to London, I want to go to US, and the federal government gives you approval, where you go. That is one thing. The other one is you need the support of government to fight for you and fight truthfully too. London, that is the lowest hanging fruit for any airline. Why is it that Airpeace that doesn't have capacity is doing China? We started flying to China. We are doing India. We are doing Jeddah now, Medina on the Hajj. And after Hajj, we continue the scheduled operations. We fly South Africa. So Nigerians now go to India using Airpeace twice a week, China once a week. We do all this. Now you get all this, but London, why is it that Airpeace in the last 7 years have not been, or 6 years, have not been able to get into London? When we applied, first of all, to get designation, it was difficult. Later, I was given designation. They gave us 3 frequencies. I cried out. I said, why 3 frequencies? This is a low-hanging fruit. This is a 6-hour flight with a lot of traffic. I can do 7 days, daily flight to London. I discovered that another airline, they told me that another airline, Omni Blue, was also getting some frequencies. And I was asking which airline is Omniblu in Nigeria, but I don't want to go into that. So later they increased it to 4. Then we applied. When we applied, because you need to apply for TCO, they wrote Nigerian authorities to ask for, do you know about this APIs? And I was denied.
Wow.
They said, no, we didn't know about it. Wow. We didn't know they applied. We didn't authorize them to apply. I said, for what? So TCO, that's the European Tech Country Operators Permit. You need to get it first before you go into any European nation, UK inclusive. They stopped us.
Wow.
NCAA didn't allow APIs to apply to go into London for 4 years. We are stopped. Reason, Arik messed up in London, Medview messed up, therefore we don't want to be disgraced. We almost lost this. Not NCAA under the present DG. In fact, to the credit of the present DG, he was the one that actually took up the gauntlet to fight for us. This present DG, Captain Musa Nuhu, he has done everything possible to get, in fact, almost stopping BA from coming here. So, but the other NCA before him, for 4 years, we are not allowed to go. So who was manipulating them? For no reason. When you go, you say from above, fine. I wanted to fight. The love of country, I know some of the things I will say, it will turn into ethnic issues, and I don't want that. So I kept my cool. Later, NCA said we should get IATA. We should do IATA audit on TCO. Mind you, APIS has IOSA, and that is the highest internationally recognized safety audit for any airline. APIS has been getting it. We are IOSA certified. They say, no, you have to do audit for the TCO. We now brought in IATA, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that, hundreds of millions of naira to bring them in. At the end of the day, APIS passed the audit. And we told them, even IATA sent to them, they said, okay, now we have to audit you ourselves. The game continued until Musa Nuhu stepped in and said, enough is enough. Enough is enough, before they now allowed us to apply. So when we applied, we are still on it, we are still going through it. But when you look at this Nigerian air thing, look at the shareholding. I have it here. The shareholding agreement, I have it here. Without SACO, Nigeria would have been in trouble. The entire management, leadership of the entire management, the DFO, the CEO, all the management positions, the headship, Ethiopia, deputies, Nigeria. Then look at the shareholding. Ethiopia, 49%. There's a company called Fairfax. Who is this Fairfax? It's another Ethiopian, owned by an Ethiopian. They are transaction advisors. They are going to get 3%. They are going to get 1.45% of the shareholding capital, which is put at 250 million. Ethiopia will bring 122 million, but not as cash. Rentals. They'll bring what Ethiopia is bringing is only the Nigerian companies that are going to bring money. SACO and MRS. I have it here. The document is with us here. Ethiopia is not bringing a penny into Nigeria. Ethiopia will pay rentals for their own plane. It's written here, black and white. No. Pay rentals for their own plane for 5 years. So even if they pay the 122,000, APIS alone is worth over $2 billion. As I speak to you, Boeing is in my office now for the delivery of our 737 MAX, which is costing over $1 billion. The E2s from Embraer that we've started receiving is costing about $1 billion. 5 of them have entered Nigeria. Ethiopia is bringing nothing, and they are going to earn 49% of your country's wealth. I call on President Ahmed Bola Tinubu to immediately dissolve this charade called Nigerian Air and start his own thing.
Okay, Mr. Oyema, I'm sure there will be more opportunities to further discuss this subject, which is important. to Nigerians. Well, right of reply, that's a standard practice, and also Nigerians have the right to know. Thank you very much for joining us on the morning show.
God, una dey hear wetin I dey hear? Mr. Jonathan, please speak. Make I first quiet first. Welcome. Mr. Jonathan, are you there? You're on mute.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Welcome. Oh, good
Yeah,
to
thanks.
have you here on my life.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. Thanks for the time and for the opportunity. I don't even know where to start from.
Started from anywhere, my brother.
With respect to this year Nigerian thing, everything about this year Nigerian thing just sinks. It sucks. I mean, there's nowhere you want to, whichever way you want to slice it. Is it the unveiling of the fake aircraft? Is it the shareholding structure? Is it the management structure? Is it the way the local airlines, the likes of Airpeace and other local airlines, have been treated that you want to? But let's just take it as it goes. This man, as far as I'm concerned, first of all, for anything at all to happen with respect to this present government, if they want to do anything at all, they need to scrap or entirely, cancel this whole thing called Nigerian year. Because this is the capture, this is another capture of the Nigerian aviation industry. The entire year Nigerian thing should be cancelled or scrapped completely. Because I know the way things works in Nigeria. Wait until Tinubu appoints the new aviation minister. That is when we will start. That is when the episode, how will I call it now? That is when the next episode will start. Once he appoints the new aviation minister, they will go into it. They will look at the whole thing, and instead of them to scrap the entire thing completely, they will look into how they can also, get into it. And now they are going to get their own cuts here and there. The kickbacks, the embezzlement. That is what we should all look out for. That's what we should all look. Just wait. If this government will be there to appoint a new aviation minister, then you will see the series 2 or episode or season 2. The season 2 will begin of this charade. That's what is going to happen. I can guarantee you that. Talking about the sharehold structure, even before I go to that. First of all, this man, Sirika, the former aviation minister, these are the people that needs to be, as we speak now, to be calling for questioning. There is no doubt about it. This man needs to be in right now. The investigation needs to have started. This man needs to be under questioning as we speak right now. I give credit to Alan Oyema. I just want to acknowledge the man and give him all the credit. These are the types of, these are Nigerians. These are true nationalists. These are the people that Nigeria need. And I know that there are a lot of Nigerians like this, in different sectors. If you look at the way Sirika, the former aviation minister, structured this thing, he structured it in such a way that even after the government of Buhari, they will continue to enjoy this loot. It was well structured. It was a plan. They never envisaged that they are going to drag it this far. Because the way it is structured, because all you need to look into is, first of all, these shareholders in this company, now we have come to know that they have not even paid. Ethiopia Airlines have not paid a dime. And from what I know, when you are going to be a shareholder of a company, you have to pay. Otherwise, you are still a prospective investor. You are not. They don't even have shareholders in the first place. There are no shareholders because they have not paid for it. So what are we even talking about? They have not even paid for the ownership rights. And to now even, add salt to injury. Look at what the kind of, the way they even structure the whole thing out. 45%, with nothing, $0. And all they will do, they will be renting 49%, and they will be renting their own airlines. Who does that? They will now be renting their own airlines to Nigerian Air at the expense of local airlines in Nigeria. They just come in to kill the entire aviation industry in Nigeria. They will kill all the local airlines in Nigeria. And I just don't know how our government thinks. I don't know even our civil servant. The civil service is so corrupt. I don't know how they think. The aviation industry is one sector of the economy that the government can generate massive income through taxation. Is one that they can generate if they allow the local airlines to operate. See, in the aviation industry, it is not only economic, it is also political. The business is not just only for the economic reason that they are there. There is also the political side of it. And that has to do with the government. Nigeria is a profitable route, as we all know it. Is a profitable route.
Very profitable. Nigerians travel a lot.
And I don't think there is no airline. There is no major airline given the opportunity that will not grab it to be flying those Nigerian routes. So it's a big business. The likes of British Airways, they have captured Nigerian aviation industry through political lobbying. They lobby the civil servant, they lobby the politicians so that the right policies will not be in place. Whatever policies that are in place will continue to favor the likes of British Airways. If not, how come British Airways can make more than 5 flights to Nigeria every week? I mean, 7 flights rather to Nigeria every week. And Air Peace can only go to London once or even twice in a week. There was a time that Air Peace cannot even fly to Heathrow. They can only fly to Gatwick. Who does that? Which government will do that to his own aviation industry? You will allow them. It is tit for tat. If British Airways will come to Lagos 7 times in a week, then a Nigerian airline also must fly to London, Heathrow, 7 times a week. If Lufthansa is going to be coming to Nigeria 7 times a week, then the Nigerian airline also must be flying to Frankfurt 7 times a week. Do you know how much money those airlines will be generating in foreign currency? And the government will be the beneficiary of it at the end of the day because there will be taxation. But because of the corrupt practices of our civil servants and politicians, they've received kickbacks at the expense of the entire nation. This is just disgusting. The whole thing is just disgusting. This man called Sirika, the former aviation minister. As I said earlier, this man now, as we speak, should be under investigation. And they are talking of, Oyema talked extensively about capacity. They talk about capacity. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are. I put everything on the desk of the aviation minister and the civil servant. Those civil servants. Remember, there is also this committee in the house. They call the aviation committee. They play all these games together. Those are the people, those from, because Oyema mentioned that you will get the approval from Nigeria, fine, that you want to be flying to London. But then you still have to go to London to get the approval from the other side. That's where they frustrate them. But that's what happens to every airline, every country. Nigeria is not an exception. It is the government of the country with all their force, with the power of the government that will take to bear. You will go to that country, you will give all the support to your local airline, and you will leverage. That's where the politics comes in. If you don't do this for our airline, sorry, you cannot come to Lagos 7 times a week. So they are not supporting these guys. So they will give them the lie. It's like you are giving somebody you are pushing someone, forward, but at the same time, you are holding one of his leg. You give them the local approval, but you know that you need to go to the other side to give them all the support that they need. But they won't do that because they have lobbied them. So these guys get frustrated with all the massive investment that they are put into their business or their airlines. But the government kept on frustrating them. I listened to this interview. I mean, it's like I can't even. I really pity this guy, Alan Oyema. I don't know. I really pity the guy, and it's not the only one. Yeah, I mean, he mentioned some other names also. Within the industry as well. So it's a serious problem. Look at the issue of the route. It was denied. He talked about the TCO, which is, I think that's the European license. That's the license they give to airlines that allows them to fly to European destinations. They deny earpiece, despite the fact that they met all the requirements. They deny them this license, just to discourage them, to ensure that they will not be able to fly to other Europe, to most of these European destinations. Every night in Nigeria, every night, Sunday to Sunday, British Airways, Lufthansa, KLM is full flight from Lagos to London. Full flight. You see, they didn't know the amount of, and these are the people they will now come. They are the one buying up all the dollars. They are taking all the foreign currency, taking it out. I don't know what these people are thinking. This is mind-boggling. Because when they sell this ticket in local currency, they still have to take all the naira to central bank, convert it to dollar, and then repatriate their money back to their country. Whereas we should be getting this foreign currency back to Nigeria. Because when Arik is selling tickets in UK, they will be collecting pounds in UK. When they are selling their ticket in Amsterdam, they will be collecting euro. And all this money will be repatriated back to Nigeria. And you are denying them. I don't know. It's like I don't know. Maybe it's even beyond economic reason. Maybe it's just evil. It's satanic. It's just evil. I enjoy Rufai saying, when he mentioned and say it. I really enjoyed that part. It's like Rufai was even having fun. Just say it. Just say the whole thing. Open everything. Let's know where we are. Just say it.
We need what I'm saying now is we need to talk about this aviation that this Oyema has talked about. We need to be singing about it now online. In addition to can you mute for a minute, Jonathan? Your thing is echoing back. In addition to our court case, you know. In addition to that, right now we've become our own journalists. We've become our own spokespeople. That's what it is. Every Nigerian needs to be on there's no aspect of that society that is functioning. We can safely say Nigeria has crashed, for lack of better words. If this type of thing, outright demonic activity in the name of trying to suppress someone because they have the capacity, you are jealous of them, evil, you don't want them to thrive, for goodness sake. You know how many Nigerians travel on a daily basis? You know how much money we'll be making for that economy? You know how many people can be employed? Mr. Jonathan, I want you to touch on the loan that Agbado just came out with. And I also want you to turn on the Chihuahua, Bura Chihuahua. Is it Bura Chihuahua? I call him Chihuahua, Buru Chihuahua, whatever. And what else? Those two things. I want you to touch on them. I beg.
Yeah, you know, this loan thing, you know, I think it was unveiled 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? For each and every day I take a look at this their loan thing, it is just like the more you look at it, you can see, the more you see the corruption that is being set up, that has, being set up around it. You just need to look at it very closely and deeper. Then you will see that it's very clear. They have no intention. They have no intention at all. Or if I want to give them the benefit of doubt, that perhaps maybe they just rush into it. They just that thing was not done by them. It was prepared, approved by the Senate, the previous the last administration. So it's just on the table, just got there. I don't even think they read through it. I don't think they look at it with with people with minds to even look at it. I don't think so, because an ordinary look at that act, which I've taken time to read through these last 2 days, see, these people cannot do anything. They said people will have to, if you look at the requirement, first of all, they said 500,000 income per annum. Are you kidding me now? What is 500,000 per annum? That means a family that is earning like 42,000, 43,000 naira per month. Those are the people that will qualify for this loan. How many people that are earning that kind of money? They are not the type of people that they are not in this category of people looking for loans or even going for higher education. 40,000 naira, 42,000 naira per month. They are joking. And then they went further. They said, tax clearance certificate. Are you kidding me now? Somebody, how many of those people have tax clearance certificate? You can see the deceit there. They will go and get tax clearance certificate. And then you will need to have to bring a guarantor. We need to bring a guarantor in, a guarantor with a level 15 or level 16 within the civil service, a judge. People that know such kind of people, they will not need those loans. They have eliminated the real people. This thing will end up, you will just see ghost students. Alimanjiris from the north. Those are the people that they will distribute this thing to you. You remember during this last election, they show a boy who is just like, everybody can see that, who is just like 6 or 7 years old, voting in northern Nigeria, and they are telling everybody that no, you can't use stature to determine the age of somebody. We're going to see similar things here. Just wait and see. When we start seeing Almajiris, people from the Chad coming in to get these student loans, because the real people that need these loans have been eliminated. They make sure that they structure them out. Even the sensible requirement of saying proof of admission is not there. I read it. I clear my eyes. I read it over and over again. I want to see whether that maybe I'm saying double here. Proof of admission that I am admitted to this school, that is not there, because it's not that they are not, they know what they are doing. They are smart people. These people, they are smart. They didn't put that because that in itself is a re-audit check. It's a real audit check. They removed that one. That requirement is not there. They put all these tax clearance certificate. That's another avenue for corruption. So every parent now will have to be running to state secretariat, tax offices in each state to go and get tax clearance certificate for their son and daughter. And then those civil servants will now be asking them to bring 15,000, 20,000. Somebody who doesn't even have the money to pay for the school fee, they will have to. It's a strenuous work to get that loan. The people, all those requirements, people that will meet all those requirements, I can tell you that for sure. If you are in Nigeria and you live in Nigeria, you will know that people that meet those requirements, that will meet at all, they don't need that loan. They will not need that loan. They won't even look at it. But the people, most of the people that need that loan, that student loan, most of them will not meet that requirement. So this loan thing is just another, as I said, I think I mentioned it earlier, it's just another, it's just another machine for corruption. And we'll see it will start unfolding. We'll see the corruption that, because it's very, very easy by Nigerian standard to use this kind of government programs to steal money. It's a typical Nigerian program for corruption. It has all the, you can see it all around it. As in compared to other government, similar programs in the past that they use for corruption. This is one of them.
Thank you very
You are
much.
good? Yeah, that's what I say as far as that is concerned. And then as far as the case with the senator, the former senator that came on the floor of the Senate and mentioned that his wife he uses he kind of encroach. He encroached on his wife's what do you call it now? On his wife's position to influence a decision or a judgment on cases that are brought before her, pertaining to some of his colleagues on the floor of the Senate. See, that was an open confession on a platter of gold. Most confessions, it will still be, you said, I said. You are wish hunting me, you are doing this. This one was a free one. This one was just a free one. The man just came, they didn't put anything. It was not under compulsion, it was not under duress. He said it. And the idea, the insinuation that I've been hearing from some media, especially from Abati the other day, trying to say that he's an old man, probably this man has because he's trying to go in that line that this man probably must have some traces of dementia. That's ridiculous. This man was not pressured in any way. This was an open confession. Most of the cases we have in Nigeria, it is always you said, I said. You are wish hunting me. You say it's a revenge, it's a vendetta. No, this man came. Nobody, he confessed openly on the floor. So which one will the agency, the law enforcement agency, supposed to go for straight away for investigation, if not this one? Because this is just on a platter of gold. He gave it to you, the law enforcement. It wasn't that somebody, it wasn't wish hunting anything. It wasn't a game of intent. He said it on a free launch to the law enforcement agency, and nothing as we speak has been done. So we know it's just a joke, If truly, because see, in Nigeria, this corruption thing is just a joke. It's just a joke. If there is no way any government in Nigeria will truly want to go after corruption, pursue corruption, that heads will not roll. It's not possible. Heads will roll.
Ah,
A
okay.
lot of people will go,
That
a lot
word.
of people will,
That word.
heads will roll. A lot of people will go
Don't
to
say
jail.
it again, though. YouTube will take down this video.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. You see, a lot of people will be terminated. If I may use it mildly, a lot of people will be terminated, and as we say, by in the real sense of it, like as in a lot of people will go down. A lot of people will go
Thank you
down.
very much. Let me quickly.
So that's my take. So there is no real, it's not genuine to me. It's just a game. It's a soap opera. We've seen it before. It's just playing again. You're just playing it's just a repeat of the soap opera. We've seen it before, and that's just what this is all about.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. James, and I appreciate it. Black Panther, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Sister Omoye.
Welcome.
Thank you, the panelists. If people are discussing the student loan, that is another.
Plus Burachao, that one.
I know all those ones. Let me give you
all of them.
Let me tell you the student loan. Our brother just they give the English version. Let me give you the local version. But before I start and make I put the mindset, let me put the mindset now. There is nothing like student loan. Just have that in your mindset. Now let me explain. It's just an abracadabra.
Help me loud.
Like what they did with what they called it, the trader money. That is the abracadabra that you are getting now. Let me tell you, there is no student loan. Let them come out and prove me wrong. There is no student loan in Nigeria. One, if you check the condition, me and my wife were discussing it. If you check the condition they put in place for you to even get that 180, do you know that it's 180,000? It is 180,000. Before you will get that loan, one, your tax clearance, you go and hustle that one. You know the road to that one. You know how the corruption route you are going to take there. Local government, state government, secretariat to get that one. One, you need a letter from, is it not a judge? A chief judge, director of civil servant, your vice chancellor must sign it. Then they now put a condition there. If the loan is available, then they will not put you on roll call. And if you finish graduating, if you cannot pay the money, all these people they line up where they line you up, so because you don't have record, because nothing to track you with. That is why they put all this roadblock that you are going to follow. Just imagine the roadblock you are going to follow. It's right there in their paper. That thing that is signed, it says student loan. It's right there. It's right there. Me and my wife were discussing it. I was shouting like as if I was shouting. After that one, if you cannot pay the loan, you see that you get 2 years in jail, or you pay a fine of 500,000. That is it. That's the condition. My brothers and sisters, as I speak to you, Nigeria is a fraud origin. And the originators of all these fraudulent activities have been perpetrated by the so-called politicians that are shameless. Nigerians, they know that Nigerians are forgetful. You see all this roadblock they put so. These are the kind of roadblock they put when we are collecting bursary, student bursary in school. Then we'll go to the local chief, our high chief, from high chief, your local government chairman, your local government, they now need a signature of one senior officer in the ranking of an ASP upward to sign all those signatures before they will not give you bursary. These are all they created all this roadblock so that they can perpetrate corruption in it. You are giving student loan, quote and unquote. You put all this roadblock. What is the essence of the student loan? And you are giving them what the student loan is not for. They said it's not for your book or whatever. It's for just for the school fees because they want to introduce officially school fees into the calendar. That is what they are trying to do now. They want to introduce school fees finally into federal institution. That's where Agbado is going to. All the people that wrote this thing. Now, and ASU has come up to state that all these things are they are just paper talk. They advise the students to just forget about what they are saying. It is not going to work and it's not worth it for Nigerians to go through this pain to get what belongs to them from their own country because they refuse to lay a foundation. I'll leave that by the side. Nigerians, I repeat, Nigerians, forget about it. There's no student loan. It is just a shenanigan to introduce school fees into the Nigerian Federal University so that they will not be officially, because they are paying some kind of money in federal school, but they want to make it official now because they are going to add more money, like you are paying in some other university. You are paying like 400,000 every semester, like that. That is the same thing they want to bring into federal institution. They don't want any Nigerians to go to school again, so that they will be down there, they'll be perpetrating evil. You will be oppressed. You cannot speak. That is where they are taking us to. And for the judiciary, I am so happy. You know why I'm so happy? It is happening when our court case in the court is also happening. You see how they are opening you see how they are opening themselves? A whole justice, the president of an appeal court of Nigeria, can no longer don't have independence to give justice to the Nigerian people. And you are being paid by the same Nigerian people that hold the sovereignty of that country. All of them, you see, they're asking the same question. How did you get here? You didn't contest in an election. How did you get in here? Show us the way. Was that not what the former Imo State governor was asking them? Show us the way. He said, we are going to learn the way. Akpabio, who did not contest for an election, went through the same channel to now become a senator. Where are we going to? Is this not the Banana Republic they say we are? Are we not seeing it by ourselves? This is the Banana Republic. That is why we stand at our ground that Nigeria is already a failed state. It's already a failed state because we refuse to do the in thing. That is why they are refusing us not to come together to talk. Like I say there's beauty in our diversity. There's beauty in our tongue. If we are next the beauty in our diversity, Nigeria will be a great nation. We are like those that doesn't know their inheritance, but we are just eating the crumbs from the master table. We don't know where they are taking us to. We are like that, like a goat that they tie rope on the neck and they are dragging you to somewhere, but you don't know where they are taking you to. That is the way they take Nigeria. It is an insult for a chief. It is an aberration for a president of an appeal court to be hijacked by an former ambassador to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He hijacked and used that to perpetrate evil against the state. Who is going to judge the justice? Who is going to arrest the justice? Do we have a structure that does that? No. That is why they go free. That is why justice can never be served in Nigeria. When we say this, people will tell you, oh, we need to set up our security. We need to set up this. The Nigerian people need to take it back. How? Look at what they are doing to you and I. A president of an appeal court being hijacked by a former ambassador represent the Federal Republic, the state of Nigeria. He said it, he confessed in the hallowed chamber of the highest body, the Senate in Nigeria. No, but what can we do? What can Nigeria do? Who will arrest them? Who will judge them? There is no structure to do all that. You can't do that in America. You can't do that in UK. That is why I say most of the people that are saying outside the country, in the diaspora, that are supporting these shenanigans, they must get their head examined. Because they are worse than a drug addict. They should get their head examined. Because this is an aberration against the state. This is what the DSS is meant to do. Not to get yourself involved in monetary cases. That is not written in their code of conduct. But what do we have? No law. It's a banana republic. You have the police that does all those things. You have them to arrest them, to call them for interrogation. That is that. Let us go into the aviation industry. We can now see the shenanigans and why an aviation minister will get away with $2 billion and is still roaming around being the spokesman for Agbado. That FFK you people see there went away with $2 billion US. That man you see there. That is why he wants to die. He wants to buy, He wants to buy for this man because they will not revisit that case anymore. That is why they are happy that this EFCC guy is off their neck. Look, I want to say this, and I'm proud to say it, and I will say it wherever I go. To the west, to the east, to the north, to the south. The Igbo race is one race that you can't joke with. I have dined with them. I have get there to learn the business with them. I've been under them. I have seen what they are doing. These are people that get their hand into anything and it will prosper. You can't stop it. It is God's gift given. Now I know why Abubakar, when he was interviewed by BBC, now I know why he said that instead of me to give an Igbo man a ministerial position, I will go and rent an expatriate from anywhere to fill that position. Now I know through this aviation ministry. That is the game that is being played. Look at the man. I was shocked when this man said he's buying an aircraft for $1 billion. And you say this man does not have capacity. How dare you say that? You see, the 49% they are talking about, this 49%, it has been shared among from top to bottom to the minister. That is what is being played. Because they know that this guy, Airpeace, has all the capacity to fly Air Nigeria, to bring up about Air Nigeria and do it successfully. That is why you see the bottleneck in the ministry. They put those bottlenecks to make Nigeria not develop in the aviation industry, because there's so many more. The kind of resources in that industry is worth more than $1 trillion US. That industry, if where and nest, can be an oil, it can be like the oil sector for Nigerian government. But rather, that is the position, the juicy position they give to themselves to tie the Nigeria economy down, to tie the Nigeria aviation industry down, and make sure that other countries are benefiting from them. And thereby, those countries that are benefiting from them, they'll be giving them percentage. Because any deal that is being struck within the Ministry of Aviation and any country, it has its own percentage that is getting monthly from that industry. We allow British Airlines to fly in here 7 times. But British do not allow us to go in there. And even if they allow us, the Nigerian aviation industry, the Minister of Aviation will not allow you to go because he has already struck a deal with British Airways. That deal, if you investigate it, all the ministers of aviation in Nigeria from Obasanjo time till now, all of them have been eating the largest from British Airways. All of them, all of them, all of them. That is where, if they put you there, just go there, then they take your money, put in your pocket, boom, lagabush. FFK, $2 billion US that they gave him to rehabilitate all the international airports in Nigeria, all the airports in Nigeria. The money was vuglababush. You cannot see the money again. And when it come up, people will be shouting, FFK is supporting. I was just looking at them until when he swapped to what they call it, swapped to this Agbado. That is the kind of people you have. As the way his father is, that is the way he is. A lion cannot give birth to a dog. That is the problem of Nigeria is deeper than the Atlantic Ocean. If Obi does not get there, we are going to sink to a land of no return. A land of no return. And when I mean by land of no return, that means it is high time we all go our separate way. Because they refuse us to progress. Exactly. Nigeria cannot continue like this. Nope. If you continue like this, there will come a time where the garrison will be open. And when the garrison is open, you know what that means. The same thing that happened in Somalia, the same thing that happened in Sudan, the same thing that happened in Libya. We don't want that to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Black Panther. You said, in fact, then you really went in and you drove the point home. I'm telling you, you see this mandate, we are collecting it back. You see, this is why, and I'm just going to say this. I know I'm probably a little fish in the ocean of YouTube, right? But whoever is hearing my voice, all these people, that are having difficulties at that level, this is the time for them to come out. There's no need to cover anything. So that when everyone in Nigeria starts to march out en masse, then they will have reason to. There's no need to cover anything anymore. We've been covering for over 60 years. Look at where we are. People talk. This one no dey talk. Oh, let me walk softly here. Let me not say anything so that I will not offend. Oyema was talking. I don't want to cause any I don't want to heat up the polity. I don't want to heat up the polity. I don't want to heat it up. We need it heated, because that heat is what's going to generate if the judiciary does not do the right thing. It is that heat that is needed, so that everything no just drag everything come ground. Because at this point, nothing to lose. There is nothing functioning in that society. Nothing. Your leaders, your so-called leaders, your sham leaders, they suppress the best of you. Why? Because of stomach infrastructure. You don't even see it in them. Whether they have money, you don't know, because the money does not show. They are so demonic. They have given themselves over to evil. That's all they think about. They're not thinking about you. They don't care about you as a citizen. They don't know what it means to be a citizen. They don't. So let everything, all the cards, let it fall right now. We need it. That polity needs to be heated. You see this Oyema matter. We every day now go they play this video for here. Because these people, everybody needs to hear this thing and understand that the people that we're fighting, they are demons. We are dealing with devils. Only light can chase away darkness. If you are standing for the truth, if you are standing for justice and you are sitting on the sidelines, you are a problem. You are part of them. You are part of them. You see what is happening in Nigeria. Every sector structure we have in Nigeria has been completely eroded. We don't have anything. Look at judiciary. I have zero. I've said it here before. I have zero trust for the judiciary. Zero. If they do the right thing, that's what they're supposed to do in the first place. I'm ready. Let everybody go their way. This is evil that you will allow your own people to suffer because you don't want to give somebody who knows how to do the work. Not be say na manage. He knows his onions, and you allow your people to suffer as a result. Do you know how much income and employment that man can provide to a lot of people in Nigeria?
Sister Amoye, let me just cut you for a second. Sorry. Did you see that statement Oyema made? He said, I don't want to go tribal, but it is.
It
you
is.
See what they are, it is.
That's what it is.
They don't want, because this man is loaded. This man,
they are jealous of him. Now jealousy one.
Can you imagine the man has been giving people free flight
trips
with his own money?
With his own money, my goodness.
And he invested $1 billion for one jet. And this shenanigans, all this riffraff, that steal money. They don't want anybody to develop that industry.
No, na lie, they lie you. Na lie. You see this one, na lie, they lie. You see, the only time they're going to win this, if we keep silent. You see this one when everybody eye don open, we don't know wetin dey happen, and more information dey come out. We continue because the only true opposition in Nigeria right now are the obedient, those that are standing for the truth and justice. That's the real opposition right now, and we have to do it effectively. We have to make use of this opportunity we have effectively. Let everything, see, if the court does not do what it's meant to do, let everything crash to the ground. Honestly, Let everybody divide and go their freaking separate ways. I'm telling you, there is no need. Let's remain in our various regions. There's no need. How can you don't even care about your own people? You don't care that they are suffering. Do you know how much it is to buy a ticket in Nigeria right now? It's running into millions just for economy. And this man could even give it to Nigerians at a better rate and give Nigerians a good name. If he does well, what do they call him? A Nigerian. They don't say, oh, he's from the east, he's from the south, he's from the west. A Nigerian. That's what they call him. These leaders are demonic people. You see, demon, you that is a child of light, you must not be silent. If you are, you have sinned against your God. I'm telling you, if you remain silent in the midst of this evil that you see and you hear, you are also part of the problem. You are part of, because it is, nobody can pretend now. Nobody can say, oh, we didn't know, oh, this, that. It is quite obvious that it is tribal. This problem is tribal. So they only want their own tribe to be the ones excelling. If you don't have anybody that's excelling in your tribe, what does that? No wonder they suppress every other region. It has to stop. If Peter Obi not get, oh my God, if those justices not do wetin they're supposed to do, because we are not beg, me not they beg them. Everybody keeps saying, I'm not beg. If they do not do what they are meant to do as an institution of because there's no justice in Nigeria. It's a sham. The judiciary they are a monumental failure. For you to have a Supreme Court justice doling out judgment in favor for your own husband, what right does the common man have? It's gone. That's it. For that to be happening in a society with more than 200 million people, it is a sacrilege. If we remain silent as a people, if you're a child of light, if you know evil from good and you are standing on the sideline as a Nigerian, you are a part of the problem. I'm serious. See, everyone now should come to the front. Whatever social media platform you have, you need to be doing your part. This job is not for one person. It's not for two people. It's for everybody to get involved. These people now lie, they lie. It is for this reason that God created you. If you don't know, it's not by going to your church or your mosque or whatever religion you belong to. This is part of your religion. If your community cannot be safe, does not have peace, you have failed as a child of God. You have failed. If these people do not give Peter Obi, his mandate, let the whole thing crash to the ground. There is no need. You cannot continue to malign a particular group of people because of jealousy, because you cannot control yourself. To hell with such people. Well, nobody's going to live forever. Are you kidding me? You would rather go and give an outsider food to eat than give your own brother? What separates you from him? What separates you from your brother? Everybody's going 6 feet under. The earth is going to eat everybody up. So what separates you from your brother? Because he comes from another region? To hell with it. If mandate they not give out to the rightful owner, let Nigeria make it crash. To hell with Nigeria if they not give that man a mandate. I'm telling you, I'm not the only one who feels this way. There are lots of people whose rage is being controlled right now. The only thing that is keeping it together is that single thread in the person of Peter Obi. They look them because to hell with it. Are you kidding me? This man has the capacity to alleviate the sufferings of young people. You sit on it, you lie, bold-faced lie on national TV. To hell with that Sirika man. To hell with his generation. Every evil leader in Nigeria, their time has come. Even that impostor, that so-called impostor that calls himself a president, to hell with him and his urchins. Their end has come. Peter Obi must collect his mandate. The Justice Department must, if there's anything left of it, if they do the right thing, they do it, because that is what they were meant to. This is the time for them to redeem themselves. If they cannot do this, to hell, let everything burn to the ground.
Let me buttress your point. You see, this thing has been happening for a very, very long time. I'll give you an example in one other sector. The transportation is still in the transportation sector, but now the railway sector. I'll give you an example. You know, they gave every region a sort of the modernized rail track. All the regions now, they try to connect with a faster rail track. Even in the north, they did not build one from the north to Niger Republic. That's another fast rail track too. Is the modernized one. When it came to the east, you know what they did? They continued with the old rail track. And up as we are speaking now, there is no rail track from the federal government that passed through the Eastern Bloc. That was why the Eastern Bloc, they have come together. They said they want to build a modernized fast rail track within the Eastern Bloc to boost the economic and to boost movement and traffic of goods and humans. So that business
in those states.
No,
Where in the south has Eastern Bloc? Forget the south. Where in the south?
When I'm talking about Eastern Bloc, I'm talking about the southwest, southeast. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying that the south itself. Where is there a train? Is there a train line there?
They took a train from Benin, outskirts of Benin, going through to, they want to navigate into Port Harcourt, and from there they will fly straight down to the north. That is what they did. They didn't take it through the east because they want to deprive the east to get that modern rail track that they are taking all over the country.
It ends now. Everybody
this thing is what they've been doing. Nobody knows what they did to them. Nobody knows.
It's now up to us to say it ends now. We will
got to end
our hands and continue to allow it to happen, because it's not just the East, by the way. It affects every other person, apart from the group of the tribes that they want to continue to please. And by the way, while we're at it, do you know some people were just unalived in Ogun State, Fulani headsmen? Do you people hear about that? That's something that happened there. I think it was yesterday in Ogun State. While we're at it, people are literally every single day, single day, a human.
They fight people there again.
Yes.
Jesus.
All the so-called APC, Awanokan, where are they? Where are their voices? Their people are being slaughtered.
Right.
We have to tell ourselves it ends now. All this truth is not coming out for nothing. No. It's coming out to enrage the people the more. In preparation, if the judiciary does not do what it is, let them just do the last thing they want to do. Let them do, if they know what is good for them. They have no way out of this. With the insurmountable evidence, with a mathematician, are you kidding me? How do you get out of that? If they don't do the right thing, that means they have signed off that, you know what, they are ready for everything to crash. Are we ready? May everybody enter. May everybody go to their papa house. Let the tribes that love each other, let them go and be serving each other in one place. Let them leave the rest of the tribes alone. It's too much. We have been too complacent. We have been too docile. We have been very ignorant for a very long time. No more. Everybody need to remove their blinders. No more. If even when somebody tries to talk to you a certain way and tries to bring down someone else, you should be the first to shut that person down, because we cannot continue like this. This is not a good thing at all. It's not something that should be left unattended to. As a society, as citizens of that society, we have failed. We have failed. Let's first admit that. We have failed. Look at what a country of over 200, mind you, we have some of the brightest minds in Nigeria. Look at what it has come to. The professors have become idiots. Lawyers have become cowards. No, it's true. All the professionals have been ridiculed.
Where is Wole Soyinka?
Some of them don't even know the educated, illiterates, ignorant people.
Where is the Wole Soyinka that was saying all sorts of nonsense in the public? Where is he now? He's still alive now. Let him come and tell us and finalize everything that say everything he said was true. Let him come out and defend his own race. Let him come out and tell us his own race are more intelligent than other race. Let him come and say it. The shenanigans that he's seen. Is it not the people he was defending? Oh, let's take it. He's cursing this. This man is cursing whatever he says. Is it not the person you're supporting? Is it not the group in the aviation industry, in the judiciary? Obi is like the bone in the neck of a roaring lion. The bone in the neck of a roaring lion. He can no longer bite, but to steal all the evil that they've done, perpetrated. You see, when the senator, that 84 years old senator, and the wife is the justice, is the president of the appeal court, you see what he said at the beginning? He said he has sworn to destroy the APC. That was the fundamental statement that he made. That means he's no longer with them because of what they did after him helping them. That was why he poured out the evil. How they subjected justice to their own side and left the Nigerians bleeding. The man said it 84. That man, if it were a country that has rule of law, that man, they would have taken that man in. The DSA would have taken that man in. They won't prosecute him. Let us do a plea bargain. Spill out all the myth, all the things that they've done. Who were involved. Bring it out. You will now begin to see the evil. It's so big, bigger than the Atlantic Ocean, that these people have done against the Nigerian people. That is why I ask this question. Who is a Nigerian? Do these people, are they Nigerians? Do they love, even if you are not in Nigeria, at least where you are, you should have the feeling and the love for that land. You don't want to destroy the land because you do what? You reside there. Why should you continue to destroy where you reside, where your children will be after you might have born? Why do you want to destroy it? Why? Everything, even this religion, are we taking it anywhere? We came here, we met it. And as we met it, we are going to leave it and face our maker. Why all this? Why should you use the voice of the forefathers, the enmity of the forefathers? Why should you still in the 21st century, you are still perpetrating evil against a particular race and the totality of Nigerians? Look at a bag of rice, 86,000 naira. The dollar 755. CBN rate, not even the black market. CBN rate 755 for $1. And this one he said he want to harmonize the forex market. How will anything come out from an evil human being? Can anything good come out of an evil human being? Nothing. The trajectory is that will continue to slide down. Slide down. I know there is a purpose why this judicial embarrassment is coming up. It's only God. I know there's a purpose for it. Why is it that it is the time where this the election, as they are contesting it in the law court, now we are getting an information that has totally embarrassed the judicial system in Nigeria. From the Supreme Court down to the Magistrate Court, it's an aberration for you to subvert justice. That is it. It is clear. Look at Kekereekun. Justice Kekereekun was refused. They said she's banned to enter America. She has been banned. Because of what? Because of corruption. He was taking money from politicians because his husband is an APC chieftain. And this same Kekereekun is going to be sitting in the Supreme Court. They put their wife. Look at it. All the politicians. Just look at them. They put their wife as justice all over the place, like rats and dogs, looking for whom to devour. That's what they do. Look at the River State governor. His wife was a judge in their own high court there. How many years have she stayed in the bar? How many years? Let them go and open the book. You will see that she doesn't even deserve to be called a judge. Because she doesn't want it. She has not paid her price enough to become a judge. That is what we are getting in Nigeria. All the politicians, they put their wife as justice all over the place, perpetrating all this kind of shenanigans against their own motherland. Who know say Mama go sleep, he said no go sleep. They are not going to sleep.
Exactly.
Obi will get his mandate, whether they like it or not.
Black Panther, sorry, can I interject? Don't let me chip in just for a second.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when you talked about this senator, that one way is to bring him in, get a plea bargain, so that he can start talking. I believe that in Nigeria of today, as things stands, that will be very, very difficult or impossible, for these our politicians to even do that. That is desirable. That is the way to go about it. But this present crop of politicians that we have, it will just be almost impossible, because if they open it, every one of them will be implicated. Every one of them will be implicated. That is why it is only the judiciary that can restore things back now, with Peter Obi giving back his mandate. That is the only way out for Nigeria and Nigerians now. There's no any other way. Is the judiciary stepping up with Peter Obi mandate, Peter Obi, getting his mandate back, because this crop of people, they just can't do it, because they will be implicated too, and they will be, and because remember, they have also partaken in this corruption, just to put it, just to be frank with it, you know, without mincing words, is they have one at one point or the other, at one time or the other, they've also participated in the corruption, and they have record and profile of each other. So if you open up, I will open yours too. If you open mine, I will open yours too. So they all keep quiet. So there's how far they can go. So you can see the dilemma, the serious, you know, quagmire that this country, Nigeria, is right now. It is only the judiciary that will play their part, giving Peter Obi back his mandate so that things can begin to work in Nigeria. That is just the only way out for us now. All these people they just have to give way. They have to go. The judiciary, all eyes are on you. All eyes are on the judiciary because their judgment will bring down, their judgment, it will go down in history as that which that will restore Nigeria or bring Nigeria down. That's what this judgment, this is the defining moment for the country. Their judgment, whatever the judgment they will come up with now, that judgment will go down in history. That judgment will either restore Nigeria or it will bring the nation called Nigeria, bring that nation down completely. And I pray that they see this. They see this. Because remember, all these judges sitting now, presiding over this petition right now, one way or the other, at one point or the other, they've been corrupt. They participated in corruption. Remember, they were all seconded to that position to be judges in that petition by the president of the appeal court. The president of appeal court asked people that are holding him or her right now that already he or she is in their pockets. You will see that is why sometimes, you know, we talked, you know, a lot of people have been saying that they are wasting time. When you look at, because I will go back each and every day and I will think, I will try to think deeper. Why is this going on? Why are these judges doing this? And the first thing I try to do is to give them some benefit of doubt. Maybe they are trying, but at the end of the day, you know, the right reasoning will tell me that they are playing games. Because we see that each and every day, whenever the case, the argument in court gets to a sticky point, they will adjourn. They have to go back to their people because they can't continue each and every day. Maybe you know, you give them a break, you know, you can let them go. Maybe they won first time, second time, but it has been consistent. It is each and every time that this thing gets to a sticky point, they will just adjourn the case, and they still have time. See, because they have to go back and strategize. Why didn't they allow the guy to come, that mathematician to? Why didn't they take his course examination today? They didn't want to. They want to go back and, you know, and plan. So all eyes are on them, and their judgment is Nigeria is now at a crossroad. Their judgment will restore, either restore the country or bring the country down. That is where we are right now in Nigeria, and this corruption is a cancer. It has spread all over the nooks and cranny of that country called Nigeria. You know, I think you mentioned earlier, you talked about the 49% stake that is already distributed. I want to agree with that completely. That 49% given to Ethiopian Airlines is not just only Ethiopian Airlines. It's on paper 49% to Ethiopian Airlines, but there is another separate individual agreement. That 49%, if you dig down deep into it, well investigated, that 49% has been distributed to some people, they know themselves.
Yeah, I'm
Because
very sure.
these are educated people. These are smart people. You cannot give 49% to Ethiopian Airlines for nothing, just for renter. It is for something. So it is the Ethiopian airline is just fronting for them. It's just fronting. The Ethiopian airline is just a front. So I agree with that. We know this. This is just, because if not, again, look at the management setting that Oyeman, mentioned. He said all the heads of the management structure, all the heads of each and every department of the management has been allotted or given or distributed to Ethiopians, while the assistant or deputy positions given to Nigerians. So it's all clear, and this corruption just continue. It continue. Just wait until Agbado, mention or bring out the list of his ministers. That's when we'll know that yes, Nigeria is down. That country is done. I want to wait. I want to see those people that he will appoint. I can't.
We have already seen some now.
I'm saying,
Engineer, an engineer will be your CBN governor.
You mean the CBN governor, the acting CBN governor?
And now,
yeah. See the guy that he used as Tinubu is a crook. Oh. He's a crook. Go and check the guy that he just appointed today as his special advisor on investment and trade. Go and check that guy out. I just Googled that guy. Just a simple Google on that guy.
That guy must be an ex-crook too.
That guy, see the guy that he appointed as special advisor on revenue. That was his former finance minister in Lagos. That is, it's just everything is just coming out now. It's shaping up now. All the corrupt people all around. And I can't wait to see. You see, Abuja is full now. There's a party going on in Abuja now. All the cooks, all the politicians, all of them are now stationed in Abuja now, waiting for their appointment. The Wikis and the likes of them, all of them are now permanently stationed in Abuja, waiting for the announcement of their own cake to be sliced for them.
Not so now.
So we're deep trouble. That's why I started by saying, see, the judiciary just have to do what is right, giving this mandate back to Peter Obi. Other than that, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. Let me come to One Love really quickly. Mr. Jonathan, why does your phone echo back? Maybe you want to fix that. Mr. One Love, welcome, or you're on mute.
Good morning. It's,
good evening from here.
I know. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know which one to say anymore. To
all of the above is fine. Somebody's morning, somebody's afternoon, somebody's evening here. So
yeah, thank you guys for what you're doing. I really appreciate this. It's almost midnight my time. But I wasn't quite sure what you guys were discussing, but I just heard a little bit from the last speaker. It seems like he pretty much nailed it. If we don't get this mandate back, I mean, it's not about Nigeria will be done. Nigeria is already done. We're just trying to rescue it. We're trying to lift it out of the bottom of the ocean. The country is already drowned. And you see the group of all these politicians, like he said, in Abuja right now. They don't have anything new to offer us. They don't have anything to give us. They're just there to share money. That's what they've been doing. Why? Because they know nobody is going to ask them. They know the citizens are not going to rise up against them. They know because they've been doing it over the years and nothing has happened. So they just go there, wait for Tinubu to give him maybe Minister of Petroleum, Minister of Agriculture, and they never do anything. So it's like they are playing us, they are always just kicking us around the corner like they're playing football. I don't get it. Their children are not in the country. Their wives are not in the country. Nothing affects them. They don't know if a guy who's living in one room, does not have electricity. They don't care about those things because it doesn't affect them. All they want to do is to go to the villa and make stupid deals with foreign countries because they only care about their own pocket. I can't imagine a Nigerian traveling to other countries will stay in the queue for a visa. As much as we as a black race have contributed to this world, when you look at the deals that our leaders make with foreign countries, it just breaks my heart, because they don't really care about the citizen. They only care about themselves. They only care about how much they're going to get just to enrich themselves and their family. That's why you see, and sometimes when you are trying to, I was talking to a friend in Abuja. He was trying to buy a car from the US, and he has to pay a lot of money just to ship it. And then when he gets to Nigeria, he has to pay a lot of money to claim that car. And then you begin to ask yourself, what kind of deals do these rulers make with foreign countries? They can't stand up for their own people. They can't stand up for their own citizens, because all they really care about is not about the citizens. They care about their families and their pocket. That's the biggest problem that we have. And if the judiciary don't stand up this time, if they don't stand up for the people, then we just have to agree that we have to go to one solution there. The only solution I have, if they don't give Obi this mandate, is for everybody, to come together and ask ourselves where we are going. And if we don't separate, then I don't think we are going to go anywhere. Because for years we've not been able to come together.
Separation is the way. If Peter Obi
Exactly.
doesn't get it, separate. There's
It's like
no long talk. Separate.
it's like we black people. It's like we like our process. You see people in Nigeria today, they are still telling you, I beg, the man is already there. Let's just leave him. Let him keep doing what he's doing, without them caring about the process that got him to that place. And they use the same way our rulers make deals with foreign countries. They like the fact that I think it was like in 4 years ago, I was in Nigeria. There was a guy, like I was in a line. Everybody was pretty much standing in the line, trying to check in. And then one guy who just got out of the plane, he was a white guy. And surprisingly, the immigration officer called him first to check him out. I'm like, you can't do that. You can do that to everybody who is here, but it's not going to happen in my presence. You cannot respect your oppressor than the people who are more like you. So the same thing is what our leaders are doing. They would rather bow down to foreign countries to enslave their own people because they only care about what they are going to gain. That's what Wike did in River State.
Let me see. There's a historical angle to this. That's what Ahmadu Bello said too. Ahmadu Bello said in that interview, he said he would rather give the positions to his Fulani people, or he will give it to the white man. The man that he said, I'll give it to your people, rather than give it to an Igbo man. I'm telling you, it's on. I can pull up the video.
That was what I was telling you. That was the
Crazy,
interview.
it's Ahmadu
Yes.
Bello. So there's a historical angle. So this has been the trend. So you can imagine, even before independence, these people have always chosen an outsider from a different race completely over and above their own brother who looks like them. Are those not wouldn't you say those are accursed people?
Yes, definitely, definitely. I don't know why let me just put it this way. It appears to be, especially those in the north. I don't know why they seems to love the people who oppress them, because even when you look at the politicians during the election, even when they are not they've not been performing right during the election, you still see people. I think it was your channel or Nigeria Watch, I'm not sure, a guy was trying to convince some group of guys to vote for Peter Obi, not because of where he's from, just because of his character, but they rather tried to convince him and said, no, we're not voting for this guy because our imam did not tell us to vote for him. This is who we are voting for based on religion and things like that. You understand? So at the end of the day, I'm just wondering if Obi doesn't get it. I'm very 100% positive that he's going to win the tribunal. My only fear is the Supreme Court. But if he doesn't get it, where are we going? Like, we have to ask
If
ourselves.
the Supreme Court see, let me tell you now. For me, I don't know about anybody else, because I want to believe that all of us here that are listening, those that are listening, of course, we know we have some Agbado people. I don't care about them. But for those of us who are standing for the truth, for justice, if you consider yourself obedient, if the Supreme Court, as the highest court in the office, that is supposed to um, deliver justice to the citizens, to the common man, if they fail at that level, let everything burn to the ground. Everybody to your tent, O Israel. Everybody answer their father's name. We don't have a country. We've never had one. Why are we pretending? We've never had one. We have never had a country. We have never, ever had. What I'm now realizing for the first time in my life, that all I've ever had was a region. That's all I've ever had. The only hero that I know is Ambrosali from my own region, and Ogbemudia. Those are the heroes that I know, at least in my own lifetime. We've never had. It is now when I listen, reflect back on some of my experiences back in Nigeria. It was tribal. It was tribal. You know how painful that is? Opportunities that I could have gotten, schools that I could have had the opportunity to go to that I did not get to go to because of tribal sentiment. I'm only just knowing it now. Do you know that? You know the kind of trauma that is? First of all, think about it. You work in a place and everybody, they're just treating a particular set of people differently. You don't know, because you grew up in it, you didn't really see it. They say now who poo poo, they know now who they smell and know how stinky it is. I'm telling you now, I'm like, oh my God, we never had a country. It has been chaotic from day one. Let everything crash to the ground. If the Supreme Court, because they be human beings, they have children, they have great grandchildren, they have grandchildren, however long their lineage is, they see how bad the country. If they cannot fight for the right of the common man, they are not worthy to be called it. Let the whole thing crash to the freaking ground. That's it. Oh, one love is gone. Sorry. I hope I did not scare you away. One love.
What I'm seeing here is like
I
this.
don't drive one love. Oh, by the way, if he was here, if he, you not stay, you don't run. Okay, you leave me. No,
Na network. Maybe na network because they go come.
right. No,
Maybe network.
Go ahead.
What me I'm seeing here is like this. What happened in the validatory service they had in the Senate has really done a great damage to the judiciary. And it has exposed them, open it up to the entire world to see the corruption and how judges have been appointed. That is it. That is what it is. It has opened, and it has, the question I asked myself, why is the senator, it is now that when Obi is dosing out his evidence, and now the judiciary is being exposed by one of them. This is not a simple issue. It's a very big damaging issue that they are all thinking about it now. Even the Chief Justice of Federation is thinking about this now. And these are the things they wanted to cover up. And these senators have assured them that this thing can be covered up. Nobody will hear it. That is the bargain. That is the deal. But that deal has been broken. That means there is a lot of shenanigans, even in the Supreme Court. Now their hands, the way it is now, the way my feeling, their hands might be tied now. Because the Nigerians are beginning to see who they are. The mask, the person behind the mask, it is being shown to everyone. It is not only when the diaspora that are seeing it, but the Nigerians are seeing it too. There was a time I went to, like yesterday, I went to one cyberspace. One of their rats came there, started talking about student loan, started talking about private sector. I just keep quiet. I just did one side, they listened to her. I just been listening. I was just listening to him. He was pouring out all his Ojuelegba ideology. I was just listening to him. I just prepared myself. When I came in, immediately he see me, he ran. I started. When I talk finish, when I finish my speech on that cyberspace, in short, more than 5 people came in there again. They were looking for the guy, but the guy has run out. It's one of Agbado's disciples that they send to every cyberspace. When they want to come in, they'll give you $10. They'll write something there. They will not come in. I noticed it, so I was prepared. I noticed that was them. I noticed it, I knew that guy from one other cyberspace. I knew him there very well. I always listen to him. I say one day I will talk to him. That day I talked to him. I talk and the guy, I'm still waiting for him. I told him, I said they should send him a message that they should leave me and him. Let us talk about economic terminology that Nigeria has done, has exercised, and let us see the one that has worked. It is really mind-boggling. That was why I said the painful aspect of the entire thing is that the most educated one are the one that they are so stubborn to even speak to that they won't listen to you. They are the biggest problem in the Nigerian enclave now. Is it the professor? Is it the doctors? Is it the what would I call the medical people in the medical field? Is it the lawyers? Is it the SAN? They are they have tripled the problem of Nigeria. They cannot see reason. They cannot logically even see reason to what everyone is seeing. They are just blind. They decide to be blind to everything. And I ask the question. I say, where are we going to? Nobody have been able to answer me. Even I ask them, where do you think you are going to? Tell me now. Tell me how your country will look like in 10 years' time. Just tell me how your country will look like in 10 years' time. Nobody gave me an answer. But they are saying, they are about to say, oh, let's give him a chance. Give who a chance? A man that they took $450,000 of drug money out of his bank account in the United States is sitting there and you call him your president? To hell with you and him. I told them, to hell with you and him. If that is the Nigeria you want to see, you take that crumbs from that master table, go to Nigeria and stay for 2 weeks. If you will not come back in sorrow to your base in the United Kingdom. They were just looking. Most of them started running out. I said, look at you people. You are running out. Come and defend that your master that has given you the crumbs from his table. See, Nigeria should even divide now. Nigeria should even split now. The way it is.
I'm telling
It
you.
should split now. Now it should split now. Let
Yes.
everybody go its own way. And let us stop these shenanigans all over the place.
It's been a charade. We've never had a country. Can we start admitting that to ourselves? We've never ever had a country. Never. We've never had one. All we've had is regions. That's all we've had. It's crazy to me. Look at what is happening to a fellow brother, for crying out loud. If you don't feel at home in your own home, where would you be accepted? In your own country. Your own countryman is sitting on your progress and saying, no, we'd rather give it to an outsider. No, we cannot let it continue. No. Now that our eyes are open and we have seen, can we all agree that we cannot let this happen again? For a long time, this has been going on. We've all suffered as a result. We've all suffered. Most of them went to school. They did not pay a dime for school fees. Scholarship from when they started school till when they finished, and they got jobs after jobs were waiting for them. Why do we have to now suffer? Generations have suffered because of this jealousy and pettiness. Ignorant people, uneducated illiterates. They're not educated. These people have professorship just on paper. They don't know jack. Some of them will speak the foreign language more than their own language. Enough. We need to start saying it. Enough. If you see your brother being put down, stand up for that brother. For crying out loud. We are not different. If we say we do DNA now, we go bow, say all of us they related. All of us for that country. It is maddening to me that a man that has the capacity to do wonderful things for his king's people, for his fellow countrymen, that has the heart of his country, that has his country at heart, you squeeze the opportunities out of his hand. No more. If the Supreme Court, let them drink ogogoro because they don't look good right now. The Supreme Court has been a monumental disgrace and failure. All the lawyers should go and hide their faces. All the senior advocates of rubbish. In fact, they don't rubbish that profession. They have you. If you're a lawyer now, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. If the Supreme Court does not do what the common man, if they don't stand up for let the country divide. Yes. Let the country divide. May everybody enter their region. Let us develop ourselves. Make we start. All of us will turn bricklayer. Start to build our communities. There's no need. The romance is over. We don't want again. This kind of marriage, what are we talking about? Is it not self-explanatory? Union that is not working. You want to force yourself in the marriage. It cannot work. If the Supreme Court let them, I know they beg them. People say, oh, maybe if you encourage them. I don't give a damn. If they don't know what's going on in that society, I be that they buy petrol small. Maybe they supply their petrol free of charge. I don't know, perhaps. Maybe they have houses, perhaps. But guess what? They don't have peace of mind. Their children and their children's children will suffer if they do not do right by the common man. Let that country crash to the ground. Let everybody go their separate ways. Everybody, na ground everybody go enter. Nobody go escape am. So let everybody go their separate ways. Those that want to remain married forever, let them join themselves together and remain married forever. Those of us that were not interested, let's go our separate way, not be quarrel, not be fight. not because we are 200 over 200 million strong.
We will divorce and find another husband marry. Simple
Now,
as
so
ABC.
it's simple. If Peter Obi say we agree, regions come together, the ones wey dey get sense for inside, they come together say okay, we want Peter Obi. The regions that want him will join together, we form alliances, we see as we go take manage our various regions without encroaching on other people's on other people's space, maintaining a brotherly relationship. Everybody go their way. To hell with this rubbish. I now see clearly that we never had a country. We never had. We've only had regions. These people just dominate, steal from this. We get on here for my land. I never, nothing don't enter my pocket one day. I never benefit from that land since they born me. You never see that kind of thing before? No. It ends. It's up to every Nigerian to tell themselves that this charade ends with them. Because this is a united front now for a common goal. We are not saying united to be together, no. If the judiciary does not, judiciary has become a sham, non-entity, pack of useless people. If they don't do the right thing, let the whole thing crash to the ground. Simple. I support Biafra. If the whole thing crash, make Biafra go. May Yoruba nation, the ones wey dey clamour for, may they enter, may they find their way, may everybody find their way.
Yes, yeah. The way everything is going, I still think that this division, I go to resolve it last, because, I used to tell you here on this panel, my uncle served in the Nigerian army. He was very close to Abacha before Abacha died. Like, when this guy comes home, the things he tells us, like, I have always knew Nigeria has never been one from day one. Like, these people wants to keep to power. They don't want anybody to get there. That's the reason why you see that they only let it go to the southwest, because the people they give it to in the southwest tends to align with them a little bit because of that Muslim religion. Even though they still don't like the fact that the kind of Muslim that is being practiced in the southwest is a little different. They would rather stay in line with those people a little bit because they took that religion unto themselves. And then why those in the south side and in the southeast, they don't even want to hear about them at all. They just want to keep to power. My only question and concern is, if you want to keep to power and you don't want to align with people because they don't practice your religion, why not let them go? That's what I've been wondering over the years.
They don't want to let them go because they themselves know that they are the backbone of that society. You know, in a terrible marriage like we've been hearing in social media, where the man will not want the woman to go, you don't want to hold the woman, you no love am again, you don't want anything, but you just want her to be suffering under you. That is exact. Why? So why are we surprised that there's a lot of abusive marriages in Nigeria? Why are we surprised? Even amongst couples, it is playing out. It's as a result of the effect of the society. That's what's playing out in the micro level. That's why men don't respect their wives anymore. Wives don't respect their husband because of the evil has taken over. The moment, see, you see what that werewolf I said when he said, speak, say it. Calling out the poison is very important. Because if we continue to talk, do as if let's do hush hush. Let's not heat up the polity. Let me use my senior brother's language. Let's not heat up the polity. Let's not. This poison will finish everybody. Call out the poison or expose everything. You see the carpet, it has maggots under it. Open the carpet, let the maggots out so that you can clean it properly. This is our redemption time. Redemption time, you have to expose everything so the real healing can start. You cannot do it if we're doing hush, 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 hush. We cannot. They don't want to let them go because they know they are the backbone. Which region, if any region decides to leave Nigeria right now, Nigeria will not be the same. Don't you know? Because it's a synergy. One region has something that the other region does not have.
Yes.
That's how it is. And I believe it was orchestrated that way by God. I'm telling you.
It's
So that we
good.
can all wash our hands together, so we can leverage on our strengths as a group. But these selfish MFs that want to impose themselves on people don't even have a clue how to work it. They don't have a vision. They are visionless people. They are blind inside and out. So guess what? Jealousy becomes inevitable because they cannot even look within themselves. They don't even know what it means. That's why this guy is just running with Peter Obi's manifesto without any strategy, no structure in place. It's easy to copy person exam booklet.
Okay, take a look at the student loan thing. When I look at the student loan thing, I just laughed. I'm like, what the heck is going on with these people? You are copying a first world method of education to a third world scenario. When are we going to have our own thing originated by us? Where you are copying a place where even while you are going to school here in the US, you can be working, have a part-time job, and then as you graduate, you will find a job to try to repay that student loan back. You are copying that to a place where people can even find food to eat. Are these people okay?
Now they talk now, no vision. The person wey get the vision, they copy am from am. They no answer. Okay, even if it was their idea, they no sit down. They never pay lecturer finish. They never settle us. No structures in place. Where are the companies? When these people finish working, where are the companies they are going to work in? Where? And then on top of that, after 2 years, you jail them if they can pay. Please make that make sense. It's easy to copy somebody. You're a math student, you have your calculation written down. Someone is spying your work, doesn't know how you got to it, wrote down your answer. That's exactly what they're doing. They have no clue. They're visionless people. People that are full of evil and darkness. They cannot have visions. They are blind as bats. They can't do anything good for you.
The road to the loan is impossible. There is no loan. Why do people? There is no loan. People look, see, they just created another avenue for themselves to steal money. That is the only thing in their brain.
Exactly.
They don't have anything up there. Their mind is twisted. A man that cannot think straight anymore. These are the bunch of twisted-minded people that cannot even see their own children. All they see is money, 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 money. That's why I see their children are overseas taking drugs, going to rehabs. They don't care. What they see is money. They don't give a damn about no one. That is why you see they have not changed any economic policy. Look, you go to the time Nigeria started. If everyone should please go and check from when Buhari came as a military man, come down like that. They come down, they come down, they come down. Go and check all the economic whatever they've done. It is all the same thing in different skin because they don't have idea. The first time a man in the history of Nigeria, I wouldn't say the entire black race, but the history of Nigeria, a man will come and educate Nigerians on what he's going to do when he gets to power. Educate, oh. Anytime he sit down, he will tell you how he will get this money and where he's going to take this money to, and how he's going to generate power, how he's going to turn the north to this because they have this and this and that. The landmarks, everything. Look, you see, Olodo is even small. These people, they are like kindergarten, but they are sitting in power.
No. Kindergarten smart. These people are empty, evil.
Empty can.
Evil, so they are empty. It's like a empty can. You know when you go hit can, you go make whoa, that sound. Whoa.
When he was announcing the educational whatever scholarship, I say, yeah, Agbado. They couldn't even come for debate. Where did he get this idea from? Even the people surrounding.
He goes school.
The people surrounding him, including FFK that call himself a lawyer. FFK now Olodo boy. Olodo.
And money that one take birth certificate. You know, the papa paying through his school fees.
That guy they call that guy they called by Jabia Mialia. I think he was fined for committing fraud here in the US, I believe.
Yeah, all of them are fraudsters now.
Yeah.
Before they
He
came
was a
back.
lawyer.
All of them are fraudsters.
You know, he was a lawyer here.
They just gather themselves because they know themselves. You know that Agbado himself hang himself under the platform of he scheme himself in as a snitch behind Nadeko. And he now stood himself behind Abiola MKO. That is why sometimes when I see the relationship between Agbado, MKO, I draw the map because I was there. I draw the map down to what they call this man. This one that was what's his name? He contested for president too. What's that his name? The one that is against Obi, the young man. I say young man. The one that is his former Showore. I went deep. I'm going to remind myself that triangle, Showore and Agbado, they are the same thing. Forget all these shenanigans Showore is doing. Most of you don't know it because me, Abiola time, I was there inside the Kako, inside that Abiola house. Go, I did inside that place. Because my friend, the sister, got married to Abiola himself. He's one of the wives. So I was inside that villa. I know that villa like they know my palm. So I know what was happening there. That man, now you see Agbado and this other guy that I just mentioned, they are the same thing. It's just that this one is saying revolution. That one is saying, oh, I will turn Nigeria to Lagos. That is different. That's different. That's why I see he cannot come out boldly and speak to Agbado, staying boldly. He cannot do it because all of them have eaten from the master table. All of them, see, so all of them.
Yes.
They have all tasted from Agbado table. Including him. Yeah. If he's man enough, let him come outside. That he has not done it. He has all eaten from his table because Agbado sponsored almost of the Nadeko and the civil rights movement. You see that time they were against Jonathan. Agbado was the one sponsoring everything. The money came from his pocket. The one he stole from Lagos. He was the one. Okay, now you see the whole scenario. Look now, I'm drawing my triangle now down to the human rights activity. Have you seen any human rights person stand up to talk up to now? Wole Soyinka led a group, another arm of against GEJ. He marched along Ikorodu Expressway. He marched with his own group down to Ojota, where we have that square. He was there. My father's house is not far from there. I live in Ojota in estate, Agboyi estate. That's where I stay. All of them. So they have eaten from Agbado's table. None of them. If any of them is man enough, let him say he has not eaten from Agbado's table. Let him come and speak against him. That is why I see all of them are all silent, including that one in Abuja that is going to law school. What is his name? That one that was going to the Igu Square. He was parading himself. We must get against Buhari. Every time you go to the square in Abuja and start carrying all these human rights activists, they start shouting. Where is he now? He's even against Obi. His brother Showore is against Obi. Obi that is even trying to say there must be Nigeria can work. Nigeria must be changed. They are against him. After putting all the things he wants to do, which is even part of what they have been speaking during the days where they were manufacturing all those their shenanigans against GG. Go and check their tape, all of them, all what they spoke, all what they said Nigeria should get, all what they want to do for Nigeria. Everything is inside what Obi is talking about. All of them are against Obi. Why? Because they are taking Agbado's piece of meat. and they cannot speak. Let any of them come. Deji, I'm speaking to Deji, that call himself a prince. Let him come and speak against Agbado, that he has not eaten Agbado's money. I will prove it to him, and I will make calls. I'll tell him to go and meet those people. Go and challenge it with those people if they will not open your ass. These people have eaten. That is why I see there is no human right. All of them call themselves coalition. Look at the ones that they did coalition to bring it. Oh, the election was not good. It was rigged. The lady that look at what the so-called the speaker, the secretary to INEC, that Igbo man was saying. He said, "I will bring beavers. I'll bring beavers for you to do election." All of them started laughing. They've all taken money. All of them are taking money. All of them are taking money. Rubbing shoulder with the man that stole the mandate, which every one of you knows, and you are saying that mandate was stolen, and you are still rubbing shoulder with the secretary, those that perpetrated that evil that night. You are still rubbing shoulder. You are laughing.
With Festus Okoye.
They are laughing with him, and you are telling me that, oh, they are for Nigeria. All of them don't take money. All of them. They are just painting white, but they're taking money. That is how human rights stuff is going on. Even the so-called Falano. Now we know his story. We know his story. I was a member of CDHRO, and I served as a PRO in Rivers State. All this one, they Falana, everybody shout, Falana, I just look now. If we open Kana for Rame, in Kana, if we open a book, all of them go wrong come up for here. If we open a book, don't you see when he was saying, when Agbakoba said one thing about that Supreme Court or the panel can make a judgment within 2 weeks. Go and hear what Falana spoke about that issue. You people will understand where I'm speaking from. Go and listen
if you
to.
Remember, Falana even said the 25% was not required. That was when I lost my respect for that.
God bless you, sir. That is what I'm telling you. These people, so Falana is being lawyers to Fela's son. All of them are eating from Agbado's table. During that GJ, that was when I knew that all of them took money from him. The guy was preparing the ground for himself today. That was what he did. He paid all of them pocket. That man, Falana, go and look at the almost 7 or 8 story building. It's called his chamber, the best in Nigeria. It's in GROA, Ikeja, opposite Festus Kiyamo's house.
That's correct.
Behind Army Barrack. Look, all these people, I know them finish. They're not fit talk. All of Kiyamo is a snitch. Kiyamo, where is he? So he's a snitch. He was in Gani chamber. In a boy, in a book in the carry that time. I know him now. That is how all of them they cover themselves in another skin color and sneak in. When the time was right, they all enter. You see, the professor, Professor Emeritus, what is his name, that came to speak against Labour Party. That one that called himself, what did they call him? That has white hair. Those ones are no longer professors now. You people are just using old glory. They are no longer professors. Me, I wasn't shocked about when he made mention of some rubbish he was speaking. English that is not your language, that you borrowed. You are speaking it more than them. Who cares about it? Who cares about that? You have written a lot of books. You have not come up with an African system that the continent will practice. You have not even focused on that. You are focused, you are speaking grammar, writing book in English. You have not even come up and stand in the middle of Africa and say Africa needs its own system. Rather, you go to the Western world, lecture them, collect dollar, and come here and tell us rubbish. All of them, we know them. Now people don't know them. Me, I don't work out with them, some of them. That's why I look there, I don't laugh. They are part and parcel of the whole thing. That's why I see Nigeria is silent. Before, you know what was happening? Let me tell you what normally happened. When there's something like this, when Abiola won't happen, you know what makes it so loud? The human rights group we organize from this institution, schools, we come in, we mobilize. When we mobilize, we come out. Everybody will see you say, oh, Nigeria don't come outside. No, you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong. There was no education for the Nigerian people. They use Nigerian people as a tools for collecting their own resources. You see, you look at them as if they are good, but they were collecting their resources from the cabal that is crushing the people. That was what was going on. That was what we saw. And that's why we came out. We ran out and we saw all these things, because if you see too much, they can do anything. That was how we came out. These people, they were dining with the military. All of them, you see, they were dining with the military. That was why when they say, oh, Nigerians are not coming out, Nigerians did not know the tactics. Nigeria did not know. It was the human rights group that was fronting, that organized through the institution. They have cells in the institution. They now use that cell to mobilize and spread into the city. They have cells in the city. They will now use that mobilize Nigeria. Nigerians will now persuade the Nigerians. They come out. Now that you see nobody's talking, it's because all the cells that they were controlling, all the group that they were controlling, all of them they have broken down. They don't have cells anymore. They don't have links anymore. That is why you see the human rights cannot speak, because it is dead. It is gone. It is gone forever. They cannot rise up again. There's a new system in town, and that system is the youth that have risen up, that rose up against the shenanigans in that toll gate. When they rose up, they planned it, and there was no leadership. That was a system that the Nigerians did not understand. That was a system created by the youth, and that system brought the Nigerian government to their kneel and did what they said they should do. Forgetting that the people are saying it don't work, it worked. As a result of that system that was brought up by the Nigerian youth, it gave back to Obi. Obi recognized them, and the bell rang in his ear. Obi got the message. God has prepared Obi for long. Obi got the message they sent. Obi now came out. He now came out. Don't you? If people don't look at the link, Obi now came out and link up. Boom. Because what attached him and the people that came out that way was that message of change. It came. Obi came out at the right time. It was not made by man, but by God. There's no plan to bring all the facilities, all the network, all the cells the human rights used before, all of them have collapsed. That was why you see that this guy, what's his name? This Yoruba guy that contested for president. Well, I always forget his name because it's a Philistine to be God. I don't forget his name. That contested, that's against Obi. That was why you see he cannot galvanize, because all the structure the human rights are built up for this purpose for today, all of them has collapsed. None of them can come up again. None of them. If they try it, Agbado will chew them raw. That is why I see all of them are silent. Even the ones that are carrying hair, the one that are shouting, oh, the result of the election was this, was that. Even they will not quote the Europeans said it too. That's why we are saying it. All of them can't talk beyond that place. They go beyond that place. They will see themselves in jail. That is why you see that this movement that emanated from the youth that's why you see it's organic, and nobody, no man born of a woman that can make it go down. It can never go down because the cell has been built all over the world. The message has gone, and you cannot buy that message. It has gone. When it will rise the next time, you are not going to see all this play we are seeing. It's going to be more than this. People don't understand this thing. The cell that they built is more than the entire soldiers you have in Nigeria. The cell that these people have built. You see, when the struggle started, you see doctors, you see nurses, you see police on their side too. You see all those networks. They built the network among the police. They built among the military. They built among the lawyers. The cells is too much. When they cry, when look, they are waiting for Obi. They are waiting. It's just Obi they are waiting for. Obi has millions of soldiers, foot soldiers. He knows himself. That was why you see him saying everybody should just calm down. He knows because he heard the clarion call. And that was the link God created because God has prepared him to hear that call. It was a confirmation for him because he heard the call, but he couldn't confirm. That's why he was talking about the wilderness from APC to him. But when he heard the call, when the call came out from that toll gate, when he heard them, that was the call of confirmation of what he heard from God. See, what they've seen, it is a smoke in the wilderness. But when that smoke will come up again, no man born of a woman can stop it. It is just, they are waiting for just one man. And the head of this movement is Obi. They decided to pick Obi as the leader. All of a sudden, if you don't know, Obi is the leader. That's why I say everybody silent. Who will do it before is the human right. Now, all those ones, they are silent because they cannot bite anymore. I just told you, this is something I've hidden for so long. If they want to disprove me, I will open the book, finish. The cell they created, which of them is functioning? Zero. Not cell is functioning again from the human rights movement. No cell. Including the so-called religious leaders, they all be bought over. All of them. All bought over. All of them. The ones that are still existing, maybe the ones that are still small, they are trying to get up. All these pastors, you see where they are coming, they are saying, oh, Obi. All of them don't collect. All of them, they are just, people are just shouting Obi. They want to find secret. They are jumping for it. All of them don't collect. All of them don't collect. None of them can come out to say, oh, Nigerians, come out and work. None of them. If they have the boss, let them try it. If they won't close down their church. So the thing we are seeing now is orchestrated by God. The people that are doing this, they've taken their leader and they've seen their leader. They are waiting for him to speak. That's why people are saying, oh, why is it that they're not coming out? You wait. These cells have been built. These cells have been built. It built its own. It heard the voice and they started building itself. Why don't you ask yourself a question? When it all started, even when the diaspora was not there, where did they get the money from? They contributed money. The doctors came all of a sudden. They were treating. They were performing minor surgery outdoor. They were doing it. What do you people think that is? Is that just a play? A child's play? Do you know how a revolution comes? Go and study it. That is how it comes. Where you see doctors who start performing minor surgery outdoor. People will carry light, touch light, bring out some of the stuff in their body. That's it. That's all. That's how it works. These guys that organize themselves, they are masters. They are thinkers. They are masters. They are thinkers. Nobody should relegate that movement. It has built itself on its own. And Obi is the grand commander. They are waiting for his voice. All this one they are doing. Let all this judicial, let them mess up now. I think let them just mess up. Let them mess up now. They will just let them mess up. Let them mess up. And nobody is depending on them. If they want to change it, let them go ahead. But with the evidence that we are seeing, let them turn it around. Let them see. Let them see the voice of the people, the main people. When you see the raw people, they are all ready. Forget about all these things. Look, we are just saying this little thing. All this human rights stuff. Don't even, any of them that come to the media and speak, don't listen to them. All of them are all Baba Glash. They've all taken what? They've all taken from the master's table. All of them, no one is a student. Go and look at them. Some of them are reading laws now. They are going to law school. They are doing that because the masters have told them, go get this law and become a lawyer. That is all. You see that man that is a lawyer to, whether it's Akere Dolu or what's his name, the SAN. Do you know that that's the only man that is a member of the benchers, the member of the bencher in Nigeria. The only son, a member of the bencher. And this bencher, they include all the High Court judges, the Supreme Court judge, and judges in the appeal court. They are all members. That son is a member and is a lawyer to Agbado. Is the one handling.
As Olani Pepun.
Yes, Olani Pepun is the only member of the benchers in Nigeria that is a son. He's the only member. The life member there. The rest are all judges. That's to tell you how they corner this country. It's in their pocket. But they are scared. They are very, very scared.
That's what they are banking on. Olani Pepun's role within that system is what Agbado is banking on, because Olani Peku is a son, but he's also he's not just a bencher. Actually, he's the leader of the benchers.
Yes, right. The leader. Where you have these judges.
Even the Supreme Court judges. He meets them and they meet together, they wine together. And he is the president of the benchers, the body of benchers, Olani Peku, made up of all the judges, including the Supreme Court judges. So that's what they are banking on. That's why, that's what they are banking on there. You see, the guy just sat, you see him in the court every day, just sit down there. He was the one that is perpetrating this non-admissibility approach. We are not accepting the evidence. We will make our judgment. I will make our position known in the final address. I've never seen who does that. You do that, and at the end of the day, you will see what they will put on in that their final address. Nothing. This guy is just banking on the judges that they will come through for him. That's just it.
You know what is happening? There is a corrupt case 2021 or 22-21 against Olani Pepun. Corruption case between Rivers State and I think was it Shell Company? There's a corruption case. It was the one handling the Shell Company, the oil company in the Niger Delta against the Rivers State lawyers. He was the one handling. There's a corrupt case on him, which he has been able to suppress. But you will see within now and the week it will come up.
The case the case that is the one that he wrote the company that they should give him the case that he can use, he will leverage for them. Because
God bless you.
He's the president of the body of
benchers. You know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I remember the case. Yeah.
That is it. So you people will hear that case will rise up. See, all of them, they don't rub themselves inside muddy water. It has stained them. It will rise up. All of them individually. You will still start to hear that the justice sitting on that 6-7 of them, one of them, you see, its own case will come up. See, this obedience, you see, that is coming up. These guys are digging the files. They are walking on the ground. These are coming up. We don't know. These are coming up. This is not an ordinary play anymore. Let the country be silent like that. It's okay. So that they will believe nothing they happen. They don't know where the resources is coming from. They tried to block Twitter, they blocked this, they didn't get a headway. They thought the system they create, they'll be able to manipulate the system. They didn't know that they were opening up the canker worm. If they had knew that this system, they wouldn't have signed that bill, the electoral bill. If they had knew. I said this, we don't have anything upstairs. They don't have anything upstairs. That is why you see all the secrets are coming out. They cannot even run the system they created. They cannot run it. Because anywhere you put it, you want to read, you now put up a blown result on the system. Is that not rigged? How will you defend that in the court of law? How will you defend it? Even if you get to the Supreme Court, your own result, you make it blown. What is that? That's a criminal offense. I've already told people that this case is going to lead us to a criminal case, and many people are going to fall in.
You know, that
They are
is
going to
why,
be
you know,
seen.
that's why they are holding on to beavers. That's why they are holding on to beavers. All the lawyers, Olanipeku and Co., all of them, they know. That's why they are holding on to beavers, because their argument is this. See, they can be lawyers, but we are not fools. We can read, we can analyze, and we know what is going on. See, what they are banking on is the beavers. That even if INEC, pronounce the result based on those blood results, but it is what is on beavers. That's what they are banking on. But that will not hold water still, because they have to defend everything on those evidence, those EC8A. They have to defend it, because they must corroborate it, that what is on EC, the total result that you announce at the end of the day, at least must match those. You see those EC8A series, A, B, C, D. If you don't leave the A, leave the B, leave the C, but it must match that D. The D is the state result. So even if you announce the result, but it must match the result that you announce, at least must match that result. Those ones that those states, those people, all those professors.
Yes, those are the more important ones. Yes.
All those corrupt professors. That one that they announced, that is the EC8D. That one, the result that Mahmoud announced must match or correspond to that one. But based on the evidence, it is far apart. Far apart. So they have to prove that. So that is why they are stuck. So they have this one, unless the Supreme Court just want to sink themselves finally and let everybody just know
that is all. Except they want to sink themselves.
Just know that, yeah, they want to sink themselves finally. That's it.
Except they want to sink with themselves. They want to sink the country down. That's the only way out. Because with this, we kind of edit. I'm still waiting. Do you know that blood paper can still be open? There's a software that can do that. There's a software that can open up that blood sheet. Obi is a very tactical man. They think that Obi is not smart. He will come up with another software engineer that will come and do some miracle for them. That blood sheet, they think that is blood. There's a software that does it, that can clean up that thing, because they use a software to make it blood. And there's still a software they can use to open it up. They are waiting. We are still going to hear a lot of things. We are thinking Obi has prepared for this part of the judiciary, and he has also prepared for the Supreme Court. What the Supreme Court is going to look, he has prepared everything. He knows them, he knows what they want to do. I said the purpose why Obi went to those parties round, he was trying to do what he's destined to do. He has done it. That is why he moved around and he went to Labour Party. He has known all their secrets. That is why he planned ahead. If you don't understand, he took that mathematician ahead of them. He knew that this thing was going to happen. How did he know? Because he had diligently studied all the parties, the two major political parties. He went in there, he studied them, and he came out with a result. And he had advisors. Obi is God sent. That's why I told people that, look, I always say, what manner of a man is this? That you can go and look for, you can go and check his file, you will not find anything. You are just wasting your time. A man whom God has prepared for a battle, if you go and chastise him, you are just you are just finishing yourself.
That's why I said, I've been saying it over and over again that, see, that corruption thing, it is only someone like Obi that can deal with it in Nigeria. Someone that comes out openly and said, if you find anything about me that relates to corruption or anything, I will stop. I will step out. That is the only person out of Nigeria of today that can stop corruption. Not what we have now. Not this present crop of politicians. That is the only way we can stop all this. It is only Obi is God sent for Nigeria, for Nigeria of the moment. He's the only one that can do it.
You remember what the former governor of Anambra, was it Anambra? Was it not Anambra? Obi was the governor of Anambra.
Yes.
Okay. You remember what that governor that he took over from Ngige? What he said? He said one thing. He said they don't know the man they are fighting. That they should not send. They should never. Man will never drop of the water on the floor. Even that last drop of the water on the floor, you will go and check that water if that water is really water or fake. That is why you see Ngige has gone underground, because he knows the kind of man this guy is. Ngige know that was why Ngige didn't speak anything against Obi. If you go and check it, he didn't speak anything against him. All true. Ngige has gone round now. Look, when Ngige was in power, Ngige has searched both left, right corner about the man called Peter Obi, and he kept the secret to himself. There's no politician, Nigerian politician will tell you that don't celebrate this man that he knows. If you don't celebrate him, he kept quiet. He didn't say anything against him. It's up to now. He's not saying anything. He's just walking on his own, and he's looking at them. When he's going to speak, is when will be announced as the president. He will tell them what he has seen about this man. Let them go to anywhere. They won't see any picture until you have an encounter with him. Then you know the kind of man he is. Anybody that fight and chastise him, that person always sink. He will go down. It's not magic now. People are talking about security. You people think Obi is playing. Oh, security. You think he doesn't have?
Obi have security.
You think he doesn't have? Don't worry. When you get to power, you will see his security. People are working with him. You don't know the country they come from because they are black. You think that some of them are Nigerians. If it's you go and bring one Nigerian to head your security. You think Obi is not smart?
You are dead now because you are there already on arrival.
That's why he's telling them. The guy is playing the card. He said, if I tell them how I'm going to organize security in Nigeria, what do you expect me to say again? How will I tell them my secret? I don't talk that one. Let me get there first. You see the things. You see what's going to happen. He says, I will change that knot. All of them are running from. I will change it. He swore he will change it.
That's why I laughed. That's why I laughed yesterday. I laugh. It's a laugh of cry, kind of, for Nigeria. When Agbado announces Economic Council, and the vice president is going to be the head of the Economic Council. See Nigeria. My brother, see Nigeria. Now Shetima is the head.
Boko Haram
is the head of the Economic Council of Nigeria. Are we joking? in that country. So which means that, so everything now, as far as economy is concerned, Shetima is going to be in charge. He's the one that will go to Agbado and go and give Agbado advice as to what to do as far as the economy of
the new
Nigeria.
CBN governor, the engineer, will be a now. All of them, let them be holding their meeting and then sabi what we are after. We are after this court and the Supreme Court. We are looking at every eyes on them. If they blink in the morning, we go know so they don't wake up. If they go to shower, we know they are showering. We are watching them close now. They know now. They are all on the cyberspace now. That was why they refused the broadcast of the court case. That was why they refused it. They knew because they are going to be exposed. We are going to see them and we are going to profile them very well individually, and we're going to study their body movement, and we're going to see a lot of things. That was why they stopped it.
Their body language, yeah.
They knew now that we're going to know their body language.
Yeah.
That's why they stop it. If they are taking money, we will know. It is not easy. You cannot hide now. By the time they know that they are picturing them all over the world. See, there is something that will make them to make mistake, and the whole world will see their shenanigans. They've not even gone far. We are seeing a lot of revelation. That Obi went and acquired a professor 2 years before this election. Maybe 5 years before this election. All of them, they open mouth like, all of them, that mathematician, that professor that came, it has dent a big hole in their own tactics.
Yeah, I said it. And I said that man, they try to object today to that agreement that they brought to court, that Obi brought to court, that this man is not just like, when you bring a witness to your case, there's difference between, you bring this witness after, you prepare a witness after a crime, in a trial, because you don't know that a crime will occur. So it is after the crime that you will have witness. But Obi already, set up his witnesses.
His witness before the crime
was occurred. It's like knowing that a thief is coming to your house. You already know, and you keep quiet. You just set up all the security cameras and everything ready for him. Come and steal, and see how you will go away with it. So he preempted them everywhere. So he knew that they are going to rig. He was very certain. So he was ready. He was ready for them. So that's why the testimony of this man, this witness, cannot be discounted. That is the reason why, because what lawyers does, what they are trained to do, and how they make their money, is their ability to go to court and discredit a witness.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Argument or evidence, render it useless in front of judge or judges. That's the work of the primary job of a lawyer, and that's what distinguishes a good lawyer from an excellent lawyer. That's just the difference, you see. So, and in this case, they have dealt with them seriously, because their goal is to come. You will see, they will go after this man's academic record. They will go after everything about his past, what he has done in the past. But they cannot go after the work that he has presented as evidence, because there is no loophole inside that work.
Obi has not even stopped presenting his evidence.
No, he has.
He said he's not going to bring all the 5,000, but he's going to bring 25. He has just brought how many now? 2 or 3. They are shouting. He's going to bring another IT expert that has been working Oh God, people never said it. This man, when he bring this expert, you people will know the kind of man this guy is. He has not only preempt them, he has known their loopholes where they are going to pass. It's like when you know somebody is going to pass, you go and set up a garrison against him somewhere there. You set up a trap. He knew where they are going to pass. Now they are not used to this kind of judicial argument because they've not seen it before. This is their first time.
Even all these so-called son, I was expecting like, and even the OB team, those OB lawyers, they are also expecting that, powerful, robust
Firepower from the opponent.
But the only thing they saw is just that we have nothing to say. We will express it in our final statement. We will express it in our final statement. Nothing to say, because they didn't expect this at all. They have never seen this, in Nigeria before, especially when it comes to election petition.
And this one,
all the governorship petition, the presidential election petition, they have never seen it like this before. So they are in for it.
They are in for a big surprise the next court session. They are in for a big surprise, and that surprise is going to eat all of them up because they don't understand the way this man is operating now. Because he said he was going to bring 5,000 physical evidence. That's the personnel that's going to speak. They're going to stand on the dock. Now he has, reduced it to 25 because of the time. And now he has just brought in just 3, I mean 2. They are shouting. This man, you know why they are calling him Okute. Okute is stone. They will not know why they call him that name. He smiles, he's not be smiling.
These judges, if not for corruption, I would have said, you know what, I really pity them. See all the evidences that Obi has been dumping on them for the last 10 days.
I prepare individual for them,
and
they have all of them have individual copy.
I don't know how many staff they will have in the back office. They have to go through this document because they have to make sense out of it in order to write their comment and to make their final judgment. It's not that they have to. They are not just accepting these evidences and then just go and dump them inside one room and lock the door.
No, they have to go through it now. They must go through it.
They have to go through it. Their team, they have to even employ more hands. I believe so, that they will have employed more and bring more people in to go through these things so that they can make sense out of it. Right? They can make sense out of it. Other than that, it will mean that these judges they are trash because they must go through all these documents. This document is massive. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I've never seen in any presidential election petition in Nigeria since 2003 that we've been having this in Nigeria. I've never seen this kind of massive evidence being brought to the court, to the floor of the court. I've never seen it before, and the judges are just overwhelmed. This is not a joke. See, it's not a joke at all. Even the 18,088 that will be dumped on them today, all those blood polling unit result, 18,088 polling unit result, they have to go through each and every one of them. And there is no way you can come to a conclusion to declare a presidential result with 18,088 polling units results discounted, that you can't see them. You must come out and say, okay, these are blood, but this is the result that we use. You see, there's you know that it's going to be the turn of Labour Party to cross-examine INEC too. You know, because INEC is cross-examining them now. All the witnesses they brought to the floor, to the court. It will be their own turn too. So those 18,088 that they have brought as evidence, then the INEC will have to come and say, okay, you declare the result. Can you tell us what you have on this? Because they have given them to you too. So you have ample of time to go through them and come to court and say, on this polling unit, these are the real numbers. On this polling unit, these are the real numbers. So my brother, that case they are in for it. They are done.
They are done now.
The
They've shot
evidence of
themselves on
today,
the leg.
they are done. Because see, you must prove that those 18,088 are not what Labour Party presented. That they are
Simple.
fake. That
Yes.
they are not, that the court cannot rely on them. And if you are going to, you are
yes.
not just going to say that by mouth. You have to present your own. You can't say that by mouth. So
They are going to prove it that they are going.
I don't even know
What they are going
sleeping.
to. They are going to prove it that the thing they saw on that their ROF was repeated there illegally, not by them. And now they will now have to take us into that place that they're hiding since. They will take us in there by themselves.
They will say that then they will not say, okay, if that is the case, because this is on your own website, your own portal, then present the ones that you use for the final result of the election, so that the court can compare. You have to see when you go to court and a witness come on the box and said you did something. It is you. You have to come. Your lawyer, you or your lawyer must come and debunk it. The onus is not on me that put that on you or that accuse you. It is you that must not come and debunk it. Yes, that's simple law. It's straightforward. You don't need to be a lawyer to know this. You have to come and debunk it and say, no, you cannot you can't kill me right in front of me. You cannot lie on me. No, it's not so. These are the facts.
Their lawyers, they are not going to sleep.
I don't know how, even you see, after today, I don't know how those people will be sleeping. I just don't know, because they must prepare for this. They must come and say that those 18,088 blood page, result, they are actually not real. Those are not the results.
They have to prove it that they are not from INEC ROF, from INEC system, because they were gotten from INEC system. So they got to come and prove it.
You see, you know why they will fail on that? You know why they will fail on that? The guy also put the URL. It's on the statement. It's on the evidence. It's not just like he put it there. If you see the transcript today, he put it there. HTTP. That's so. That's where we got this. It's not that we just plug it out from nowhere. It's from
nowhere.
the IRF portal.
From the IRF portal.
Will go in. They will type in those URL. They will type it in to ascertain whether these things are true or not.
Yes, now let them go and change it
themselves, and they will say that these things are blood.
They will change. Let them go and change it now.
But if you change it, you have to change it with the one that are not blood, and you must come and defend that one.
Yes, now, because it must come with the same serial number.
Yeah. So it's a very, I don't know how those people are sleeping. I just don't know how they are sleeping especially after today.
They can't sleep. Even from the day one, when they saw file book coming in, they can't sleep now, because they are not bringing something that is, they created from their own by themselves. They are bringing the document that INEC gave them now. So they are going to prove that these documents are fake. You see, that is the first thing. They must be able to prove that the document that they presented are fake. That the mutilated one that they put in that ROF is real. So they have a lot of work to do. That the judge itself, they will look at the kid and say, this will not enter hole. There's no way. OB is ready. Look, for them, if I'm looking at their hearts now, as a judge and as a lawyer, they will be saying in their mind that OB, this guy is intelligent. They will be proud of him. That is coming first time in the history of Nigeria that a man is coming with facts. He's not coming to come and tell you just oral talk, to waste time.
The judges or the court.
He's giving you facts. He's not talking too much. He's talking through his fact. Take, now be this. Now be this. He's not. Let's talk. Bring more fact. Let's talk. Bring more fact. That is what judges want to see. It makes their job easy. Because when you come with facts.
How I wish, at the convention center, when Mahmoud was announcing those results, somebody just stood up and tell him, say, Mr. Chairman, this result you're announcing, there are so many, there are so many proofs scattered all over, litter all over the federation. You can't go ahead. There are so many evidences all over the place. Maybe the man will have had a second thought and say, guys, let's sit down. Let's take a second look at this thing before we proceed. Even if you cannot say that outside, at least inside. Say, reports reaching me saying that there are evidences littered all over the federation. And once they gather this thing together, there's no way. Perhaps it will have, but to me, it's like something that they have prepared before the election, even the results. So it was just that they just have to go ahead and play it out.
This said one thing. They asked him, they said, and as this case is going now, can you be able to prove it? He said, I know I won this election and I will prove it. When he said that thing, I said, this guy, I want for you.
That's an
affirmative. I know that I won this election. No doubt about it, and I will prove it. His eyes was red. He was angry. He said, I will prove it. I will prove it to the judiciary that I won this election. There's no way they can mutilate it.
One thing that just kept on amazing me is that some APC supporters, those diehard, those Abobakus, them, all those diehards, APC, those ones that cannot reason beyond their nose. And they are educated though. I've heard it from people from Nigeria, even people.
They are educated people now,
saying that how can Obi win in Kanu, in Kaduna, in Sokoto? Obi, he doesn't have to win, but Obi had his 25%. Even if he doesn't have 25%, he had significant number of votes in those states that has been
simple. Give me my vote. That is all.
That's all. We're not saying he doesn't have to win all of them, but he had more votes than what was given or allocated.
Obi has calculated
than what was given to him. They just stole his vote and allocated it to Agbado.
Obi had people on ground. Obi has calculated where his weak point is and where he will get his vote from. Obi has done all those things. He was just, you have to play the political role. He has, it's like, this politics is like a game of chess. He knew that he was ready to change the whole system. He knew himself. He knew. That was why he went to the north. He went deep into the north where the fight of all this Boko Haram. He went there. There's no politician that can dare what he has done where he went to campaign. None of them can dare go there. He knew he went in there. He came back. He must have sat with those people then. He must have sat down with them. They have talked. They have agreed on something, and he knew it. He came out. Obi knew where he's going to get his vote. He's going to get his 25%, and he's going to get his bulk vote. He knew the East was for him. That was why he was saying, forget about the East. Everybody shouting, oh, APC, PDP. Forget about the East. Not this is the result from the East. Even in the East, they still play Rigi. They see Rigi. They rig his vote too. Obi is still contesting his vote in the East. He said that vote that they gave him,
That's what is even killing them the more.
They are fighting. They are saying, what is wrong with this man?
80% of the vote is still contesting. He wants to get every single vote. Every single vote, because he knows he's going to be accountable for each and every one that voted, and those that vote for him. He's fighting for each and every single vote in every corner of that country. Because I was surprised when they started presenting Ebonyi State and Anambra State, because these are places where you had more than 80% of the vote anyways. But you know, they still stole the 10,000 votes for him, the 15,000 votes for him, even from those places. And he wants to get everything back.
They know they steal his money. Nobody can steal his money. He will get his last kobo back, Obi. Yeah. Go and ask of him when he was the governor now. You say you want to buy this. All of them said, oh, innocent motor. These people, this motor can fail on the road. He said, look, let it fail. If one of you small of you buy, then the rest we amend it.
That's one thing. That's one of the things that made me to even like this man more.
That was what made me to love him.
Because he said he's going to be. Can you imagine? That's what we're talking about. If you can relate that statement to every sphere of Nigerian economy, the aviation industry that we're talking about right now. That means that he's going to fight for the aviation industry, for all the people that have invested their money in that industry. He's going to fight for them. He's going to make sure that British Airways, that statement that confirms it. Because what they want to do is to go and bring Toyota and to bring Honda in to this. And he's telling them, no, we are buying this one.
He will not do anything like that. Me, I know Obi that the way they do. All this one spend money abroad. Obi no do 1 inch of what they are saying. Obi, everything is going to get is going to be indigenous. Whether you fly, hit your head on the wall or hit your head on the wood, he doesn't care. Everything he will do to encourage the small scale industry. That has been his mindset. He has this Chinese mindset that we have to do our own and make people appreciate it. No matter how our own is, no matter how ugly it is, we have to start using it. We will improve on it, and it will now become the darling of all the nations of the world. That is what Obi is saying.
Nigeria has a leverage. Number one, we have the human resources. 200 million people. It's not a joke. And we have to take advantage of it. By appreciating our own, and the rest of the world will begin to come. They will begin to come to them. Because why? They know that they want to enter that market. They want to enter the Nigerian market. And for you to enter Nigerian market, it's not going to be cheap for you. Before you enter Nigerian market, what is it? What are we getting from you? We also must be able to send our own products. Okay, because Obi is talking about production. If production comes to bear for real in Nigeria, even 10%, where will all those goods go? After Nigerians have consumed, where will they go? They will be exported.
Oh.
And where will they go? You will have to negotiate with those countries. See, if you are sending this thing to Nigeria, Nigeria must be able to also send to you also.
Simple as ABC.
It's simple as in what is it now? In Canada, they are building this. Currently, they are building this. What do you call it? This battery car. All these new new cars, the
The
battery plants,
electric car, the
electric vehicle
batteries.
plants.
Yeah.
You know, see, they told them, Volkswagen, you must build that plant in Canada. You can't be bringing those Volkswagen from anywhere, from Mexico or from Germany to Canada. If you see the massive investment of Volkswagen in Canada now, the factory is going now to be completed by 2025. They fought for it. That is development. Nigeria is too big. We
And
have
all
both
these,
human and
all the
natural resources.
bottlenecks go to remove all of them. Bottlenecks.
I just don't know how these people reason. The politicians, the civil servants. I don't know. I don't just know. And we have think tanks. At least we have. I can't blame them. Most of these professors that supposed to come out with ideas and everything, they are already poverty stricken. That's why they can easily bribe them and they can
You,
sell their country off.
you know what Obi want to do to them? Let me tell you what you want to do. They are in trouble. They don't know they are in trouble. You look at the civil service. Obi is going to turn it to now. The more you the more you see, the less how do they put that word? It's going to computerize everything, and you are no longer going to see people coming into the civil service. Oh, come and sign my check. No, you go online, you do it. They do the work. You go online, you do the work. You bring your receipt. They see it. You do the work. You pay online. That is what is going to see now, because the taxation system will be altered. One, that's the first thing. The bottleneck, Sebi said it now, the bottleneck in the wharf system, the Apapa wharf and all those wharf they talk, is going to take all of them off. He said, what will one what is called custom everywhere all over the world? What is their work? Are they there? Are they supposed to be there? Our borders, we need more men in the borders.
Those one, they just carry money with Ghana must go. They carry money home every day.
Can you imagine? They just feed the
Ghana
whole.
That's what they do at the port.
The borders are open. Are they supposed to be in the Apapa wharf or be in the border? You are supposed to be use your system. If you want to pay the custom, go pay through their bank, get your teller, go to the system, write it on. They'll print your ticket, your ticket that you used to claim your car. Go there, claim your car through your agent. Simple, you go home. It's no longer being say you pay this, pay that, pay this. They are going to harmonize it. You pay online, show your ticket, go and pick your car, you go home. Custom is there to do what? Check the system. They are not supposed to be collecting money. They just go there, check it, show them the paper, you go home. Then government will now harmonize the tax system. What goes to custom goes to their hand. What goes to these people? Well, everybody will government will share everything. Everybody will share it. They will share it like that. No longer go and pay direct to one person, go to this place and pay. They will harmonize it. You pay here, you collect your ticket, not to concern you with any of them again. You go there, show your ticket, and there you go. Things should be moving like that.
Yes.
The more you move, the more customer comes in. It is moving like that. The resources will be coming in faster like that. The economy will be moving, because the more the economy is productive, the better your currency rate is in the world economy. You cannot be saying you are not producing, then you expect the dollar to come down against your currency. It's impossible. This is economic terminology they've been telling all these Nigerian economists for so long. You cannot be pricing you cannot be saying some economic terms when you are not producing and you are not giving us statistics.
That's not those are all fake. Those are just
They're all fake. And when we try to say it, they'll say we did not read the economics. Why are we saying it? It's simple now. You are not producing. You are expecting the dollar to come down. How? So most of the problem we have, you will see that most of the economy, the professors, they've been telling us lies from the beginning. They've been telling us lies. Oh, you do this, market price, stock exchange, blah, 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 blah. All these things are lies. We are, Obi has said it. We are not producing. Where do you want to see the miracle from?
No, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen now.
Without production. That's why when they talk about this student loan, that's another laughable, side of this student loan. Where is the employment? And even the few people that are employing, they are paying these poverty wages. So I don't know how a nation will move forward without significant production policy, industrialization. I don't know. And Nigeria, we have all this. Oh, brother, I lost you.
Yeah, I think maybe it is connection. Maybe we should start wrapping it up. I leave Unamona the talk for over 1 hour.
Thank you.
Say me I see
Thank you
whether
very
there's a
much.
stop.
Thank you very much, Samoye. I appreciate it.
Sure. I said, may I see whether Jonathan and Mr. Jonathan and Mr. Black Panther go stop for where now so now they go. It was good knowledge though, so that's why I didn't want to stop you guys. So we're gonna do this another time, maybe in another day or two. I'll definitely send out my notification. But this has been amazing. Um, you know, Black Panther is back. Only 2 minutes more na take wrap up. Black Panther, you're back. You and your brother, Mr. Jonathan. More than wrap up more.
Eh,
2 minutes, 2 seconds. It's already I've done
Oh,
6 hours.
okay. Let me say this. Thank you, Sister Omoye. You are doing a great job, and we'll continue to rock their boat until they run out of that boat. We'll take charge of the boat. That is what. And if they don't want us to take charge, here goes the Royal Rumble. Everybody roll to your tent and
Exactly.
save your nation. That is all.
That's it.
So Nigeria should get ready for the for the for the for any because anything can happen. We should get ready for that thing that will going to happen. We should all get ready.
Yep.
Don't be scared of the judiciary. Don't even think the judiciary will come and do one golden thing. Let us put our mind in the negative because we know that we have a good case, but let us not put our hope on the judiciary. Rather, let us put our own hope on our evidence. We are bringing it. That is where our hope is, and that is where we derive our strength from. Let us not forget about let us present the evidence as we are presenting it, and that should be our hope that we are doing the right thing, and the right thing is to be supposed to produce a good harvest for every one of us. That is what I see. That is what I'm looking after. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan, let me have your final thoughts.
Thanks very much, Sister Omoye. I really appreciate the opportunity. Just finally, it's PO, it's Peter Obi that continues to give someone like us, the courage to continue. It gives us the courage, and on that still lies this tiny hope, this tiny, very tiny hope for the country called Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. Have a great night, sir. Hopefully you can join us on this live again very soon. Mr. Wonder, are you still there? Mr. One Love, don't go sleep. Let the poor breathe. Oh my God. All right, guys, this is it. I think I don't exceed the limit today. Kene, sorry, you are still up after 2 a.m. Now, wow, I do well on top of Nigeria matter. All of us dey here together, but we move. Focus from henceforth, Allen Oyema and judiciary and whoever else is going to come out and confess. Let's keep our eyes on the people confessing. And I know say more confession will come, and let's keep doing what we're doing. So guys, thank you so much. Thanks to all my super chatters. I appreciate you guys. Thank you to the new member, my very first member. Thank you, Jerry. I really appreciate you. Thank you all so much for your support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been real. I don't know when we're gonna do another live, maybe in another 2 days or so. But before that, let's just keep the fire burning wherever you are. Please use your social media, everybody's hands on deck on this one. If you're a Nigerian and you care about what's going on in Nigeria, please keep Nigeria in the forefront and let's keep pushing this forward. Thank you so much, guys. See you on my next one. Have a great night, everyone. Bye.